Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Enchanted Devil, Part 4. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. March 16th, 1993. Hogwarts. The petrification of Daphne Greengrass changed things. Things really started to look bleak for the boy who lived, especially with the Slytherins looking nervous for the first time since the attack started. The heat and suspicion on the Longbottom Scion had skyrocketed because a member of the House of Snakes was attacked. Neville's distaste for the house was very well known, and since he technically had a motive to petrify every victim, and he was a Parselmouth, the entire school pretty much stayed away from him. Honestly, Neville wanted to curse the heir of Slytherin for giving him that much trouble. However, the school itself was also in danger of closing for the first time in decades. Even when Lord Voldemort still had a body and was fighting a war, and actual Death Eaters roamed the halls of the castle disguised as students, the school still remained strong. Dumbledore remained strong. The school had survived McLagan's petrification because they were still under the headmaster's banner, politically, at least. But the Greengrasses were not the same. The Longbottom Scion expected them to use every dirty trick they could manage just to get a measure of retribution from whoever they thought was responsible, which included Neville and Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet article had done enough damage to their reputations. The revelation that Neville was a Parselmouth had changed things, and his grandmother was the one dealing with the aftermath. Neville clenched his hand when he remembered that article that pretty much slandered him and the professor. If it wasn't for the enchantments his grandmother put up, he would have been overwhelmed by hate mail. His gran had already doubled the number of people going through his mail in the last few days alone. They already hired a couple of people years ago to go through his mail and sort it out accordingly. The truth was that the Longbottom Scion was famous on a national scale, and sometimes even internationally. There were dozens, sometimes even hundreds, of letters that arrived every day asking for endorsements, inviting him into an event or another, or sometimes even just giving him gifts. Fan mail got boring very quickly after the first 100 letters. There were secrecy contracts, of course, since mail is somewhat sensitive, but official letters tended to be obviously marked, so the risk of them knowing something damaging was little. Anyway, Neville's gran hiring more people meant that the current workers were overwhelmed, and that meant that things were really bad in terms of public opinion. The elder woman had refused to tell him what the letters contained, but he knew that it was her way of protecting him from the outside world. Right now, Neville was sitting alone in a corner of the common room. Everyone was giving him a wide berth and glances when they thought he wasn't looking. He hadn't seen Ron or Hermione in a couple of hours. Hermione was probably in the library studying, and Ron was either asleep or playing chess against himself. Neville didn't feel like talking to them. He didn't feel like talking to anyone, really. Of course, that was when Professor McGonagall entered the common room, and everyone shut up to listen to her announcement. There was a big possibility that the school would be shut down after all. First of all, I want to reassure all of you that Professor Dumbledore decided against shutting down the school at this moment, but that decision can still be contested by the board and even the ministry, so I cannot say if that decision will be final or not. A few students hooped, but they were silenced quickly by her glare. Now, with that said, I still have a few things to address to all of you. Considering the escalation that the perpetrator of these horrid attacks has been exhibiting, a few rules and regulations have been decided. From now on, all students will return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher. All further Quidditch training and matches are to be postponed. There will be no more evening activities, so no clubs, no meetings, nothing other than classes and the common room. There were a few voices of protest, but McGonagall raised her hand. I know that this is stifling, but we're only concerned about your safety. Why don't you just expel Longbottom? A voice asked. I know this is a difficult time for you all, but I assure you that if Mr. Longbottom was in fact guilty, we are more than competent enough to have caught him. This is not a time for you to be divided, but to unite in front of that threat. The professor's voice turned somewhat choked. I need hardly add that I have rarely been so distressed. There is the very present possibility that the school be closed if there is another attack, or if the culprit behind them isn't caught. If you think you might know anything about the attack, anything factual at least, I urge you to come forward. She climbed somewhat awkwardly out of the portrait hole, and the Griff finders began talking immediately, still giving him the stink eye. But Neville didn't pay any attention to them. They had condemned him so readily, without even a second's thought, so their opinion stopped mattering to him anymore. But someone else had suffered as he had. Hagrid. He was accused of the attacks too, and he was even expelled for them. And if Neville knew Hagrid, he would never attack another human being. For all his intimidating appearance, the man was literally the personification of a gentle giant. He had to talk to him and get his side of the story. With that in mind, Neville stood up and looked for Ron and Hermione to join him. Maybe they were in their dormitory. He went upstairs and heard a familiar voice. "I'm telling you, Hermione, it might be Neville." "Don't be silly, Ron," Hermione's voice responded. "We literally were with him when Filch was attacked. He could have petrified him before, and then came back so that we wouldn't be suspicious," Ron protested. "I'm telling you, Ron, it's not Neville. Now stop speaking rubbish and let me finish this essay." Yet, the redhead wasn't to be deterred, even if it's not him. You have to admit that whoever is responsible has to be interested in Neville. Every single victim was someone that Neville either didn't like or had annoyed him in some way. Dean didn't do anything to Neville, anything that we know of. But my point is, are we safe? You know, I knew since last year that being his friend would be dangerous. But this is a lot more than I signed up for. Hermione didn't answer for a few seconds. "No, it's not. And it might be dangerous. But like you said, we're his friends." Neville chose not to listen to the rest of the conversation. His friends were doubting him. His friends. They should be on his side, helping him, not run around behind his back and say stuff like that. If his friends wouldn't trust him, then he would rather not have any. He was going to see Hagrid on his own. Discreetly, Neville got out of the common room. It was easy. Everyone, even the prefects, was distracted by the announcement, which was kind of ironic since it was all about personal safety. The entire castle was pretty much deserted. The other houses probably had a meeting like the one that just happened in the Gryffindor common room. The journey through the castle corridor didn't take long. Neville had memorized the castle by now because of his numerous adventures after curfew. There was a close call when a ghost was patrolling and almost caught Neville, but he hid quickly in one of the hidden passages until the floating spirit went past. Finally, he left the castle and made his way to the shack that Hagrid called his home. Seconds after he knocked, Hagrid flung it open, and Neville found himself face to face with him, aiming a crossbow at him. His dog, Fong, barking loudly behind him. "Oh," he said, lowering the weapon and staring at him. "What are you doing here?" "What's that for?" said Neville, pointing at the crossbow as they stepped inside. "Nothing, nothing," Hagrid muttered. "I just thought. Never mind. I'm making tea. Why don't you sit down?" The man was clearly unsettled and shaking. He nearly extinguished the fire, spilling water from the kettle on it, and then smashed the teapot with a nervous jerk of his massive hand. "Are you okay, Hagrid?" said Neville. "I'm fine," he answered briskly. "This is just a sensitive time for me." "Hagrid, I know you were expelled because they thought you opened the chamber," Neville started. "I didn't. I swear to Merlin, I didn't," the giant man started. "I know you didn't, Hagrid, but they're doing the same thing to me. I just thought it would be nice to talk about someone who was in the same position once." The groundskeeper's eyes softened, but before he could say anything, there was a loud knock on the door. Neville quickly hid in the corner of the room, behind a few crates, which pretty much hid him entirely. After Hagrid made sure that he was hidden, he seized his crossbow and flung open his door once more. "Good evening, Hagrid." It was Dumbledore's voice, but he sounded a lot more serious than Neville had ever heard him before. The headmaster wasn't even like this when he came to Hogwarts with a flying car, or broke into the Slytherin common room while using a polyjuice potion. There had to be another person following him, since there was another set of footsteps. Neville was proven correct when a strangely familiar voice started to speak up. "Bad business, Hagrid. Very bad business. Had to come. 5 attacks, 2 of them being on children with very influential families. Things gone far enough. Ministry's got to act." The Longbottom Scion then realized who this was. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. He had met the man a couple of years back at some kind of ministry event. What was he doing there? This was bad, very bad indeed. "I never," said Hagrid, sounding so desperate that Neville clenched his fists. "You know I never, Professor Dumbledore, Sir Dash. I want it understood, Cornelius, that Hagrid has my full confidence," said Dumbledore. "Look, Albus," said Fudge, uncomfortably. "Hagrid's record's against him. Ministry's got to do something. The school governors have been in touch. Yet again, Cornelius, I tell you that taking Hagrid away will not help in the slightest." "Look at it from my point of view," said Fudge. "A series of attacks happened under your watch, and the man who was deemed responsible for the attacks the last time is still employed in your school. I know that his records were sealed under your advisement, but if anyone realized that he was still in the castle, then they would tan my hide and yours. Look, I don't really have a choice. The public demands accountability, and taking him is the only way they could be appeased while we figure out how to solve this mess." "Take me," said Hagrid. "Take me where?" "It's only for a little while. Just a few months at most until the end of the school year. You'll also be let out with a full apology." "Not Azkaban," croaked Hagrid. "Of course not. You're a suspect, not a convict. It will just be a holding cell at the DMLE until we solve this mess. If you are truly innocent, then you have nothing to fear. You will be treated with the utmost respect. I'll make sure of that myself. But you have to admit that this situation could turn up a lot worse for you if you stay here and there's another attack. But if an attack occurs while you're away, then you would be cleared immediately. You could even appeal your expulsion and be able to wield a wand again." Before Hagrid could answer, there was another loud rap on the door. Another person entered the hut. "Already here, Fudge." "Good, good." Neville froze when he heard that voice. This was Lucius Malfoy. That wasn't good at all. "What are you doing here?" said Hagrid furiously. "Get out of my house. My dear man, please believe me, I have no pleasure at all in being inside your house," said Lucius Malfoy with a condescending tone. "I was told that the headmaster was here." "And what exactly did you want with me, Lucius?" said Dumbledore. "Dreadful thing, Dumbledore," said Malfoy lazily. "But the board feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures on it. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? Students have a right to not live in fear, and this is just the board making sure of that. We assume that your deputy can take care of matters in your unfortunate absence, but if she is unable to, well, we are more than happy to assign a replacement, but it would likely be a permanent one." "Oh, now, see here, Lucius," said Fudge, looking alarmed. "Dumbledore suspended. This is the last thing we want just now. I'm afraid, Cornelius, that the appointment or suspension of headmasters is decided by the school board, not the other way around. This was a unanimous decision, and that means that we all feel like he cannot protect the students." Before anyone else could protest, Dumbledore spoke up. "If the school board want my removal, Lucius, I shall of course step aside." "But," stuttered Fudge. "No," growled Hagrid. "However," Dumbledore continued, "you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." For a second, Neville thought that this message was directed at him. It was obvious that Neville wasn't the one taken off guard by the headmaster's last statement. Instead of acknowledging it, they all started to leave the hut. At least it sounded like they did. Of course, before leaving, Hagrid yelled out, "Oh, and if anyone wanted to find out some stuff, all they'd have to do is to follow the spiders. That should help, that's all I'm saying. All right, I'm coming." And with that, the door banged shut, leaving the young Gryffindor trying to process what had happened. Dumbledore was gone. That was bad. That was really bad. The school had lost its biggest defender while a monster roamed its halls. And what was Hagrid muttering about? Following the spiders? What is up with that? Now that he mentioned it, Potter did say about the weird movements of the spiders. When he snuck out of the hut, the boy who lived noticed a great line of spiders going towards the forbidden forest. "Follow the spiders," he muttered to himself. "I'm afraid that's not on the agenda today," a voice behind him commented. Neville made to raise his wand, but was disarmed as soon as he touched it. He looked up at the attacker and saw the merciless green eyes of Harry Potter. "You?" The boy shrugged. "Me. Now, I would let you get yourself killed by Hagrid's pet Acromantula colony and get no results whatsoever, but I'm kind of pressed for time, and I need a parcel mouth. So, I guess you're coming with me, Longbottom." Into the Abyss. Chapter 118. Into the Abyss. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 16th, 1993, Hogwarts. As Harry pointed his wand at the disarmed Neville Longbottom, he couldn't help but think that what he was going to do would have consequences, ones that he maybe wouldn't have foreseen. He was going to reveal himself in a way that he hadn't expected before. But every time he remembered the still form of his friend in the infirmary, he just didn't regret his actions. Tom Riddle had gone too far, and that was something that Harry wasn't going to take lying down. The attack had changed things for the House of Snakes. Subconsciously, even after McLaggen showed that the heir of Slytherin was more than willing to attack purebloods, Harry's housemates all thought that they were safe, that the heir wouldn't attack them. Daphne's petrification proved them wrong, and they finally started to panic. Tracy and Blaise were inconsolable as well, but Harry refused to lose himself in his mourning, choosing to take his anger out on Riddle. Instead, his distance during this dark time was putting some strain on his relationship with his friends, but they were surprisingly understanding at Harry's need to keep busy. Being busy was good. It occupied his mind from thinking about Daphne. Harry was doing his best to suppress all emotions pertaining to her. It probably wasn't healthy, and everything would end up crashing down, but he was going to be productive at the very least. Daphne's attack had revealed a lot about Riddle's plan, but there was an inevitable conclusion to all of his research. Harry needed a Parselmouth to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and there was only a single public Parselmouth in the castle. Thankfully, Harry ended up finding Longbottom before the fool tried to sneak inside an Acromantula nest on his own. Rescuing him from the forest would have ended up being messy. He disarmed the Longbottom Scion before he could think about hexing him by reflex. The Longbottom Scion had turned towards him with a betrayed look. "You?" Harry had just shrugged and answered, "Me." "Now, I would let you get yourself killed by Hagrid's pet Acromantula colony and get no results whatsoever, but I'm kind of pressed for time, and I need a Parselmouth. So, I guess you're coming with me, Longbottom." Which brought them to their current position. "You're the heir of Slytherin?" "Of course, I'm not," Harry answered with a snort. "Are you an idiot or something? I have better things to do than petrifying students." "Then why are you doing this?" the boy who lived asked. "This has gone on long enough. I'm hunting down the heir of Slytherin, and unfortunately, I need your help. More specifically, I need a Parselmouth, and since you're the only one around, I have to settle for you." "Yeah," saying that had hit Harry's pride slightly. Yes, Parseltongue was a spell, some kind of soul projection of intent that worked as a pulse of intent. The noise was technically the incantation, which was somehow saved in some kind of magical crest, one that Slytherin had to have made sure couldn't be seen. Harry could technically replicate the process, but only if he had a couple of years, or maybe even a few months if he had a live sample of something using Parseltongue. So he was stuck with Longbottom. "If you think I'm going to help you with anything," Harry snorted. "Hey Longbottom, look at me." The boy looked at his blank face. "Do I look like I give a damn what you think?" The Longbottom Scion gulped in fear, and Harry nodded to himself in satisfaction. His point was made. Finally, Longbottom spoke up. "You want to stop the heir too, don't you?" "I want the same. We could team up." Dumbledore was just removed from the castle. "The heir will have free reign soon." Harry froze. "Dumbledore is gone?" "Yeah, I just heard Lucius Malfoy say that he was voted out by the board. They even took Hagrid away since he was the one expelled for opening the chamber the last time." "Shit. Dumbledore was out of the castle, and that was bad. That was very bad." Riddle had been aiming to specifically remove the headmaster because he would be able to stop his ritual. At least, that was Harry's guess. Without him being there, the heir of Slytherin could activate his ritual without being stopped. That accelerated the timeline immensely. "Yes, I know. He was set up 50 years ago," Harry mumbled. Of course, this was when his unwilling companion started to gain a measure of intelligence. "Why are you so afraid? I thought you would have been over the moon if Dumbledore was removed from his position." Harry stifled a snort. Dumbledore wasn't removed from his position. Not really. Hogwarts is his seat of power. Nothing will ever remove him unless he doesn't want to be there. Do you honestly think the board could actually make him do anything? No. He's playing the long game. I'm guessing that Lucius Malfoy is going to have a very uncomfortable few months after this. But the problem is that he's out of the castle, and that's bad. That's very bad. He's going to start soon. "Who is?" "The Queen of England," the Potter Scion answered sarcastically. "Who do you think?" "The heir of Slytherin. Dumbass. The boy stayed silent and followed Harry to the ground floor of the castle. It took a good part of a day for the Potter Scion to find this place. He already had an approximation from his research, but finding the exact place Tom Riddle had hidden the entrance to the chamber took a lot of time practically. Where are we going? Longbottom asked. The Chamber of Secrets, of course. And how did you find it? He said. I didn't. The chamber isn't a physical place. It's not even technically in Hogwarts. It's in a pocket dimension and the heir controls the entrance. I found the old entrance back in November, but when the heir found out that I was tracking him, he changed it. We fought, of course, and I won. But it's hard to permanently defeat something like him. It took some time, but he came back a month ago. What do you mean? Was he a ghost or something? Something, I guess, Harry answered. The magic would go over your head. It probably would go over mine as well since I never focused on things like that. Ah, we've arrived. They stopped in front of what seemed to be a sophisticated enchanted clock of sorts. It was a somewhat artistic piece that was mostly useful for finding out different astrological phases. Dead useful in potion making and rituals, but not so much for the average wizard. It was archaic, almost a millennia-old relic, and there were a lot of cheaper alternatives that were developed afterwards. Who would have thought that this ornament was a secret past that practically no one knew about? Harry used his arcane hearing to see the resonance of the artifact. Wizards had never needed the concept of encryption before, because what would be the purpose of such an endeavor? Of course, the Potter Scion didn't complain. After all, it made breaking into secret passages a lot easier since reverse engineering using his arcane hearing was very easy if there was nothing preventing him from hearing the entire magical circuitry. It took around 10 seconds for Harry to find the correct frequency, and with a wave of his wand, he activated the opening function of the passage. The gears started to turn, and the artifact opened up like a doorway, revealing a hidden room inside and allowing Harry and his unwilling guest to get in. Longbottom was gaping at the entrance. I didn't know this place even existed. He entered the room, admiring it. He was right to do so. It was as large as a common room and filled with portraits, tapestries, and books. It was a repository of forgotten lore and powerful enchantments that Harry would have loved to devour in his own time. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time to discover the secrets of this place. Riddle's downfall took precedence. Neither did I before tracking the heir down. It's called the Undercroft, I believe. I read about it in an old journal of some Gaunt who came to Hogwarts around a century ago. Nice guy, his family on the other hand, not so much. Even then, it didn't ever say where the entrance was, only that it was a secret room or something. And how did you track down the heir? Harry groaned. When I looked at the attacks, I found something irregular. The victims were not that important, at least not as important as the locations. The attacks occurred in a certain pattern. If you take the castle and ignore the spatial anomalies, it looks exactly like a pentagram. And pentagrams are very commonly used when it comes to rituals, because of the stability they create. And from my research, a ritual is activated in the middle of the circle, and the middle of the star is this room. The Potter Scion didn't know much when it came to rituals. It was a pretty sensitive piece of magic and, well, it was too wild and unpredictable for Harry to appreciate. All of Harry's knowledge about rituals came from an all-nighter he spent in the forbidden section of the library, trying to make heads or tails of whatever Riddle had planned. He didn't learn much, but he now knew enough to track down where the ritual was going to take place, and that the sacrifices were probably not going to survive it. The prospect of Daphne dying was unacceptable to the last Potter. Wait a minute, this is a ritual? Longbottom asked. Yes, it is. A very large ritual, powered by 5 sacrifices and Merlin knows what else. I'm a bit out of my depth when it comes to rituals, Harry admitted. I thought that I had enough time to stop it, but with Dumbledore out of the castle, this is the prime time for the heir to do it. Longbottom looked frozen by the revelation and just nodded to himself. How can I help? Taken aback by the boy's resolute tone, Harry said. Since when do you agree with anything I say? This is different. The school is in danger, and I think I could move past our feud for a little while. What feud, Longbottom? I've mostly just ignored you. Trust me, I have better things to do with my life than this feud of yours, Harry retorted. Stop being as smart as Potter and tell me what to do, Harry groaned. Try to find anything with a snake on it, like a carving or something. It took them around 10 minutes for them to find the entrance. It was near an empty painting in the corner of the room. There was a tiny snake scratched on the left side of the portrait. The Potter scion grinned and spoke up, "Longbottom, say something in Parseltongue." The boy who lived rolled his eyes and said, "Open up." "That was in English, dumbass," Harry responded. "Look at the snake. Imagine it was alive, that his head was moving left and right, and tell it to open up." This time, a strange hissing came of the boy's mouth. Harry could feel a pulse of magic projected by Neville's soul that had an intent of opening. The frame of the painting glowed with a brilliant white light and moved out. Instead of the wall, there was a small room, with a hole in the middle. A long tunnel going downwards that was wide enough for a man to slide into. This was it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry could go on with there. The pulse of magic Longbottom used could technically be recreated if he tried for a bit. He had done his best to memorize the feeling and sound of the parcel mouth when Longbottom asked the chamber to open up. He didn't need Longbottom anymore. Harry threw Longbottom's wand back at its owner. "I guess this is it. Thanks, Longbottom." "I'm coming with you," the boy answered with a final tone. "This is not your fight, Longbottom." "Of course it's my fight. Whoever has been doing this is obviously trying to frame me. This is my school too, which honestly feels more like home than my actual house. My parents wouldn't have run from this, and neither will I." Seeing that there was probably nothing he could do to stop the reckless boy, Harry shrugged. "It's your funeral. But let's be absolutely clear. If I tell you to do something, you do it without even questioning anything. And the first thing is to wear these goggles." Harry took off his hat, took out the Basilisk glare-resistant goggles, and gave them to Longbottom. The boy who lived gave him an incredulous look, and Harry realized that the boy likely had no idea what they were facing. The monster we're facing is a basilisk. Entire teams of specialists try, and often fail to kill one of them. It's a giant snake that kills you if you meet their eye. The air has been holding it back to just petrify, but you can still technically be defeated with just a look. I made these goggles to stop that. This pair was supposed to be Daphne's, but I never got the chance to give it to her. Remember that the basilisk's venom is also very dangerous. It can literally destroy any magic, so don't get bitten. Are you still sure that you want to continue, Longbottom? The Longbottom scion just gulped and nodded. Harry took out his own pair, which looked more like glasses than goggles. Technically, Longbottom's pair was safer since it covered the entire field of view, but Harry couldn't incorporate his actual glasses with the goggles, because Harry was still practically blind without them, so he had to compromise and create large glasses and go over his own. With that done, Harry looked down at the tunnel and grinned slightly. He jumped into it and yelled, "Geronimo!" The Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 119. The Chamber of Secrets. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 16th, 1993, Hogwarts. Honestly, it took far too long to reach the end of the tunnel. It wasn't as scary as it looked. It was more like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. Harry could see more tunnels branching off in all directions in a giant labyrinth of tunnels, but none as large as the one he was sliding down in, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward for what felt like miles. When he finally saw a small light at the end of the tunnel, Harry raised his wand and cast Maliar towards the ground. As expected, Harry landed softly on the cushioned floor and bounced up immediately after. Longbottom didn't get so lucky since he bounced off the floor and fell on his backside. He got up, slowly, while holding his arse. "You could have warned me." Harry didn't answer him and just shrugged, deciding to look around. They arrived in some kind of small room with a tunnel going forward. Longbottom whistled. "We must be miles under the school, maybe even under the lake itself." "I wouldn't really say so, since it's a pocket dimension. We're technically not in Hogwarts anymore. Just the entrance to the chamber is there. I think is this some kind of playground for the basilisk to move around with? Maybe the air could map the tunnels of this place to the school's pipe system. It would explain how a large basilisk would go in and out without being noticed." "I did hear the voices from the inside the walls," Longbottom admitted. "From now on, Longbottom, I want you to be very careful. We're in the air's territory now, which means that anything here could be a weapon or a trick. From now on, I want you to listen to me and do everything I say. This isn't schoolyard antics anymore. This is serious." The boy who lived nodded. "Enough with the last name stuff. If we're going to fight a monster together, we might as well call each other by our first names." "Huh, Harry?" The Potter scion rolled his eyes. "Fine, Longbottom. Just follow me. The tunnel was extremely dark, so he conjured a ball of light that would follow them. Their journey was as quiet as a gravesite, and the first unexpected sound they heard was a loud crunch as Longbottom, no Neville, stepped on what turned out to be a rat's skill. When the boy looked down, he yelped as he realized that the floor was littered with small animal bones. Why are there bones everywhere? Basilisks are known for their long hibernation cycle, but they tend to be famished when they wake up. I'm guessing the heir had to collect a large amount of food discreetly to feed it, so that it would start attacking again. Rats were probably easy targets. He probably used some kind of modified summoning enchantment, or maybe a pheromone charm targeted to rats. What you're seeing here is the remains. You have an answer for everything? Harry shrugged. I don't leap into anything without planning. But aren't you leaping here without a plan? I have several plans. Just because you just jumped into the mysterious tunnel without thinking doesn't mean that I have. The Longbottom scion snorted. You're an arrogant ass, Potter. Maybe I am, but how would you know? It's been nice, Neville said, being able to talk to you like that. I know you kind of forced me to come at one point, but I always thought that we would be close when my grandmother told me about us being godbrothers. I was really looking forward to meeting you. Must have been such a disappointment, right? Harry answered with a smirk. You have no idea, the boy commiserated. The first time I saw you was when you were sorted into Slytherin of all places. I didn't really choose it. I just asked the hat to put me where it thought I would do best. I don't want to admit it, but Slytherin suits you, Neville said. And Gryffindor suits you. They stayed silent for a few minutes, just walking forward, and the boy who lived asked, do you think we ever had a chance at being close? Not really. We're too different, from two different backgrounds. I think we would have stepped on each other's feet a lot. The boy hummed, but before he could respond, he gasped. When Harry followed his sight, he saw the outline of something huge. Harry moved the ball of light towards it and marveled at the sight. It was a gigantic snake skin, of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. Blimey, said Neville weakly. I know it's quite big. The actual basilisk must be a little bigger since it had to shed the skin, Harry commented. How can you be calm? Did you see the size of this thing? Trust me, its size isn't a big deal. Its glare, on the other hand, is very dangerous. Big things are less agile. Slowing it down even more should ease things a bit. The Longbottom scion looked hesitant for a bit before asking, how well do your goggles work? Not sure, Harry answered. What do you mean you're not sure? Well, I don't have a basilisk to test them on, do I? Look, the worst that can happen is you getting petrified. See the rubies at the back of the goggles? When these get hotter, it means that it's going to fail soon and to not look it in the eye. Try not to look it in the eye in general, but a few glimpses aren't a big deal. This is so you don't move around blind like an idiot. The boy didn't seem convinced, but Harry continued for him. Look, I'll be frank here. Our chances aren't that great, but like I said, the basilisk is big, and that means that it's not as agile. It has two main weak points, the eyes and the mouth, since the hide is as strong if not stronger than that of a dragon. That comes with the magic, resistance and everything. Snakes are also cold-blooded, so any ice spell would slow it down. I'm giving you these in case you're in trouble. Harry took off his fedora and took a small bag inside it. The boy who lived opened the sack and took out a black sphere that was the size of a golf ball. His brows furrowed in confusion. Looked, what are these? These little bombs suck the heat out of a 20 feet radius. You can later use them as normal bombs since they release the heat, so you could technically use them twice. I'm also giving you these as well. Harry gave him another 2 sacks and continued, same premise. The bombs in the white sack release a flashbang that would blind the basilisk temporarily. Its eyes are pretty sensitive, and another is filled with a sonic pulse that should theoretically disorient the basilisk's senses. Neville looked awed at what he had witnessed. How in Merlin's name did you get all of this? I made them. I told you I was prepared for this. You made them? The boy honestly looked flabbergasted for some reason. Harry didn't really understand why. These weren't really all that difficult to make. Well, the goggles were, and Harry was proud of those. The rest were just single-use items filled with magic that were just released. Sucking out the heat was kinda tricky, but overall, Harry made them on a lazy afternoon after he decided to include Daphne. They were ways for her to fight. Harry suppressed the wave of sadness he felt when he thought of his friend and went back to talking to Neville, who looked like his whole world was flipped upside down. Don't get distracted. You're the one who asked to come, and this place is very dangerous. I know. How am I supposed to fight something as big as this? He gestured to the giant snake skin. It's massive. I told you. Blind it, disorient it, then try to hit the back of its mouth or its eyes. Oh, and if you're trouble, try to think of your loyalty to Dumbledore. It was kind of a long shot, but Dumbledore wouldn't really leave the castle without someone keeping an eye on his little prophecy child. Fawkes was probably making sure the boy wouldn't kill himself or something, and that meant that the mythical creature was observing them. Dumbledore? What does he have to do with this? He's been suspended. Yeah, he did. But someone like him doesn't really go away as long as people loyal to him remain in the castle. Do you honestly think he would hang you out to dry? The boy looked conflicted but nodded. He looked like he wanted to say something, but then the floor started to shake. As the ground trembled beneath them, Harry could see Neville's eyes widen with apprehension. The distant rumbling grew louder and more intense, causing the torches on the chamber walls to flicker and sway. It was as if the very earth itself was responding to some unseen force, sending shockwaves through the air. Harry and Neville exchanged a worried glance before focusing their attention back on each other. Remember, Neville, follow the plan. If it doesn't work, Dumbledore is your best bet. Before he could continue, the ground gave another violent shake, causing them to stumble. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the stone walls. The source of the sound became apparent as an enormous figure slithered into view for a fraction of a second, before disappearing quickly into a tunnel that Harry could swear wasn't there before. Yeah, it was a lot bigger than the empty skin they had seen previously. The Basilisk didn't seem to want to attack them directly, but probably wanted to hunt them down. Harry remembered seeing glimpses of a yellow glow that made his glasses heat up slightly. At least the goggles seemed to be working fine. However, the King of Serpents did not reveal his face to them immediately. Was this how the Basilisk hunted? Did it use its body to throw people around and crush them to death, while sneaking around trying to find glimpses of eye contact it could use to kill or petrify people? It was far smarter than Harry thought it would be. Still, they were still in tunnels. Even if it was somewhat of a maze, the environment was in their favor. Harry closed his eyes and focused on his arcane hearing. He could feel it, the Basilisk. It was a mix between a feral song and a predator that was ready to ambush its prey. It was getting closer, and Harry grinned slightly before throwing a flashbang and sonic attack at the tunnel that was opening next to him. The creature screeched in pain, and the ground started to shake once more. Harry felt himself falling towards a wall, which literally turned into another tunnel that he fell through. When he got up with a start, he couldn't feel the location of the Basilisk. He closed his eyes to focus, only to be interrupted by some slow clapping. Tom Riddle stood in front of him, next to what seemed to be a small table. Well done. You found the Undercroft and thus the legendary Chamber of Secrets. It wasn't that hard, to be honest, the younger wizard replied dryly, because I made sure it wasn't. I see you've brought a pet of your own. I'm afraid I don't think it will last much against mine. Harry shrugged. Who knows? Worse odds have been overcome before, so why not now? After all, Neville Longbottom has a history of achieving the impossible. The smile on Riddle's face somehow grew. Perhaps. I don't know what you hope to achieve, bringing him of all people. He's not nearly as impressive as he sounds. Trust me, I should know. He looked to his right and Harry followed his gaze, only to freeze at the sight of an unconscious familiar girl, Hermione Granger. So that's who your second host was. Yes, she was a delight, that one. Nowhere near Luna, of course, but it could have been worse. Not a bad mind, but not tempered with a single shred of wisdom. I guess I expected more, but she was just so ordinary. I have to say that I had no idea you two knew each other. I guess it made everything all that sweeter. She was especially heartbroken after you unmasked her in the middle of the common room. She never guessed it, of course, but I could see your fingerprint all over it, especially with your little speech before. If we weren't enemies, I would shake your hand at the trouble you caused Dumbledore. Trouble that you finished off. Your choices of petrifications were very telling, but you shouldn't have gone after Daphne. You made it personal. The older boy snorted. Harry, this was personal the moment you separated me from Luna. An eye for an eye. I believe that's the saying. The Potter scion gave him a blank look and the air of Slytherin motion towards the table. Harry noticed that there was a chess set on it and a clock. Do you mind joining me for a game? I have to say that I am interested to see how it concludes, even if your chances are dim. Harry sat down, giving him an intense stare. A 5-minute game? If you think you can manage it, pawn to e4. This was going to be interesting indeed. Check. Chapter 120. Check. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 16th, 1993, Hogwarts. Tom Riddle looked to be in his element. He was calm and collected. He had a small smirk on his face that indicated that he knew something that Harry didn't, that the end of the game was already preordained. Harry finished observing his opponent and asked, "Is she dead?" He was talking about the lying body of Hermione Granger, who didn't look like it was breathing at all. Yet Harry could tell that she had a spark of life still left in her. It was odd. She was alive and dead at the same time. The older boy's grin widened. In a way, she was quite the host, I have to say. People seemed to trust her. It was weird being in her body, recognized as being on the side of the angels. You should have seen the little Longbottom boy, running around like a headless chicken, trying to clear his name, something that you orchestrated. I'm assuming every fairy tale has to have a good old-fashioned villain. You know, I always found that people do love their heroes, but what they love more is tearing them down. Longbottom's fall from grace was almost too easy to arrange. You see, people don't really like heroes. Oh, they love to cheer them on as they save the day every time. But deep down, they don't want them to be real. They want heroes to fail because it would show them that they're not all that special. I heard that the hard way. Harry snorted. The orphanage, I assume. The older boy froze for a second, but then continued, "No, I learned that here. I wasn't always like this, you know. Have you ever seen a duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? I have, in person. It was terrifying to feel so small in front of them, like staring at some kind of divine beings of destruction, because that's what they looked like, gods. I was still a student. I tried to form an organization to see if we could stand up to them with unity, to unite the entire school to eject Dumbledore from his position. They accused me of raising an army. It was funny. People believed that it was more likely that I was doing that than doing anything to help, so I ended up using other resources at my disposal. I became the villain society wanted me to be. The Chamber of Secrets. Exactly. This was a treasure dove of information, and with it a way to force people to listen. Riddle froze for a second and shook his head. But we're not here to talk about that. Have you figured it out yet, Potter? My plan? Harry stayed silent and Riddle asked, "How hard is it for you to say that you don't know?" "I don't know," Harry responded flippantly while moving his rook. "Oh, that clever," Riddle chuckled. "That's really clever. Speaking of clever, it's been nice, you know, that game of ours. It's a nice distraction from the boredom I have been feeling. You needed this. I can see it on your face. I'm sure you enjoyed it. Having the challenge, having the enemy. You need me, or you would have been stuck in your books, never leaving the library. You needed a challenge, and you got one in me. You're just like me, except that you're a lot more boring. You lack ambition, and you call yourself a Slytherin." Seeing his opponent make a move, Harry thought for a moment before moving his knight and said, "Your body. Is it some kind of functional astral projection? Or is it a magical construct that houses your soul?" The older boy grinned. "A magical construct. I'm glad you like it. It was very tricky to acquire." Harry gasped as he understood what Riddle had done. Hermione's soul is technically anchored to her body, but it's temporary, isn't it, until your construct is stabilized. You moved her soul to the diary, and you're using her body as a buffer as you create your new construct. The body thinks you're possessing it and casting a spell, which you technically are, but you're using her like a battery in the moment it's over. You would have technically made yourself a fully functional, independent body. You would detach yourself from her, let her body fully die. But there's something missing. This kind of soul magic is very sensitive. I don't know much about it, but I do know enough to say that this should have blown up in your face, but somehow it's stable. How did you manage that without the drawbacks of forced soul possession? I didn't. Hermione Granger willingly gave herself to me. It was a fair bargain. And what did you offer in return? Questioned the last Potter. I promised to create a world where everyone is safe, where everyone is happy. I promised her a world where she was still your friend, a world where she didn't abandon you. She still misses you. After all this time, Harry stifled the guilt that was building in his gut and spoke up. You created a world inside the diary, an illusion, a simulation of the life she desires. Yes, I created her an ideal world, where she would learn everything that she could learn, where she could practice magic. But it's not real, Harry protested. It's real enough for her. The Potter Scion had no way to refute that. She would be dead? Not really, if you think about it. She would be alive in her little illusion, living in a play, in a utopia created just to suit her needs. Her soul would live on forever. Isn't that kinder than sticking her in a world filled with cruelty and death? A world that would discriminate against her just because of her lack of ancestry? Harry stayed silent for a good minute before stiffening in realization. The ritual, that's what it is. You plan to do it for the whole castle, to stick them in your diary, in your makeshift world. I am offering a utopia and immortality for an entire generation of wizards and witches, Riddle stated. But how will your diary handle that many souls? It was made to handle a single shard, which you could stretch to a full one like Hermione's. But hundreds would overwhelm it quite easily. Riddle smirked. Do you know why the Hogwarts wards are considered impregnable? The official story is that it's powered by 7 ley lines that the founders harnessed very efficiently, but the scrolls I found here say differently. They say that the founders found a repository here, frozen from the age of the gods, that contained magical energy unlike anything they had seen before, a fragment of the magic of old, that they harnessed to create the miracle that is this castle. There is a reason this school is far more magical than it has any right to be. Slytherin passed on the way to channel the source of the school, enough to enchant a small diary into a true repository of souls. Harry didn't know how much of that was real, but Riddle was obviously holding something back about that repository of magic. But that wasn't important. He needed to figure out what his angle was because so far, his motivations just didn't make sense. No, for all your talk of altruism, you have something else in mind. Oh, that's brilliant. The magic they leave behind. Your victims, every student here would have their magic absorbed to sustain your new body. You can't regenerate magic, can you? So, you're using an overwhelming amount to take that into account. That's your goal, isn't it? To escape the diary permanently. The older boy's smile widened even further. This is why I like you so much. You can keep up with me. All my life, I've been looking for a distraction, someone to see the world like I am. And that's you. I've beaten you. And you know what, in the end, it was easy. I was almost tempted to wait until you're older enough to do anything. But you see, I'm not that patient. 50 years in a diary is more than enough for me. Maybe you would have stood a chance here. And how exactly did you beat me? Harry questioned. Really? It barely took more than a single month. You've been chasing me like a bloodhound and followed the exact path I paved for you. Do you think that I would have told you my plan if there was the slightest chance that you had to stop it? You're here because I want you here. My network is planting evidence in your dormitory. I took one of Lockhart's essays to learn your handwriting and have been writing a diary for a good week. Your diary, to be exact. They'll see the traces to the Undercroft, all the way to the open chamber of secrets, to see the boy who lived finally dead and the bodies of a Muggleborn and a Slytherin loner who petrified his only friend because she found out he was the heir. At least, according to his diary, he has. The Potter name is tarnished forever, cursed as the end of his line. And you die with the legacy of being a monster. Dumbledore gets blamed for a basilisk being in the castle on his watch and him not reporting it, and I get a new lease on life. See, you're beaten. Morgana, did you have to be so slow? So, you're planning on killing me then? Harry questioned. Well, I can't have you stopping me in the future, so I kinda have to do it. And just like that, I beat you. I'll have to deal with the other ordinary people. And it turns out that you're ordinary, just like them. What a disappointment. Harry stood silent for a moment before answering. I can still stop the ritual? No, 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 Riddle said while shaking his head disappointingly. The ritual is outside of this room, and you can't leave without my permission. You're making this too easy. Now, I'm starting to doubt if you were ever a worthy rival. Maybe I just overestimated you in my head, because so far, you've done nothing but disappoint me. You still haven't considered my other variable. After all, I didn't really come to this place by myself, did I? The older boy looked puzzled for a second before giving Harry an incredulous look. Longbottom? That's your plan? You think that failure can do anything? Harry snorted, Longbottom alone. No, but he's not alone, is he? Have you wondered why your older self would attack the Longbottom family? It would have been easier to kidnap the boy after killing his parents and mold him into a political tool that would obey him. Lord Voldemort was many things, impulsive, irrational at times, but he was not stupid. Why then? A prophecy. The Dark Lord would mark him as his equal, and he did. The scar on his forehead is proof enough. Riddle raised an eyebrow. That's what you're relying on? Divination? Prophecies are tricky things. They can be invalidated, of course, but if there's a chance they can be fulfilled, especially if it's already partially over, then the entire world would move so that this chance would be seized. And the prophecy states that only Lord Voldemort can kill Neville Longbottom. I am Lord Voldemort, Riddle exclaimed. Harry shook his head. No, you're not. You're not even a person. You're a diary. You will always be a diary. When Tom Riddle killed poor Myrtle, he was devastated. He hated himself, his cunning, his cleverness, the characteristics that made him open the chamber in the first place. When Tom Riddle used her death to make a Horcrux, he put a lot more of himself than he should have. The soul isn't quantifiable, not in the way people can perceive it at least. It's the combination of who a person is, and when he created the diary, to get him to cheat death, he put away his empathy, his cunning, his controlled nature, a fragment of his personality that was so large, so deep, that it started to develop a sentience that became you. No. Seeing a pressure point, Harry ignored him and continued. Tom Riddle started to lose his personality and became Voldemort. The process was slow, of course. He had to forget the characteristics that he used to be. Making more Horcruxes sped up the process until he became the monster he always feared he would be. He enchanted the diary, you to act as a weapon if he needed to get Dumbledore outside of his seat of power, and you had to obey. Your motivations are a lie. That's wrong. Then tell me why you needed to open the Chamber of Secrets to perform your goal. You could have kidnapped the students in a day and readied the ritual, but you didn't, did you? Harry asked with a pitying tone. I needed Dumbledore to leave the castle. His connection to the wards. Then you could have changed the venue, get an older person to write in a diary, and do your ritual in the ministry. There was nothing stopping you. The boy was stuck speechless, and Harry continued. You never thought of it, did you? That's the problem. You were made to open the Chamber of Secrets. Anything else is secondary. Your motivations, your goals are meaningless. They're not even your own. Riddle had a furious look on his face. He stood up and started to pace. This doesn't change anything. I won. Harry kept giving him a pitying look, and the older boy snarled in response. You hear that? I won. Perhaps you did, but when you think about it, does your win even mean anything? Will you ever trust a single thought in your body to not be the programming that Voldemort planted in your head? You might have ensured that I lost, but you definitely did not win. The game is over, Potter. Before he could say anything, they both heard a loud banging. Harry's smirk widened. Is it? It took less than a minute until a ragged boy entered the room with what looked like a bloody silver sword that was glowing faintly. Harry gave the boy a warm look. Ah, you sure took your time, Longbottom. He then turned to Riddle. Are you still sure about your chances? Oh, and knight takes rook? Check. The young Slytherin had a smug smile on his face. After all, his plan was still viable. He just needed to see what else Riddle had up his sleeve before going for the kill. Queen's Gambit. Chapter 121. Queen's Gambit. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 16th, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry watched his opponent's expressions turn from incredulous at the sight of the boy who lived succeeding at killing a beast that literally wiped out entire teams of professional beast hunters to a slight look of awe at the power that fate had to make that happen. Of course, that awe was very short-lived and quickly transformed into rage, which was smothered into cold calculation. It was fascinating seeing all range of emotion on Riddle's face. The boy who lived pointed his sword at them, something that didn't make sense since he was too far away to be an actual threat. Harry, what's going on? This is Tom Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, Harry responded. Why are you playing chess with him? You have your battle and I have mine. Good work with the Basilisk, by the way. I'm impressed. The young Gryffindor grinned. The goggles and the bombs worked. I wouldn't do it again, but I guess that's the monster of Slytherin dead. But why aren't you fighting this Riddle person? It's a little complicated. Your friend here didn't help things, Harry answered while pointing his head at Hermione Granger's body. Then, Neville literally threw his sword away the moment he saw his best friend's corpse. He ran towards her, yelling, "Hermione!" It took a few seconds for the Longbottom Scion to realize that she wasn't breathing. She's dead, isn't she? What did you do? Riddle was the one who answered, "I didn't do anything." This was Hermione's choice. You see, while I was the voice, the heir of Slytherin, I'm barely more than a memory. You see, Hermione Granger opened the Chamber of Secrets. She's the one who petrified other students. I was just the tool she chose to do so. The boy froze for a second. Hermione did what? Yes, I'm just a memory, an idea more like. One that Hermione would have ignored if she didn't think it was good. You know your best friend, do you think that anyone could have made her do anything? Stubborn as an ox, this one. Neville snorted. She's stubborn. What happened to her? It's a side effect of her plan, but believe me that she's still alive. This is temporary. You see, Neville, your friend is a hero, one that saved the world. You know she's a good person. Petrifying a few people isn't a big deal, it's temporary, especially compared to what her goal is. Harry just stood there, transfixed as he saw Neville listen to Riddle's lies. It was a curious thing, the way the older boy could spread his web of lies. The passion in his voice, the sincerity in every word that he spoke made him sound so reasonable, like a coiling snake slowly constricting himself around his victim, suffocating them without them even realizing. And what was her goal? Neville asked. Why, peace of course. We devised a ritual, together, to create peace, to save the world from future Death Eaters, not by sending them to prison, but by having them sympathize with Muggleborns. They will experience an illusion so powerful that they will think that they have lived another life as a Muggleborn. They will experience the bigotry that they spout and will finally understand the consequences of what they're doing. Muggleborns will also experience the opposite, a life in wizarding families, experiencing the traditions and culture of the magical world. Imagine an entire generation that thrives in understanding and peace. They will teach the same to their children and their children's children, until the entirety of magical Britain will be at peace, a true utopia of magic. Isn't that a worthy goal, Neville? The boy's eyes were glazed. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Why did she petrify all those people, though? Time. The ritual needs time, and to offset that, we stole it from the victims, just a few months from a few students. That's what the petrifications really are, people frozen in time, harnessed for the ritual, for the greatest illusion that ever existed, that will ever exist. If you noticed, we picked the victims at random. Squibs, Muggleborns, half-bloods, purebloods. We did not discriminate. That's what the ritual needs to work properly. We used the whole thing about the heir of Slytherin to act as a story, to make people not think too much about the petrification, so that no one would ever understand what we tried to achieve, so that no one would try to stop us. No one figured it out, but him. The older Slytherin pointed at Harry. He's trying to stop us. Our glorious purpose, our chances of having a utopia. What about Hermione? Why is she dead? Oh, come on, Neville. You know deep in your heart that this isn't true. She isn't dead. Do you honestly just believe what's just in front of you? I expected more. The boy started to look defensive. Why should I believe you? I told you. Hermione is alive, and if you allow me, I will take you to her. Wouldn't you like that, Neville? To hear her voice, to hold her hand? You just have to wait just for a little while, and you'll see the miracle that she has created. I know you have regrets, Neville, and pain. I know that you wish that things in your life would be different, just like Hermione did. And she found a way to make it all go away. She created a way that would temporarily reset everything and live in the world she deserved. And she wanted to share it with the world. Imagine a world where you still have your parents, where your father tells you he's proud of you, where your mother tucks you in at night with a kiss on your forehead. Imagine a world without Voldemort, without Dumbledore, without wars over silly things like gold and blood. A world without the pain you are carrying, without your mistakes, without your regrets. A world where you don't have to be the boy who lived, where you don't have to live to meet the expectations of others, to be the hero they want you to be. Please, Neville, let me show you the world that your closest friend wants to create. Neville looked entranced. How? Just trust her. You do trust her, don't you? Do you believe in Hermione Granger, Neville? Of course, I trust her. It's you that I don't. You framed me for the petrifications. I can tell you did. Riddle shook his head. We didn't, but you're a parcel mouth. So they tried to find clues that just weren't there. Just like you tried to justify the injustice by seeing clues that just weren't there. Even then, we don't have to fight. Is your suffering for a few months not worth the paradise that we aim to create? Let's just make peace with each other, as we always meant to do. Let go of the anger towards the mythical thing that is the heir of Slytherin and embrace your friend's vision. Understand that we only wish to help, to save the world. The only snag in our way is Potter. I don't understand. For the ritual to work, a soul has to govern the illusion to make sure that everything works fine. I am not alive, so I don't have a soul, but Hermione sacrificed experiencing her illusion just so that the world would know peace. She's vulnerable now, and interrupting the ritual will surely kill her. Potter doesn't just want to stop me. He wants revenge for what happened to Greengrass. He wants revenge on Hermione. He could stop the ritual, stop our world from being born. I'm just a memory. I don't have any magic. I don't have any power. I'm just a voice in the wind. But you do. Are you going to let him kill your friend? He did make you fight Hermione's protector, didn't he? He made you kill her strongest defenders because he couldn't. You could stop him, save your friend from his clutches. So, I have to fight Potter to save Hermione? The Longbottom Scion asked. Not just to save Hermione, but to save the world. He's the enemy. He doesn't get that to save the world. There needs to be sacrifices. He wants to avenge his friend, and that's noble. Why do you think he's not interrupting us now? He knows that I'm not lying to you. Slowly, Neville pointed his wand at Harry, trembling slightly. I'm sorry, Harry. The Potter Scion, though, looked unconcerned. He just took off his fedora and shook his head. Well, this has gone far enough. He snapped his finger, and the boy just fell down unconscious. At Riddle's incredulous look, he snorted. Do you not think I have a contingency plan in place if he decided to betray me? A small rune on the back of his neck, the moment we entered the Undercroft, was enough to guarantee that he wouldn't do anything stupid. You're a ruthless man, Riddle commented. Nah, I'm just ahead of the curve. What is curious is your ability to convince him of anything. No wonder Lord Voldemort had such a large following. If he had a fragment of your skill, he could convince anyone of anything. A good thing for a con artist like him, like you, to have. You wanted to test the protections that fate offered Longbottom on me. Turn a liability into an asset. But now, the question is, what are you hoping to accomplish now that your beast and your backup are gone? Are you willing to risk it all in a duel that you might not win? The older boy shook his head. The chances you would defeat me in a duel are minimal. You're impressive, yes, and had you been 2 years, maybe even 1 year older, you could have posed a very significant challenge. But you're too unrefined. But then again, I don't have to fight you. King to Rook 2. So, dazzle me, Riddle. What's that final trick up your sleeve? It's not really a trick. You didn't seriously think that Salazar Slytherin would only settle for a single ordinary basilisk as his beast. No, the Master of Snakes would only choose the King of Serpents as his champion. You see, when the founders discovered the repository of ancient magic, they didn't know that they stumbled on the tomb of one of the greatest sorcerers of ancient Greece, Herpo. The man had found something slumbering in ruins that he studied for decades trying to replicate. The result of his experiments was the creation of Basilisk, which he deemed to be a pale imitation of the real thing. Salazar was able to bind this great beast to his bloodline using a mastery of the dark arts that even I could barely understand. It is one of the 7 titans of the magical world, true remnants of the Age of Gods, the World Serpent, Jormungandr. With that proclamation, the chamber started to shift. The walls started moving as if responding to the ancient power invoked by the name. The air grew heavy with otherworldly energy, and an ominous hiss seemed to echo from the very stones themselves. Harry's eyes widened as he gazed upon the transformation taking place around him, a mixture of awe and trepidation filling his heart. Riddle's voice, now carrying an unsettling blend of excitement and reverence, continued, Jormungandr, the World Serpent, the creature that encircles the world in Norse myth, its enormity beyond mortal comprehension. The true monster of Slytherin, a being of ancient magic and primordial power, and it is mine. As the chamber continued to shift and rearrange itself, A colossal form began to emerge from the very depths of the floor, scales as dark as obsidian glinting with an eerie iridescence. Slowly, the massive serpentine body of Jormungandr emerged, coiling and undulating in the confined space, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that belied its monstrous appearance. Harry wouldn't admit it, but the sight was as impressive as it was disturbing. He never expected anything like it. This was his challenge, his problem, the final problem. He's the Chamber of Secrets itself, isn't he? Yes. Do you think that I would have let you in this place if there was a single chance that you could defeat me? You're not fighting me. You're fighting a force of nature. So, now, in the face of overwhelming force, tell me, Potter, how do you plan on fighting that? The chamber continued its metamorphosis, the ancient magic, intertwining with the present moment. The confrontation was no longer about a petty rivalry between students. It had transcended into a clash of legacies, a battle that stretched across time and dimensions. It was hard for Harry to understand what he was seeing with his eyes, but he didn't have to use his eyes to truly see, did he? He closed his eyes for a second and found the answer. It was risky, but it was better than many alternatives. He nodded to himself and looked Riddle straight in the eye. I have to say it's an interesting trap, but you made a mistake. The boy stiffened and asked, What? This is a good trap, putting me in an environment completely under your control from the beginning. But you made a mistake, a huge mistake even. It's sad that you don't see it. What mistake, Potter? The older boy insisted. Didn't one ever tell you that there's one thing you don't put in a trap? If you're smart, if you value your continuing existence, if you have any plans on seeing a tomorrow, there's one thing you never ever put in a trap. And what would that be, Potter? Harry put his hand inside his fedora discreetly and grabbed a familiar weapon, the Colt. He closed his eyes and used his arcane hearing to find the source of the room, the soul of the mythical World Serpent, me. He gave Riddle a smug look, took out the Colt, pointed it towards the source of the World Serpent, and fired. Checkmate. Chapter 12-2. Checkmate. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 16th, 1993, Hogwarts. The moment he pulled the trigger, time itself seemed to warp around the trajectory of the shot. The air crackled with energy as a beam of light, so swift it was almost imperceptible, lanced forward. A cascade of prismatic particles followed in its wake, a trail of transient beauty hinting at the multi-dimensional reality of the event. It was hard to describe the Colt's shot. It was so quick, so reality, defying that the English language just felt lackluster. There were no words to truly describe the extraordinary event in front of them, and for all his visible nervousness, Riddle still looked overawed. Harry had never expected anything like this. Not in a million years, and he was the one who forged the damn thing. The impact was instantaneous. The beam went through the invincible scales of the World Serpent, through the walls of the chamber that was really the serpent's skin, until it reached the core of the World Serpents. It was just hard to put what a core was in words. It was like the serpent's physical existence was nonsensical, was too powerful, or perhaps it was just too much for the human mind to comprehend. But for anything to exist, to live, its soul needs to reside somewhere, and the Colt is unstoppable until it reaches a soul. Harry could tell the moment it did reach the core. It was a loud gong to his arcane hearing that was accompanied by a burst of energy that rippled through the walls, through the floor, through everything. Jormungandr, the World Serpent, had always existed outside the universe's conventions. Its form had been folded through myriad dimensions, a safeguard to prevent its very presence from unraveling creation. The serpent's name held a clue to its magnitude, could encircle the entirety of the planet, a testament to its immense scale. The Chamber of Secrets, in reality, was not a mere pocket dimension. It was a prison, a sanctuary, a manifestation of the serpent's essence. Its walls were its scales, its ground its flesh, and its pipes its bones. It was a living entity, a shapeshifter of the highest order. Tom Riddle's command over this chamber was not just control. It was a mastery that bordered on symbiosis. Yet, even with his dominion over this sanctuary, he could not breach the barrier that kept the World Serpent contained. It was a truth that frustrated Riddle. The tantalizing prospect of wielding such an entity as a weapon in the external world had eluded him. Had Lord Voldemort possessed the means to manipulate Jormungandr's power, the magical world would have bowed to his rule long before. But the serpent's might was insurmountable, an embodiment of the divine that extended beyond the grasp of even the most formidable sorcerer. And now, as the chamber stood on the precipice of change, of dissolution, Harry's pulse began to steady. The death of Jormungandr marked the end of an era, the twilight of a legacy. The magic within the chamber pulsed, its resonance weakening as the life force of the World Serpent ebbed away. It was a process that would take time, perhaps years, maybe decades, as the chamber began to contract, as the tendrils of its magic slowly faded away. This was a divine beast, and yet Harry had just killed it with a weapon he made, even if he didn't really know about the specifics. He was 12 for Merlin's sake, and he had just killed a beast that was considered to be a god thousands of years ago, and Harry instinctively could tell that there would be far-reaching consequences for what he had done, even if he still didn't know them. He stared at the Colt in his hand, his gaze tracing the lines of its construction. It was an unassuming instrument, beautiful, but seemingly useless at the hand of a wizard that could manipulate the world with a wave of their wand. The ruby at the bottom was almost drained. That shot had taken a while out of the weapon, and it would need to recharge, not that he planned on using it on Riddle. His victory was all but assured now, and he wouldn't waste one of his remaining bullets on something like the abomination in front of him. At least he figured out the fact that he couldn't really fire the gun repeatedly, and that was good information. Speaking of Riddle, he stared at Harry, his mind unwilling to comprehend what had just happened. The Potter sighed and gave him a small grin. "Oh, right. Where were we? Ah, yes. Rook to King's Rook 3. Check." "What?" The older boy sounded baffled. "We have a game to finish, Mr. Riddle. Rook to King's Rook 3. Check. Make your move." "Bishop to Rook 3, Riddle instinctively responded. "You know, I almost let myself believe you when you said all that crap about Hermione. Even when I knew the type of man you are, how you operate. Even though I knew the truth about your ambitions, I still wanted to believe the truth about what you were saying, about the world you said you wanted to create. When you spoke to Neville, I felt the power of your promise. And I wonder if that's what Hermione felt when she found you, and you found her. The desperation to have all her pain go away, to have her past rewritten. And that's how it works, doesn't it? The one thing everyone has is regret. You weaponize that, and then you use that weapon against them, to destroy them." "Bishop takes bishop." Riddle stood up and started to glare at the younger boy. "Rook to Bishop 4. But Harry wasn't deterred and continued. "You did it to Hermione, and you did it to Neville. You probably did it to Luna, promised her a world with her mother in it, and she fell for it like all others. But you got too attached, you believed your own promise, and you created this goal of a magical utopia just for her. You craved being free, like any bound creature, but your consciousness is that of a newborn. You might have the memories of a teenager and his skill, but you started truly being alive the moment Luna started to write in your diary. Rook takes rook. Stop speaking in riddles, Potter. Pawn takes rook. Bishop to Bishop 7. Queen takes knight's pawn." Harry let out a bitter chuckle. "You had the goals you were programmed to do, which was to open the Chamber of Secrets to kick out Dumbledore. Your own ambition, which was to escape the diary and live. And you found something pure that you wished to preserve in Luna. You imprinted on her and wanted to save her. Innocence. You literally combined all three into a single goal that you were obsessed with doing. You want to create a world of illusion for Luna, which would help you escape the diary, and you have to do it by petrifying students and kicking Dumbledore out of the castle. You designed the perfect plan for all three, and you executed it brilliantly. And you are a brilliant wizard, don't get me wrong. But just as much as you may have designed an elaborate game, Riddle, you neglected to account for one crucial factor, the human spirit. Revenge is such a primal notion, don't you think? I just wanted you to know that whatever happens next, you brought it all to yourself. You really shouldn't have made it personal, Tom. I pity your existence in a way, but not nearly enough to offer you mercy." Tom snarled. "This is entirely meaningless. In just a few minutes the ritual will activate. You might have killed Salazar's weapon, somehow, by a disgusting primitive muggle gun of all things. But there's nothing you can do to stop it. I could leave the chamber, find a way out. You know I can do it. You've seen me doing to impossible just a few moments ago." The older boy's glare turned murderous. "I guess I'll just have to occupy you until it's over. The loss of this place is a shame. a legacy of my ancestor destroyed because of an arrogant child who's too clever for his own good. For all your talent, boy, I am still the better dueler. Are you sure about that? The last Potter answered with a small grin. You do seem to keep moving. You know, you really shouldn't have gone after Daphne. Maybe I would have had a bone of mercy left for you. Alas, you'll burn, alone and forgotten in this place. Bishop 2, Bishop 8. Discover check and incidentally, mate. Riddle snarled in anger and sent a killing curse at Harry, who used a modified spatial expansion charm on the entire room, separating him from Riddle. The killing curse was still going next to him, but with more space to travel, Harry had the ability to duck. The Potter Scion waved his wand, and the floor and walls started to freeze, slowly coming towards Riddle. The older boy, of course, countered by raising a powerful shield to halt the advancing frost. Ice and stone collided in a symphony of resistance, the clash of magic and material reverberating through the chamber. The atmosphere grew tense, an embodiment of the confrontation that played out between the two adversaries. The smug little smile stayed on Harry's face, even as the heir of Slytherin created a giant beam of darkness and sent it towards him. He conjured a magical circle that telekinetically shielded against the beam, but Harry used his free wand to conjure a bolt of lightning at his opponent, who conjured a lightning rod, redirecting the attack. His layered telekinetic attack, hidden behind the beam of darkness, took Harry by surprise and sent him flying back. With another spell, Harry was disarmed, his wand in Riddle's grasp. Enough. I don't know what you hope to achieve here, Potter, but I am not as limited as I used to be before. I don't have to rely on tricks. You know that in a fair fight, you will lose. Harry was going to create a magical circle, but he felt something ping on the back of his head, and now his victory was confirmed. He literally burst into laughter to the older boy's annoyance, who gritted his teeth and snarled, "What is it? Of course, I would lose against you in a fight. Oh, I can give you the fight of your life, pull tricks out of my ass, maybe even take you by surprise and get a win. But did you think for even a second that I would walk into this place willingly thinking about having a fair fight with you? No, I stacked the deck. You just don't see it yet. You know what? I don't want to know. Our little game is over." Nothing happened. The heir of Slytherin tried again and again, to no avail. Harry had a smug smirk on his face. Something wrong, old sport. Performance problems. I know you're a little young, but it's nothing to be ashamed about. What did you do? You know, I don't know much about rituals. I only ever focused on it when I saw that you were hoping to create one, but it didn't take long for me to understand that you planned to use the petrified victims to power it. It also didn't take me long to see that the blood was more than just for show. Rem blood has many properties, especially when it comes to strengthening potions, but a little-known side effect is that layers of the blood are differentiated. So, it is technically possible to write runes, to connect the location for each victim, by adding small rune stones on their person. For example, that would make using petrified victims as batteries easier, even if they're in the infirmary. Riddle's face blanched. No. Now, what would happen if you removed the powering aspect of a ritual? From my understanding, they're very unpredictable. But I did notice a trend, of sorts. They have a tendency to cannibalize their castor's magic if what's provided is not enough. And well, the only person still connected to the ritual, the only source of magic left, is you. You said that you're a magical construct, aren't you? I had hoped to use it to drain the diary of all magic, killing you immediately, but I don't think there's any reason this wouldn't work with a body like yours. Your magic is slowly being drained until you're barely able to manifest a body. As he was speaking, Riddle's body started to fade slightly. Stop this, Potter.
No.
And with that, your dream of another world is as good as dead. I'm sorry, Tom, but you really shouldn't have gone after Daphne. Please, Potter. I only wanted to do my duty. I only wanted to live. Is that so bad? Harry shook his head. I know, but you went too far. You could have been great. Unfortunately, you were shackled by your creator, who, funnily enough, has become less human than you. A diary of all things. He would never care for someone like you did, Luna. You might be dying, Tom, but you experienced life far more vividly than Lord Voldemort ever did. Goodbye, Tom Riddle. And with that, the heir of Slytherin faded into nothing, leaving a silent chamber. The idea that he was standing in a corpse was more evident than ever. He had one. Now, he had to deal with the consequences of that. Truth and consequences. Chapter 12:3. Truth and consequences. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 18th, 1993, Hogwarts. Neville woke up disoriented slightly. He didn't remember how he had gotten to this place, which he realized in a few moments was the hospital wing in Hogwarts. It took a good minute for him to even remember the events that happened prior to him getting knocked out. Potter, the Basilisk, Riddle, and Hermione. Oh, Merlin, what happened to her? He sat up suddenly and exclaimed, Hermione! Calm down, Mr. Longbottom. Your friend still lives. He heard the familiar voice of Madame Pomfrey say. And just like that, with that confirmation, his thrashing stopped. The woman started to fuss over him and kept waving her arm. Everything seems to be in order. You came up here with broken ribs and a concussion, which isn't really a big deal. If it wasn't for the fact that there was some kind of sleeping curse that kept you asleep for 2 days straight. 2 days? What happened to Hermione? Did her plan work? We'd all appreciate some insight into what you're talking about. Longbottom. McGonagall's voice interrupted. The events of what happened to you raised many concerns. We would all like to know how you ended up unconscious, with a legendary sword that was lost for centuries, a cursed book, and basilisk blood of all things on your clothes. That's not mentioning the comatose body of Miss Granger. It took hours to find the two of you. I didn't even know that the hidden room we found you in even existed. So, start talking. However, Neville didn't. He just stared at the form of Albus Dumbledore with awe. Headmaster, you're back? The elderly man let out a small chuckle. Yes, the board seemed to immediately stop my suspension when you were attacked. Apparently, they thought that the students would be safe with Hagrid out of the way. They were wrong, obviously, and since some of them have family members in the school, they kindly asked me to come back. Now, with that out of the way, why don't you tell us what happened, Neville? Honestly, the Longbottom Scion didn't know where to start, until he took a deep breath and spoke up, Hagrid's hut. Everything started at Hagrid's hut. I was visiting him when Fudge and Malfoy came. I heard them take Hagrid away and suspend you, Headmaster. Hagrid said that I needed to follow the spiders if I wanted answers. I planned on going there, but I was stopped. McGonagall groaned. Thank Merlin. That man would have sent you to speak with an acromantula colony on its own. Albus, you need to teach him a little moderation, and I will. This was unacceptable behavior from him. I think that sometimes Rubius simply forgets that we are not as strong nor as resilient as he is. He motioned to Neville to continue. More specifically, I was stopped by Potter of all people. Everyone straightened out. Harry Potter had disarmed me and told me that it would be too troublesome to let me go into the Forbidden Forest and get some answers, and instead, he just told me that he figured out where the Chamber of Secrets was and that he needed a parcel mouth to open it for him. I would have refused, of course, but he had me at one point, and I saw no harm in this. Dumbledore's eyes flashed slightly. Harry Potter was involved? Neville nodded and McGonagall frowned. That's odd. He didn't say anything about it, and according to Severus, no Slytherin student was out of bed when you were attacked. They were all accounted for. I don't understand. Don't worry about it, young Neville. Just continue your story, the headmaster urged with a gentle tone. Still disturbed by the revelation, he spoke up. So, apparently, the location of each attack made a pentagram, which Potter deduced was for a ritual of some sort, and that its castor had to be in the middle of it. We found this room. I think Potter called it the Undercroft or something. We kept looking around for a snake, for some reason. I found it, and when I told it to open, the wall turned into a room with a huge tunnel in it. Potter told me that I was free to go, now, and that from now on, I could join him and defeat the heir of Slytherin together, but you wouldn't make me do anything. I decided to join in. The headmaster looked proud of his bravery, while McGonagall didn't look impressed. Very well. So, you found out where the entrance was, breaking around 100 school rules into pieces along the way, I might add. But why on earth did you decide to jump in a mysterious tunnel instead of coming to get one of us? Well, Potter was going to jump anyway, and I guess I wanted revenge. It was pretty obvious that whoever was pulling the strings was framing me for it. I just didn't want to end up like Hagrid, so decided to fight for my freedom. Of course, all of that courage practically disappeared. When Potter told me that the monster was most likely a basilisk that was restraining itself from petrifying the victims instead of killing them. Apparently, the voice I have been hearing when every attack occurred wasn't some weird premonition or clairvoyance, but the basilisk's voice echoing in the pipes. Of course, Potter had prepared for that fight for months or something, since he already knew what the monster was back the December. He had some things that he enchanted himself to help in the fight. Goggles that would nullify the basilisk's glare, a few flashbangs, sonic grenades, and even cold bombs. Dumbledore raised an impressed eyebrow. Flashbangs to blind it, sonic grenades to disorient it, and of course, cold bombs to slow it down. Magical or not, a snake is a snake. Quite ingenious. Yeah, of course, it was all useless when we were all attacked by the basilisk immediately, and he ran away while I had to fight the damn thing. It was huge, like 60 feet tall, huge, but the cold grenade seemed to work pretty well, and since it was slowed and couldn't attack from range, it wasn't that hard to run away from it and keep throwing bombs at it. I had almost run out later, but I was able to blind it by sending rocks pretty quickly at its eyes since Potter said that they were a weak spot compared to the rest of its body. I used one of the spells Wood taught me, Vinter Leviosa, which we used in our training sessions to levitate balls and throw them with a release at a certain speed. It was kinda hard, but it worked. And wasn't that funny? Neville Longbottom had defeated a basilisk with a Quidditch spell, of all things. But it worked and no one outside this room needed to know about it. The headmaster was visibly amused by this. Sometimes, it's the spells we deem useless that allow us victory. Neville nodded. Well, isn't that the truth? But by the time I blinded it, I ran out of Potter's bombs. The basilisk was moving really sluggishly. I think the sonic bombs still affected it somehow. When it accidentally hit one of the pipes, and the tunnel kind of fell down on it, it didn't really move. It was just lying there, and I remember saying to myself that I needed something to kill it and save the school. I don't know how that happened, but this sword materialized in my hand, and I stabbed it through the eyes multiple times. Hell, I even stabbed it through the roof of its mouth just to make sure it was dead. So, afterwards, I tried to look for Potter, so that we would get out of there. They were all watching him with a slightly odd expression. "You killed a basilisk?" Madame Pomfrey murmured. "Well, yeah. I know Potter said that it took teams of wizards to kill one, but it wasn't really that hard. It stayed in the pipes, and it was so big that it couldn't dodge any of the bombs. Potter's bombs helped a lot, to be honest, and the magic sword that appeared in my hand kinda did the rest." They all stayed silent for a good minute before Dumbledore spoke up. "So, you went to look for young Harry?" Yes, I did. I found him playing chess of all things with an older student. He was wearing a Slytherin uniform, but I didn't recognize him, and Hermione was lying on the ground. Harry said that his name was Tom Riddle or something. Holy Merlin, Neville wondered if that name was cursed or something, because McGonagall choked on air, and the twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes disappeared, which caused Neville to shiver. "Are you sure that it was Tom Riddle? What did he look like?" "I guess he was sort of attractive. He had black hair, dark eyes, kinda aristocratic, I guess." Dumbledore nodded. "Please proceed." Seeing the serious look on the headmaster's face, he obeyed. Without question, well, it turned out that this Riddle person was working with Hermione for some kind of grand plan. They wanted everyone to experience an illusion of a second life. It wouldn't be real, but they would remember it. Muggleborns would have memories of being purebloods, and purebloods would have memories of being Muggleborns. Imagine an entire generation of wizards and witches finally understanding one another. It would be peace, true peace. "So, it was Hermione who opened the chamber?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, but you're missing the point. The chamber itself was a cover, a way to make people have the wrong idea about what happened. But Hermione was casting the ritual, her soul inside her diary, which meant that if Potter stopped her, she would die. I remember trying to attack him, but he snapped his finger. Then I woke up here. Did it work? Hermione's plan. Are we at peace now?" Dumbledore gave him a pitying look. "I'm afraid not, young Neville." "Potter," Neville snarled. "Neville, you don't understand. Tom lied to you, Neville. He was always charismatic when he was that age. Do not be ashamed. Far older and far wiser people have succumbed to his charm before." He didn't understand what the headmaster was talking about. Who is he? Not many know this fact, but Lord Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. I taught him myself, 50 years ago, at Hogwarts. He disappeared after leaving the school, traveled far and wide, sank so deeply into the dark arts, consorted with the very worst of our kind, and underwent so many dangerous, magical transformations that when he resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, he was barely recognizable. Hardly anyone connected Lord Voldemort with the clever, handsome boy who was once head boy here. That little piece of information froze Neville in his tracks. This was Voldemort? Yes. From what I could gather from the diary, it is a very dark artifact whose purpose is to possess the person writing in it. I believe Tom made it as a weapon to spread fear in the castle and probably throw me out. I'm sad to say that it succeeded where Lord Voldemort failed in this particular endeavor. So, it was a lie? There was no plan of peace. The boy who lived asked with desperation in his eyes. I'm sorry, Neville, but there wasn't. He was lying. Your friend, Hermione, was not a willing participant in any of this. She wrote in the diary and slowly he gained control over her body. He made her open the Chamber of Secrets, not the other way around. Is she all right? Hermione. That is, her condition is stabilized, but this is the first time I have ever seen anything like this. From what I could gather, young Hermione's body is in a status state, but her mind and soul seem to be bound in her diary. She remains there, living in a world created for her, living a blissful life, unaware of what is happening here. It's kinder than anything I assumed Tom would do, but at least she's not in pain. While we all figure out how to undo what happened to her, Neville stood silent for a minute. And will you be able to bring her back? I don't know if it's even possible, but I do know that hope is a wonderful thing. I have called in dozens of specialists to look at her, and I am hopeful that it would work. Have faith, Neville. She will be back one day. Maybe even sooner than you might think. Neville remembered Hermione defending him from even Ron, staying by his side when all the other students scorned him. She was a wonderful friend, and he failed her. He wanted to feel angry. He wanted to feel sad. He wanted to yell at the world. But all that happened was the fact that tears started to leak from his eyes. The headmaster left him to grief, followed quickly by his deputy. Madame Pomfrey gave him a pitying look and gave him another potion that he drank absent-mindedly. He heard Dumbledore say something about talking to Harry Potter. He didn't care. Nothing mattered other than the overwhelming grief that he was feeling. It was his fault. If he hadn't listened to Voldemort of all people, maybe he would have been able to save Hermione. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now, and it was eating him alive. Deep within the hidden recesses of an elusive fortress, shrouded in secrecy, the eyes of an aged man snapped open. A sinister anticipation hung in the air, a palpable disturbance that reverberated like a shockwave through the very foundations of reality. His gnarled fingers twitched, betraying the ripple of excitement coursing through him. Minutes passed, the echoes of the disturbance still reverberating within his being. And then, like the crescendo of a symphony, understanding dawned upon him. A mirthless laugh erupted from his lips, a chilling sound that slithered like a serpent that would have sent dread crawling up the spine of any spectator. Change, he hissed, his voice a blend of ancient wisdom and ruthless ambition. The wheels of fate have been set in motion. This is the beginning of the end, Albus. The end that you refuse to believe, and I can't wait to watch you burn. Truth Hurts. Chapter 12:4. Truth Hurts. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 19th, 1993, Hogwarts. In the heart of Hogwarts, where the towering spires and ivy-clad walls held centuries of enchantment and secrets, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and stifled the urge to blast the whole thing into oblivion. It was only the soothing whispers of the light that calmed him enough to objectively analyze his situation. To say that Albus Dumbledore was frustrated would be an understatement. He was already exhausted, having barely gotten any sleep ever since the whole fiasco with the Chamber of Secrets, which ended up with an unconscious boy who lived and a Muggle-born student who had her soul displaced into a diary somehow. He had to call in the unspeakables for that, and in the event that they couldn't help, Albus could use Ms. Granger to increase control over the child of the prophecy by dangling a potential cure in front of him. He honestly didn't know if he could do it, and even if he could, it would take a significant amount of time. Time that he wouldn't waste unless it helped him and his cause. As for the attacks, Albus knew that Tom Riddle had to have something to do with them. The headmaster always tracked down the heritage of every attending student to either collect them or profile them as threats. He even went at every Muggleborn's home to make sure they didn't have any hidden magical heritage. So, yeah, he knew that no one in the castle had any connection to the Gaunt family, and that just left Lord Voldemort as the main suspect. To be perfectly honest, the entire situation was baffling. If he hadn't heard young Neville's tale about what happened, he never would have guessed it. Unfortunately, there were many holes in his story, the glaring one being that there was no sign of the Chamber of Secrets in the Undercroft. He had checked himself, and there was no snake engraving, no sign of magic at all, really. He had ended up checking if the boy's memories were manipulated in any way, but found no sign of mind magic. The boy was convinced that he was right, but everything else pointed to it not having happened. What a baffling little mystery. A knock distracted Albus from his thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, his office's door opened, revealing the boy of the hour, a potential clue in the whole mess. Harry Potter was a student known for his cleverness, his cunning, and his maturity. That's not to mention his prodigal talent when it comes to magic. He was one of his most promising recruits, probably as a spy in the dark, or maybe even a frontline fighter if war breaks down when Tom inevitably returns. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore began, his voice as gentle as he could make it. "I'm glad that you took time out of your day to speak with me." "It's nothing, Headmaster, but I will admit to being curious about the reason you asked me to be here." "Well, as you probably know, young Neville was found unconscious next to Hermione Granger in a secret room in the castle. Fortunately, he woke up earlier today, and I have to say that his account of the events that transpired, events that include you, Mr. Potter." Young Harry's eyes widened, his expression a masterful blend of surprise and innocence. "I don't know what you're talking about, Headmaster. I remember vividly staying in the dormitory the night he was attacked, and normally, I would be skeptical, but if you are involved in what happened inside the Chamber of Secrets, it is imperative that I know what happened. The safety of our students is paramount." The boy frowned slightly. "I was under the impression that you returned in a purely ceremonial manner, and not fully as the headmaster." "That would be the case, but it seemed that the board was eager to get me back, with Mr. Longbottom having disappeared on the exact night I was suspended in. They practically ran to stop my suspension. Some even said some very unsavory things about a certain Lucius Malfoy." "Oh, where was I?" "Ah, right, what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, Mr. Potter?" "I don't know," young Harry answered with a shrug. "It's quite the tale, isn't it? A hidden chamber beneath the castle, a monster controlled by the heir of Slytherin, a boy heroically slaying the monster with a sword. Seems almost unbelievable." "And how did you know about the sword?" "Ron Weasley has a big mouth. He talked to Longbottom and kept bragging that his friend killed a basilisk of all things. Hard to believe, isn't it? That a student with less than 2 years of magical education could somehow slay a monster that massacred hundreds of beast hunters at the same time, and without even using magic. Although, I didn't know that Longbottom said that I was involved in any way. Damn, that Weasley boy." It took a few hours for Albus to keep things together, and it was more than enough time for rumors to spread. "Merlin knows that very few things stay secret in Hogwarts, a very good point. But I am curious as to why you believe that this tale to be false. I remember you saying previously that you were sure that the beast was a basilisk. Perhaps it is a basilisk. And the whole reason why I haven't said anything about it is because I don't have any proof, just guesses." "Are you saying that Mr. Longbottom is lying?" Harry's shoulders slumped, his expression morphing into practiced vulnerability. "I don't know what happened to Neville, but I can say for certain that I have no part of whatever adventure he experienced. I was in my dormitory the night he was found. I don't think anyone with a fraction of self-preservation instinct would willingly fight a basilisk. I don't know what to say, other than that it's not me. Maybe Longbottom imagined it all?" That was a good theory that Dumbledore had considered. Not that the boy would have imagined it, but that it was some kind of elaborate illusion that the boy fell prey to. However, there were a few issues with that possibility. For one, he saw the runes in the bombs that young Neville used in his memories. They were correct. Remarkable or not, Neville simply did not have the knowledge necessary to imagine these runes. The only option would have been an outsider illusion attack of some kind. But the fact that the Sword of Gryffindor had absorbed some basilisk venom was physical proof that there was at least a grain of truth in Neville Longbottom's story, or there was before the damn thing vanished into thin air. The Sword of Gryffindor was a mythical weapon that was said to even give you a fragment of the prowess of the founder himself if it did deem you brave enough. It was a remarkable weapon that literally disappeared from under his nose. And if losing that weapon wasn't frustrating enough, with it the only proof of what happened in the chamber was gone. Stealing his expression, the headmaster answered, "Ah, but I believe that he didn't. However, I do find it curious that you would lose interest in the chamber so readily. Ah, I guess I'm just excited to see Daphne again, but I am just as curious as to why you're talking to me about it. You are obviously fishing for information, and I don't mind. I'm an open book, but if you've got so much evidence, I don't know why you don't just come forward with it." Where did Longbottom say the chamber was again? In a hidden room called the Undercroft, the headmaster answered. And did you find the entrance to the chamber there? Longbottom's been up for almost a day. If it was a clear danger to the student body, you must have gone there to explore it, to make sure that the threat was gone. Right. Before he could answer, the Potter boy continued. What about that mythical sword Weasley kept prattling about? Do you have the murder weapon? Dumbledore spluttered for a second. What are you hoping to achieve with these needless questions? I'm just wondering why you're so hung up on me being involved. You have 2 students found unconscious. The only one that was able to speak said that I somehow was involved, despite the fact that there is evidence that I was in my dormitory. He said that he somehow found the Chamber of Secrets, but you still can't find the entrance where he said it was. And that he somehow killed a basilisk, a feat that I doubt a team of Aurors would be able to do, much less a 12-year-old child. And he claimed to have done it with a weapon that seemed to have vanished into thin air. I don't think I have ever heard anything that ridiculous, and I'm finding it hard to understand why you're so certain that I had anything to do with it. The Potter boy had a way with words, but Albus would secretly admit that he also had a point. The entire situation was so ridiculous that no one, not even his greatest supporters, would believe this tale. And yet, before he could say anything, the boy continued, even then, I don't even understand why you would ever want people to believe that. Confirming that a basilisk was in the castle, while students lived there, wouldn't end well. A cursed artifact that petrified students would be a more elegant solution. After all, people wouldn't really feel safe sending their children to a school whose headmaster actively ignores their safety. And here it was, the blackmail. The boy was one of the few people who figured out the monster's nature. It was dead, according to Neville, that is. But if he wanted to investigate the Potter boy for his involvement in the chamber, he had to admit that he knew that there was a basilisk on the loose and that he hadn't said anything for months. The curse solution was more elegant and more friendly to the public. An ancient, cursed artifact that a student was given, maybe even under the Imperius or something, would be a good way to end the investigation. The implicit threat was simple. If Albus was going to go after the Potter boy, he would lose more than he could afford. Fine, he was going to let it go, for now, but the boy had shown himself to be too competent to be left alone. Luckily for him, Albus still had one more card to play. Oh, but I didn't bring you here to talk about the chamber. I just wanted to clarify a few things. I believe it was a cursed artifact that was the culprit in our little mystery. No, I am here because I discovered something deeply perturbing. And what would that be, Headmaster? Your living situation? Albus suppressed a grin when he saw the boy stiffen. It has come to my attention that you haven't lived in your aunt and uncle's home for some time, and that is simply unacceptable. I take the safety of my students very seriously. As you are a ward of the ministry, I am advising Cornelius to send you to a proper family that would take care of you in the summer holidays. You cannot live without guardians, Mr. Potter. Ah, yes. He had spent the previous day looking up anything about the Potter boy, and he had gone to use some legilimency on Petunia, and he was flabbergasted. She had barely even interacted with the boy and ignored it as much as possible. But her last conversation with the boy had lightened a few things up. First was that he was a very mature young man, and second, that he hadn't lived with his Muggle relatives for years. So, that brought an opportunity. If he could get Cornelius to assign him to a family loyal to him, the boy would be discreetly brought to heel. It was subtle, but he could restrict the boy, his gold, his possessions, get him on the right path, or more specifically Albus' path. The only question would be which family would accept him, and condition him enough not to rebel against Albus. "Oh, I'm sorry, but that won't be possible," the boy answered. "I was recently adopted by a relative of my father's. He saw the situation you spoke of and also found it unacceptable. I think the papers should go through soon. This was bad, but not unsalvageable. And who is this mysterious guardian of yours?" "Arcturus Black." And with just those 2 words, Albus' dream of gaining any form of control over the boy vanished into thin air. He couldn't control his cold anger when he spoke next. "That sounds acceptable. You're dismissed, Mr. Potter." The moment the boy left, Albus silenced the room and released a cry of fury. Damn, that boy to the deepest hells. He looked at his companion, who had woken up with a squawk at his yelling, and signed. "I think I lost this one, Fox." The trill of the phoenix brought some comfort, but not enough. It has been a long time since he was outmaneuvered like this. Still, he would need to keep a close eye on the Potter boy. The boy could be very problematic in the future. Albus wouldn't allow anything to disrupt his plans. The Potter boy was still a potential asset, even if he didn't have to know about it. Worst comes to worst, he could just kill the boy if he becomes too troublesome. He has done worse things in the name of the greater good of the wizarding world. After all, Green Pastures, Chapter 12:5, Green Pastures. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 19th, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry pondered on his conversation with Dumbledore as he made his way to the hospital wing. He felt vindicated, in a way, to finally get a real win against the headmaster. What he had done was essentially give the man a choice between risking his newly regained position as headmaster or not investigating Harry's involvement in the whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco. This was the plan ever since Harry decided that he needed to get Longbottom to get into the chamber. It was a big step, in a way, for Harry to finally stop clinging to the shadows and step into the light. When he decided that he would have to fight Riddle, he knew that he couldn't stay hidden anymore, and Dumbledore's attention was more likely going to be on him. So, the first thing he did was secure the fact that the old man wouldn't have any influence on him. This was easily done by asking Arcturus Black to take him as his ward. The paperwork took a couple of days to arrange, which was why Harry calibrated the rune to shut down Neville's consciousness for that duration. The next step was moving the chamber, which was done by using a mixture of compulsion charm and hypnosis on the unconscious body of the Longbottom boy. While Harry had disabled his consciousness, technically speaking, his unconscious mind still worked in the background, giving him the image of a snake and asking him to tell that snake to move allowed Harry to analyze that particular word, using his arcane hearing, and use it to change the location of the entrance to the chamber. It was like the boy who lived talked in his sleep, so he wouldn't really remember anything. The sword trick was far more advanced. Harry didn't think it would appear, but didn't really discount the possibility because of whatever destiny bullshit tended to happen around Longbottom. So, all it took was analyzing the enchantments on the sword and seeing whatever Godric Gryffindor added to it. Honestly, it was mostly Harry screwing around with it, and he had given up about making it disappear. And wasn't it a surprise, finding out that the sword disappeared? The Weasley boy wasn't one to hold his mouth. It was like fate itself wanted Harry to get one over Dumbledore. He didn't know if it was something he did when he messed with the sword, or if there was a hidden functionality that made it disappear when certain parameters are met, but he didn't care. It worked, and that's enough. It would have honestly been better to not have involved Longbottom at all, but it was mostly done to cover most of his bases. The Parseltongue was useful, but the fact that Neville should be protected by the prophecy meant that he had an edge that Harry could use against Riddle. It was a bit cruel, but it worked. The idiot actually killed a fucking basilisk with a sword that appeared out of thin air. Changing his memories was something that Dumbledore would notice, especially considering the trauma that a memory charm would leave on the kid. Harry was many things, but he wasn't cruel. Maybe he could have used whatever bullshit his magic crest had done when they were attacked by Quirrell a year back, but he didn't know how to use it. Also, the fact that the boy who lived was in extreme pain during the encounter already hid any sign of trauma that could be caused by memory manipulation. Still, Harry had one. He had denied Dumbledore an asset in the Basilisk corpse, let alone whatever Jormungandr was. He had forced the man to not involve himself in his business, and most importantly, he defeated Riddle. In a way, Harry was disappointed with the fact that the game ended. Did that make him a bad person? That he still craved the intellectual challenge of a rival? That he missed the blood pumping through his veins? the thrill of the chase against an impossible deadline. Tom Riddle was a fascinating puzzle, a Horcrux that somehow combined with the portrait-like personality depicted in the diary and somehow became alive, more alive than Lord Voldemort. It was probably a mistake, considering how unprepared Tom Riddle was when he made his first Horcrux. The soul wasn't some tangible thing that could be quantified. It's the summation of someone's character, of their true self. Theoretically speaking, making a Horcrux would make one immortal because of the paradoxical nature of someone being both alive and dead at the same time. Herpo the Foul perverted the phylactery ritual by finding out that souls that are split into pieces are still connected enough that if anchored properly could convince the world that you were still alive and that your body is the anchor. The advantage is the idea that you avoided the dangers of someone discovering your phylactery and using soul magic to literally remake you. But the main disadvantage is that splitting your soul is splitting your personality. The idea, on principle, is to give away your ability to do something or feel something into the book. Tom Riddle, who had accidentally killed an innocent student, wanted to get rid of the guilt he felt and unconsciously resented his complex planning and his cunning that didn't account for him making a mistake. He put all of it into the diary and slowly, without him noticing, started to lose those attributes, becoming the power-hungry monster that Voldemort was. This spark of brilliance, cunning, and guilt, combined with the memories inside the diary, became a new person entirely, a broken person, who latched into Luna and wanted to create a world where she would be happy. But his prime directive was to open the Chamber of Secrets and kick out Dumbledore, so everything he did had to be related to that. Now, that was complicated enough on its own, but adding in the memories of being alive, of being a real person, Tom wanted nothing more than to live once more. So, he combined his three ambitions at once, which resulted in a chaotic, complex plan that Harry was able to stop. Oh, it was brilliant, but still too overcomplicated since he tried to do many things at once, and Hermione paid the price for it. Harry didn't know why he felt so guilty about it. He literally couldn't have done anything quicker. It took exactly 2 attacks for him to narrow down everything, but the Muggleborn was still trapped in the diary, in the dream world that Riddle had crafted for Luna months back. Hopefully, Dumbledore and the Unspeakables will figure something out, since that kind of magic was a bit over Harry's pay grade. The thing was that Harry normally wouldn't have jumped into the danger like that if it wasn't for Daphne being attacked. And if he had stayed his hand, then Riddle would have probably succeeded with his ritual, and probably trapped an entire generation of British wizards and witches in his diary. Daphne's petrification made things personal. It made him angry, far angrier than anything he had ever experienced. And that's what drove him to relentlessly hunt down Riddle. Maybe this was a lesson to be a bit more proactive. The whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco ended because Harry decided to dismiss the idea of subtlety and go for the kill. If he hadn't calmed himself before and made a few plans to make sure to reveal as little as possible while mitigating the consequences of his reveal. And he did it for the girl who was petrified in front of him, her blonde hair frozen, blue eyes slightly widened, her expression being a mixture of fear and panic. "This is your first time visiting her," a voice stated behind him. He didn't need to turn to know that it was Tracy. She and Blaise were pretty cross with him for his behavior ever since she was petrified. Yeah, Harry didn't deal with loss very well. He was so consumed with revenge, in a vain effort to avoid the guilt he felt, that he didn't visit her. He didn't trust himself to handle it properly. "It was about time," he simply answered. "So, what are you going to do, now that you've avenged her?" Blaise's voice asked with a mocking tone. Harry turned, his eyes wide, and Tracy chuckled at his reaction. "Oh, come on. You disappeared for 2 days straight, researching or whatever, and disappeared during the night. Except for being conveniently seen in the dormitory on the night Longbottom and Granger are found unconscious. You acted normally for a couple of days until Longbottom woke up, got called up to Dumbledore's office, and decided to visit Daphne for the first time. We know how smart you are, and most of all, we know you. Daphne probably gave you the red bean thing, and was involved in your manhunt for the heir of Slytherin. When she was attacked, you couldn't handle the guilt and just decided to seek revenge, and no one even knows about it." The Potter Scion just stood there, gaping at his friends. "What? How? You're like an open book to us, mate," Blaise said. "But you could have just asked us to help. I didn't want to involve you." "Well, next time, do. Here's our answer. You idiot. He tossed a red jelly bean at Harry, followed by Tracy. See, we choose the red pill. Now you don't have to act all mysterious with us. Harry was a bit overwhelmed and nodded. After a minute of silence, he stated, I really appreciate this, guys. Can you give me a few moments with Daff? I have a few things I want to get off my chest. Sure thing, mate, the dark-skinned boy replied. After the two had left, Harry took a deep breath. You know, I have no idea if you can hear me or not. You know, theoretically being petrified means that you experience everything, but there's very little research on basilisk stares, since, you know, people tend to die. When that happens, I really should have visited you sooner, but I was so wrapped up in my guilt that I just didn't want to face you without having beat the guy who hurt you like this. He sighed and continued, I blamed myself for what happened to you. I should have been there to protect you, and I failed. I couldn't bear the thought that I might have been the reason you were petrified. That my games with Riddle spilt over to include you as well. I was so wrapped up in finally having a challenge that I didn't even consider that he wouldn't play with the same rules. Although, I guess I broke the rules first when I went after him the first time. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes as he spoke, his emotions pouring out. I want you to know that I'm so sorry, Daphne, and that I miss you so much, more than I even imagined to be possible. You've been my anchor, my confidant, my partner in mischief since the very beginning. The last few days without you, I just felt empty, this void in my life that I tried to smother with my rage towards Riddle. I guess with my plan finished, with all that rage gone, I just realized how much seeing you like this hurts me. I'm not the most social person. Hell, I've never really had any friends outside of you, Tracy and Blaze. I was ignored from the moment I was left on my aunt's doorstep one night, and I guess I never realized that I wasn't alone anymore. What I want to say is that the moment you wake up, I promise that I will never take you for granted again. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. With a sad smile on his face, Harry turned and made his way to exit the infirmary. Of course, that's when he felt a spell coming at him. With his arcane hearing, and ducked out of the way. Of course, he couldn't have a peaceful evening for once. It was Neville Longbottom who was pointing his wand at him with a look of rage on his face. What the hell, Potter? Shedding Skins. Chapter 12:6. Shedding Skins. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 19th, 1993, Hogwarts. With a sad smile on his face, Harry turned and made his way to exit the infirmary. Of course, that's when he felt a spell coming at him with his arcane hearing and ducked out of the way. Of course, he couldn't have a peaceful evening for once. It was Neville Longbottom who was pointing his wand at him with a look of rage on his face. What the hell, Potter? Harry pretended to be outraged. What the hell is wrong with you, Longbottom? We're just outside the hospital wing, you insensitive troll. The boy who lived didn't seem to care about Harry's answer. Why did you lie? He waved his wand around to emphasize his point, which produced sparks. A small crowd started to gather around them. Lie about what exactly? Seriously, stop with the waving here. Why do you have to always resort to violence? Just for once in your life, calm yourself and talk like a rational person. The boy lowered his wand arm, but still looked angry. Why did you lie about the Chamber of Secrets? I really have no idea what you're talking about. Stop it. For Merlin's sake, stop it. We went to the Chamber of Secrets together. We found the secret room. I killed a basilisk with a sword. Harry snorted in amusement. Seriously, that's what you're going for? You killed a basilisk, one of the most dangerous magical creatures in the world, without even using magic. I used the bombs you gave me. What bombs? Seriously, why would I be making bombs in my spare time? The cold bombs, the flashbang bombs, and the concussion bombs, Neville cited. Do you honestly don't remember them? You made them to fight the basilisk. The last Potter hummed. That's interesting. I can certainly see how useful those would be. The cold because snakes are cold-blooded, so that would slow them down. The concussion and flashbang to blind the basilisk. It's a theoretically good tactic. Still suicidal, but somewhat plausible. But there's a problem. How did you aim if you couldn't meet the basilisk's gaze? You enchanted some goggles to protect against its gaze, Neville commiserated. No offense, but that's a little beyond the capability of second-year students. I know I would remember making something like that, and I definitely would be bragging about it. Stop lying, you little snake, the Longbottom scion exclaimed. Harry let out a big sigh and spoke up. Look, Longbottom, I don't know if you're lying to get attention, but telling the headmaster that I'm some kind of mastermind that somehow succeeded in a few days where he had failed, found the Chamber of Secrets, and defeated the monster inside is just ridiculous. I was just in his office being interrogated about the events of the Chamber of Secrets when I haven't even left my dormitory the night you got attacked or whatever it is you think happened. I'm not lying. Look, Dumbledore told me that he spent an entire day looking for any evidence of what you said happened. He did find a secret room, but the Chamber of Secrets wasn't there. You didn't have any bombs on you, or any goggles. Hell, they didn't even find the sword. Longbottom protested. The sword was there. It just disappeared. Yeah, he answered while scoffing. Because swords tend to do that. Look, I don't care what you say, because it's not my problem. I don't care that you snuck into the Chamber of Secrets where the entrance didn't exist. I don't care that you fought a monster that massacred entire teams of wizards and witches by yourself with just a sword. I don't care that you were found without any of the equipment you said you had. However, I care that you're trying to use me as a witness when there's proof that I was in my dormitory that night. The boy gritted his teeth. Tell them that I'm telling the truth. I'm a hero. I saved everyone. Harry gave him a pitying look. Look, man, Dumbledore thinks that you were under some kind of illusion curse that made you experience something you craved, being a hero, slaying the legendary monster with absolute bravery, clearing your name from the stigma of being a parcelmouth while you stayed unconscious. No, Neville protested weakly. I know you don't want to deny it, but don't you think that your feats are just too great, too unrealistic? If it was another student, would you believe that they did, in fact, kill a basilisk with a sword? Longbottom kept shaking his head and Harry pressed. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that, according to your narrative, I came out of nowhere, like some kind of quest giver in a fiction book, giving you all the explanations that you could need to heroically save the Say, as well as the location of the Chamber of Secrets, the nature of the monster attacking, and the exact methods to defeat it? Don't you think it's too lucky that we're separated by some weird earthquake, that your sword somehow materialized when you needed it and you used it to kill a mighty monster? Why wouldn't I just go tell a professor? Surely, they're more qualified than both you and me. The crowd nodded in affirmation, but the boy just wouldn't let go of his story. No, you were there. You were there. Neville, just get some help. I don't know if you're going crazy or if this is a side effect of whatever curse you had on you, but you need to accept reality. Hell, even the headmaster is sure that there was never a Chamber of Secrets in the first place, that it was all a diary that trapped the user's mind inside it, and that could also hypnotize them to cast some kind of obscure petrification spell on random people and write about the air of Slytherin coming from Muggleborns and blood. It was probably made by some kind of perturbed student who wanted to cause damage even after he graduated and left the castle. There was never any basilisk? No, it's a basilisk. You said it yourself in the Slytherin common room. The boy who lived exclaimed. First things first, using a conversation where you deceived me by impersonating someone else is not a good argument to make. But what I said was that if Slytherin had a monster that could do all of this, it would probably be a snake that was long-lived and could petrify people. A basilisk was theoretically possible, but I don't think that Dumbledore would let students stay in the same castle as something like that. You trust Dumbledore's judgment, don't you? Neville gave him a heated glare and gritted his teeth. Yes, I trust Dumbledore. So, you can't tell me that there's a small possibility that the old man wouldn't let an entire generation of students die for no reason, can you? Because if that's true, then he doesn't deserve to be the headmaster, does he? The boy nodded and Harry went for the kill. So if you think about it, either your story is false, or you're saying that Dumbledore shouldn't be the headmaster. So, tell me, which one is it? For the first time, the Longbottom scion hesitated. His rage began to wane as the weight of Harry's words sank in. He looked around at the growing crowd, some of whom were nodding in agreement with Harry's logic. He just answered bitterly, "You're playing dirty, Potter." "No, I'm just being logical. But for all your lies, all your delusions of heroism, there's something that's really bothering me. You see, everybody lies. It's a normal thing. Sometimes it's because it's shameful. Sometimes it's because we're being stubborn jerks. Sometimes it's because we're ignorant about something. Sometimes it's because we don't even know that we're lying, since it's far better than the ugly truth. A 12-year-old boy lying isn't a big deal, celebrity or not, but what's really bothering me about you what's really making me want to punch you is the fact that your friend is dying. Her cold comatose body is in the hospital wing, which is just next to us. I just came to visit my friend, but you just don't seem you care about yours. You just care about being proven right, about being the hero, about people not calling you a liar, and that's just pitiful. There's a good chance your friend would die, and here you are picking a fight with me because I wouldn't go along with your lies. There's a good chance that her parents will never talk to her again. And look at you whining about no one believing you. The truth is that all you care about is your own ego. Look at me. I came here because I missed my friend. Do you even miss yours? The Longbottom boy blanched and Harry continued. Take a good long look at yourself, Neville Longbottom. Are you happy with the person that you are, with the man that you're becoming? Do you think your parents would have been proud to see what you're doing right now? I know I wouldn't. So, why don't you be a decent person, get in the hospital wing, and sit by your friend? Longbottom just stood there, frozen in shock at anyone daring to say that to him. Harry was running out of patience. I said, "Do it." The boy stiffened and nodded meekly. He slowly walked towards the hospital wing. Harry shook his head and addressed the crowd. "What are you all looking at?" They all looked away and left one by one, looking down in shame. With the crowd dispersing, Harry watched Neville Longbottom's retreating figure until he disappeared into the infirmary. Honestly, there was a lot of real anger at Neville. Sure, he was successful at making the boy doubt himself, and there would probably be rumors circulating in the afternoon about the boy who lived going crazy, but the way the boy didn't seem to care about Hermione grated Harry immensely. It was the guilt, Harry realized. To be perfectly honest, he stopped really caring about Hermione. They were barely friends for a month before she decided that she preferred Neville and Ron. Harry had long moved on with this, and his decision to ignore the plot from the previous stories, to not live in fear, a wise move in hindsight, just turned her into a regular lonely bookworm in his eyes, which wasn't worth the headache of being near Longbottom and with it, Dumbledore's attention. But there was something that Riddle said that bothered him. In Hermione's perfect world, when she bore down her soul to him, she said that she missed Harry and that they were still friends. Had he really forgotten about a girl who still hoped that deep down in her heart, they would one day reconcile or something? It wasn't logical, but if Hermione dies, Harry knows that he would regret not making peace with her. At least, Harry had won. He had literally gotten everything he wanted. He had gotten one over Dumbledore, ensured that he wouldn't be under his thumb, defeated Riddle, killed a divine beast that was probably thousands of years old, and had free reign over what to do with the Basilisk corpse, which he would leave alone for later after preserving the body. That is, it wouldn't do to have Basilisk parts available in the market while there might be rumors of a Basilisk being in the castle. Staging a fake expedition in the Amazon forest in a couple of years might be better after memories start to fade about the whole incident. However, for all that success, the possibility that a child could die made the whole thing bittersweet. Hermione Granger was an innocent girl who was chosen by Riddle's sick mind to become his new victim. She died because Lucius Malfoy decided to plant the diary to get rid of a political rival. Harry wished he could have saved her, but he knew that it wasn't really his fault. It's not like he could have done anything differently. If he hadn't gone after Riddle, then the entire school might have suffered the same fate. Or maybe Luna would have taken her place, which wasn't really all that better. Turning away from the infirmary, Harry let out a deep sigh and continued on his way out of the school. It had been a long and exhausting day, filled with confrontations and emotional turmoil. No, this entire school year was filled with confrontations and emotional turmoil. Harry hoped that it wouldn't be the case for the rest of his school years, yet he knew that this was a vain hope at best. And I still haven't decided what to do with Hermione. Do I kill her off? Do I have someone save her? Do I leave her stuck in her fake world because she's happy there? Let me know what you think, or if you have any suggestions. Mosaic, Chapter 12-7. Mosaic. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. April 2nd, 1993, Hogwarts. Daphne must have fallen asleep somewhere in the library. It felt deeper than any sleep she ever felt before. As she slowly regained consciousness, her surroundings were still a blur, and her mind felt foggy as if she had just emerged from a dream. Her eyelids felt heavy, and it took a moment for her vision to clear. She had the urge to blink for some reason, yet all she could see was white. She tried to turn her neck, but it just felt too stiff. It was like the time she slept badly on her bed, only a million times worse. She needed a muscle-relaxing potion for that later. Did she hurt herself somehow when she was in the library? And if she wasn't in the library, where was she? As the fog in her mind began to lift, Daphne's memory started to piece together fragments of what had happened. She remembered being in the library to return a few books. She had gone to browse for some replacements, but then something caught her eye, a strange movement in the shadows. She had turned to investigate, and that's when it happened. A cold, paralyzing dread had swept over her, and then nothing. The memory felt foggy, as if it kept slipping away from her fingers every time she tried to remember. No, there was something she did remember. She was afraid, deathly so. Why would she get this afraid in the library? Unless it was the Basilisk. Harry had told her about the monster of the Chamber of Secrets. She had researched the so-called King of Serpents and was horrified by the mere idea that her best friend wanted to fight it. Was she petrified? She wasn't a Muggle-born, but then again, neither was McLaggen. Yes, she was afraid. She was very, very afraid. Had she screamed? Had she tried to run? The details were frustratingly elusive. Her muscles still felt frozen, but a lot better than before. She could at least move them. She turned her head for a fraction of an angle and hissed slightly in pain. The moment Daphne made a sound, she was accosted by a familiar black-haired boy. Harry, Daph, are you all right? Are you hurt? Daphne blinked up at him, her eyes finally starting to focus. Harry's face was etched with concern, and he was kneeling beside her. She tried to speak, but her throat felt dry and sore. It was as if she had been sleeping for a very long time without water. Harry must have noticed her distress because he conjured a glass of water and helped her take a sip. The cool liquid was a relief, and Daphne felt some of her strength returning. Harry's eyes were filled with relief, but also concern. You were petrified, Daphne. The Basilisk? She asked. Yeah, don't worry, Longbottom killed it. Longbottom? She asked incredulously, but she then started to cough violently. I know. Just take it easy and drink some water. Don't worry, we can talk about it later. A lot has happened since you were petrified. It's a bit of a long story, and we'll have time after you're fully healed. Madame Pomfrey just gave you the Mandrake Restorative Potion, but the Basilisk was still pretty strong. It'll take time for everything to set in. Do you remember anything? Not really, just being in the library and waking up now, she answered. Huh, that's interesting. Did the Basilisk's glare petrify your mind as well as your body? Most petrification curses don't really affect the mind. So I was worried about you having experienced everything without being able to move. Although, it is possible that this did happen, that your mind repressed it somehow to avoid any serious consequences. Stop rambling, Harry. The boy stopped and gave her one of the warmest smiles she had ever seen from him. I really missed you, Daph. The world sent butterflies in her stomach, but thankfully, she was partially petrified, so she couldn't really blush like she would have normally. She chose to change the subject instead. Can't you get Madame Pomfrey to give me something to speed things up a bit? No. A basilisk's glare is still pretty powerful. It would overwhelm any of the potions we give you, so you might end up dealing with a few side effects without them even working. Just let things progress normally, and you should be fine by the end of the day. She wanted to talk some more, but Harry was quickly silenced by a glare from Madame Pomfrey, who said, Enough chit-chat, you two. Miss Greengrass needs rest and time to recover. I'll be keeping a close eye on her, and she'll be back on her feet in due course. Now, Mr. Potter, if you don't mind, I suggest you give her some space and let her rest. Visiting hours are over, and I won't have any more distractions in my infirmary tonight. Harry nodded reluctantly, his concern for Daphne still evident in his eyes. All right, Madame Pomfrey. Please take good care of her. Madame Pomfrey gave him a reassuring smile. I always do, Mr. Potter. Now off you go, and I'll make sure Miss Greengrass is comfortable. As Daphne continued to recover in the infirmary, she learned more about the events that had transpired during her petrification. She had, of course, sent a letter to her parent to tell them that she was all right. Her handwriting was pretty wooden, but it would get better with time. However, the school was abuzz with rumors and theories about the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin, who had supposedly opened it, and Daphne had heard her fair share of rumors even when she was in the hospital wing. Apparently, Longbottom and Granger were attacked a few weeks ago. She found out that it was just after she got petrified. Longbottom kept claiming that he killed a basilisk with a sword, but no one really believed him. Granger was sent to St. Mungo's because what happened to her was somewhat severe. Harry wasn't really there to fill in the blanks, but then again, she could make her own theories about what happened. Still, the fact that the basilisk was gone helped her relax. That damn snake was terrifying. The other victims that were attacked also didn't seem to remember what happened, something that stank of foul play. Alas, Daphne didn't have the heart to tell them about it. Filch was inconsolable because of what happened to his cat. He was probably going to leave the castle entirely. Apparently, Mrs. Norris was the last gift he had from his wife before she died from dragonpox. The idea that it died suffocating in his arms must have really traumatized the man, and it would make sense that he would avoid anything that reminded him of her. Dean Thomas also just looked lost. He had missed almost 5 months of classes, and there was a good chance that he would need some kind of remedial lessons so that he would have a chance at passing. Penelope Clearwater was in the same boat. She had thankfully in her 6th year, thus didn't have any OWLS or newts to study. She was only petrified for around 6 weeks, so that was doable. McLaggen was still as annoying as ever, telling everyone that his father was going to crucify Longbottom for opening the chamber despite Daphne telling him that he was innocent. Apparently, a Slytherin's opinion didn't have much weight with him. Finally, after a lot of arguing and tests, Madame Pomfrey allowed her and the rest of the petrified victims to attend dinner. She was starving, and the nutrition potions that the matron shoved down her throat were poor substitutes for a real meal. She sat next to Harry, Tracy, and Blaise, who looked closer than they had been for the entire year. The whole manhunt that Harry decided to partake in had made him so distracted that he kind of ignored them slightly. It was probably hard to talk with them when he was consumed by something that he couldn't tell them anything about. With the threat the chamber posed being gone, they probably started to hang out a lot more. They didn't really talk about much, just classes and the homework she missed. Everything was going oddly normally until Dumbledore stood up. Everyone stopped talking instinctively and the headmaster started a speech. "Thank you all for coming, and I hope you would indulge an old man taking a few minutes of your time so that I could say a few words. As most of you probably know, this year was plagued by a series of attacks on members of the students, which led us to the conclusion that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened." The student body started to murmur lightly, intrigued by the headmaster's statement. This was the first time, as far as Daphne could tell, that any staff member said anything about the Chamber of Secrets. They spoke about attacks, but not the chamber itself. Dumbledore continued, "Well, I'm glad to say that this horrific chapter of the school's history is finally over. The perpetrator of the attack was stopped, and its victims have just been unpetrified and officially released from the hospital wings, thanks to the valiant efforts of our resident Medowitch, Madame Pomfrey, and our resident potion master Severus Snape." The Great Hall was immediately deafened by the roar of applause that followed this announcement, which took almost a minute to end. Yes, we all appreciate their efforts, but I still have a few things to clarify. Many of you probably think that the legendary Chamber of Secrets was opened. That statement was proven to be false. We have determined that the cause of the attacks was not some monster, but simply a cursed artifact that created some form of delayed petrification of whoever touched it. This was why the petrifications happened at random times to random people. Thankfully, the artifact in question was destroyed by none other than Neville Longbottom. The feedback of the even hurt him and Miss Granger. Alas, while this is a day of celebration, it is also a day of mourning. While Mr. Longbottom was able to return relatively unharmed with only some brief episodes of confused memories, the chaotic release of magic had unpredictable consequences on Miss Granger, putting her in what looks like a magical coma. She is currently in St. Mungo's seeking treatment, and we don't know if her condition will ever revert. Hermione Granger might have sacrificed her life for the sake of stopping the attacks, which is why the Ministry will be paying for all treatment, and her parents will be compensated for their daughter's heroic actions. She will also receive an Order of Merlin 3rd class by the Ministry, whether she survives the encounter or not. We have lost a very brilliant witch too early. I want you all to remember her and keep her alive in your memories and your stories. If the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy, remember the girl who lost so much to make sure that we are all safe." He raised up his cup and spoke gently to Hermione Granger. Everyone raised their cups as well and replied with a somber mood to Hermione Granger. Of course, later that night, when Harry told her what actually happened, things started to make more sense. Harry and Longbottom had gone into the Chamber of Secrets, Harry killed the monster, which turned out not to be a basilisk but a divine beast, whatever that was, and defeated Riddle. Longbottom had really killed a basilisk with a sword, but Harry had convinced Dumbledore to say that the entire thing was fabricated, since saying that there was a real basilisk in the school would get everyone outraged at the headmaster. Anyway, everything was fine. Harry had won, probably in her defense. It might be some kind of wishful thinking, but she knew that he wouldn't have gone so badly after Riddle normally. Tracy told her that he practically disappeared for 2 days after her petrification, which ended up with Longbottom and Granger being found unconscious. Still, Granger's fate was somewhat heartbreaking. Still, it was nice to be back. She didn't even mind when Luna came back to celebrate with them. Well, she minded a little, but not as much as she did before. It was nice for things to go back to normal once more. Slytherin Duma. Chapter 12-8. Slytherin Duma. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. April 15th, 1993, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was, to put it mildly, feeling completely and utterly drained. His exhaustion ran bone deep, a relentless weariness that easily ranked as one of the worst experiences of his long life. But this wasn't the kind of fatigue that a good night's sleep could remedy, as one might expect after a grueling battle. Oh no, this weariness had a different source altogether. It was the lingering aftermath of the Chamber of Secrets catastrophe. Now, you might wonder why a seasoned wizard like Dumbledore, who had faced countless challenges in his lifetime, would be so profoundly affected by recent events. Well, it wasn't just about the physical strain. It was the mental and emotional toll that weighed heavily on his shoulders. Because even if most of the wizarding world had bought this farce that the Potter boy suggested, Dumbledore couldn't simply sweep away the complex complications and political entanglements that had emerged in the wake of the attacks on the student body. It was exhausting, but Albus, as the head of Hogwarts and a key figure in the magical community, bore the burden of having to answer the questions of lesser minds. Well, calling them lesser minds was an exaggeration. They knew that there was something fishy going on and didn't fully believe what he had told them. They were right, of course. Dumbledore knew a fragment of what happened, thanks to young Neville's memories, but even he did not grasp the truth of what really happened inside the chamber. The Potter boy had played his hand beautifully, so even Albus didn't know the full details about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, and he couldn't investigate it because that might reveal the fact that Albus lied about the events of the chamber. Additionally, the fact that there wasn't an actual culprit to blame complicated things, and the end result was far from agreeable. And here he was, headmaster of Hogwarts once more, having to deal with 5 students who missed a lot of coursework, a muggle-born girl whose soul was stuck in a diary, and no sign of Tom Riddle. Even the diary itself had the name Hermione J. Granger inscribed in it. That's not to mention the national celebrity that people started questioning his sanity, because that was the only way Albus could deny knowing that there was, in fact, a basilisk in the school. Why couldn't the brat just have enough common sense to know that he should keep his mouth shut? That boy was becoming more and more frustrating to work with. This was a disaster. Perhaps calling it a disaster was too weak a word after all. Thank Merlin. He had been suspended when this matter was resolved because he doubted that his tenure as the headmaster of Hogwarts would have survived. Thankfully, the moment the boy who lived disappeared, he was immediately reinstated in a hurry. Alas, Albus knew that it wouldn't be enough to avoid the political shitstorm coming his way. The school board was angry, and the ministry wanted more influence over the castle, as they always did. The reason why people were so angry wasn't that the event was traumatizing or even dangerous for the students, but the fact that even the unspeakables couldn't do anything about the young Miss Granger's condition. They were still researching and experimenting, but they were genuinely baffled. Parents were terrified that the only reason their children didn't share young Miss Granger's fate was pure luck. And so, the headmaster of Hogwarts was running everywhere trying to extinguish the fires. The whole thing had cost him a lot of favors, especially when the Daily Prophet was involved. Thankfully, things started to simmer down slightly, hence the meeting. And now here he was, in his own office, facing 3 of the highest-ranked ministry appointees, who were there for him to explain himself. They wouldn't do anything, and it was a formality for their own ego. But Albus had been playing politics for enough time to know that this was going nowhere. The fires had been extinguished. These people were just trying to get any advantage they could have. So, Albus, what in Merlin's name happened? We left you alone because you needed time to get things sorted out, but the Ministry needs answers. Say what you will about Fudge's corruption, there was still a reason he was elected as Minister for Magic. He wasn't the smartest man in the room and had a tendency to run away from problems or just go too far with them, but he knew enough about politics to have a hint of what really happened in the ugly background of the wizarding world. He knew how to keep magical Britain stable, and he was an acceptable peacetime minister. He was good enough to keep things together, but flexible enough to let certain things slide and not upset the uneasy peace they had achieved after Lord Voldemort's defeat at the hand of Neville Longbottom. Still, the man was a minor bureaucrat with very little magical talent, in a world where magic is might. And he came here to demand answers out of him, the champion of light. Albus suppressed his rising fury and answered with a frosty tone. I don't see how I was involved at all. Need I remind you that I was suspended when all of that happened? Come on, Dumbledore, Amelia Bone interjected. You can't possibly think that we bought this whole petrifying diary story. I've seen the victims, and there isn't a curse that could possibly petrify people seemingly indefinitely, especially not one that was done by a diary of all things. Amelia Bones, on the other hand, was far more worryingly competent when it came to causing trouble. She was rigid and militaristic in a way, which made sense since she was forged and trained in the last war. Albus had done his best to curtail her possible ascension to the title of minister, since she would quickly destabilize the whole place with her rigid mindset. She was a straight arrow, that one, which would possibly get her killed. It's a bit more complicated than that. The curse was not a petrifying one, but a time stasis one as well. I didn't want to say anything because temporal magics were frowned upon, but the actual petrifying curse is layered with some kind of time-freezing effect to make the petrification permanent. I had to personally disable that part of the curse so that we could administrate the Mandrake Restoration Potion. With the actual part of the petrification destroyed, the temporal layer of the curse had nothing to be founded upon, which made it fade away. I did not share the details of the curse because I didn't want to unnecessarily scare the parents after the situation was resolved. Their anger seemed to abate. But as usual, Amelia Bones decided to ask something else. That sounds possible, but how is a diary of all things do something like this? Curses are not alive, Albus. They don't decide to petrify people or write messages in blood. Albus suppressed the urge to groan and decided to use a modified version of the truth. It does when you realize who made the diary in the first place. And might that be? Bartemius Crouch asked. Now that was a man that Albus actively disliked. A zealot that just killed anyone he thought was suspicious during the war. He had killed more innocent civilians because of his paranoia than actual Death Eaters, and wasn't that tragic? He was celebrated as a war hero, of course, until it was found out that his son had attacked the Potters alongside the Lestranges and joined their fate. The man tried to protest and say that his son was probably helping the Potters, but a quick investigation revealed that young Barty was a very disturbed boy and was in fact a servant of Lord Voldemort. His wife committed suicide after hearing about the death of her son. It was a sad story, but Albus had used this to remove the man from his post as the head of the DMLE into the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a department that was virtually useless for most of the time, where his career started to slowly fade away. The only person the man hated more than Albus was probably Harry Potter, Tom Riddle, but that's what he was known when he attended these halls. You would know him as Lord Voldemort by their widened eyes and Fudge's squeaking. Albus knew that he had their attention now. He decided to press on. As you probably know, the chamber was opened around 50 years ago. I was the Transfiguration professor at the time, but I always suspected Tom Riddle since I knew that he was probably the only Parselmouth in the school. I told Headmaster Diphead of my suspicions, but he chose not to act on them, refusing that such a charming, orphaned boy would ever do something this heinous. When one of the victims died, the boy ended up framing Rubeus Hagrid since even then, the headmaster would have had to start looking into it severely. Petrification is one thing, but murder, he knew that we couldn't take a chance. I located the chamber and warded it off until the summer when I killed the beast inside, which happened to be a basilisk. A basilisk? All three exclaimed at once. Yes, we were quite fortunate that there only had been a single casualty, Albus answered with a somber tone. I am telling you this because I can tell you with extreme certainty that I knew that the Chamber of Secrets was not opened. However, I did recognize the diary that Miss Granger was found with. It was Tom's. From what I could discern, he enchanted the diary to possess anyone who touched it. He left a jumble of memories, a remnant of sorts of himself as a teenager to force them to petrify people. When he realized that the basilisk was dead, he used the petrification curse to achieve a similar result. Yet one I knew was slightly different since I was there for both occasions. Hermione Granger is the one who attacked everyone, and her diary kept absorbing her until her soul was completely consumed. Young Neville was able to destroy the persona inside the diary, but failed to save young Hermione's soul. The battle occurred inside the diary, in some kind of astral mental plane, thus the moments of delusions the boy experienced. The 3 ministry employees were openly gaping at him. The minister asked with an odd tone, "Then why this secrecy? Why hide all of this?" Miss Granger was as much of a victim of the attacks as the other petrified students, perhaps even more so. I did not want anyone to blame her for what happened. I just wanted to protect my students. I will admit that it was a mistake for us to release Neville from the hospital wing while he still experienced flashes of what happened when he fought Tom. They all nodded, and Albus even saw a glimmer of appreciation in Amelia's eyes. That was very interesting. What about the petrified victims? Unfortunately, Mr. Filch resigned, unable to cope with the loss of his cat, and feeling extremely paranoid about being attacked by students. As for the other victims, we have offered private lessons so that they could catch up on the classes they missed, and they have already caught up with their classmates, apart from Dean Thomas that is. The boy was petrified for months, and there's a very good possibility that he would have to redo the entire year. We are prepared to continue tutoring him during the summer and test him before the beginning of the first year. It will depend entirely on his dedication and his performance. Anyway, as compensation, every victim was given 5,000 galleons for being attacked on school grounds, and everything was settled with the parents. Although we had to obliviate the Grangers of all magic and into thinking their daughter died in a muggle accident, they didn't handle the news well. We will, of course, return their original memories should the girl ever recover. The Bones matriarch seemed suspicious. And how did the diary get past the wards? A muggle-born girl bringing whose diary is very unlikely. I believe that the diary never left the castle. Tom had made it inside the castle, in some kind of hidden room, and Miss Granger must have accidentally touched it. The Unspeakables are studying the diary so that might shed some light, and I will look over the wards personally to make sure that there wasn't a security breach. Bartemius Crouch gritted his teeth. You always have an answer for everything, don't you? I take the safety of my students very seriously. Well, he also practiced this story for days, for this inevitable meeting. They seem to have bought his misdirection and his willingness to protect his students. The school year would continue normally. Now, with that fiasco over, he had time to think about a way to get back at Lucius Malfoy. After all, he was removed, even if it was momentarily, from his seat of power. He couldn't let that stand without consequences, could he? And the next chapter will be the last one for the second year. Again, I'm trying something a bit different for the third year, since it'll be pretty different than canon. As usual, let me know what you think, and I'm open to any suggestions you might have. New Beginnings, Chapter 12-9. New Beginnings. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 2nd, 1993, Hogwarts. As Harry sat down in his compartment, ready to go home for the summer holidays, he started to ponder about the previous school year. The past few months were pretty uneventful in his opinion, at least compared to the rest of the year. Yeah, after a sentient Horcrux of a teenage Dark Lord, a Basilisk, a fucking divine beast that was thousands of years old, there was very little that could really shake things up. After the whole Chamber of Secrets happened, Dumbledore got into a little trouble, far too little since he let 5 students get petrified on his watch, and that's not even mentioning Hermione Granger's fate, which was in the hands of the Department of Mysteries. It was both amusing and depressing to see how easily the man got away with it. Sure, technically Harry had him by the balls because if he revealed that there was, in fact, a basilisk, the headmaster would lose a lot of goodwill from the public, and possibly his position as headmaster. But Harry wouldn't risk it. Dumbledore would kill him. He had proven that he was willing to do it when he did it to Flammel, and Harry wasn't willing to risk it, because what people have forgotten, what Dumbledore ensured that they forget, is the fact that in the magical world, power is might. Political power is meaningless for someone like Albus Dumbledore, because he could easily just take over the nation. A man who could flatten cities in minutes has nothing to fear from a few politicians and angry parents. The reason why he was losing the war to Voldemort was because it was a guerrilla war. Sure, the Dark Lord was very impressive in terms of power, probably as a product of his countless rituals, but he always avoided a straight battle with the aged headmaster for a good reason. So, Harry definitely did not want to push a man like that into a corner. Undermining him is alright, maybe giving him a few setbacks, but to destroy his reputation entirely could literally make the man do something drastic, and Harry had doubts he would survive his wrath. Of course, Harry wouldn't let it go. He wanted the magical world to prosper, and it wouldn't do that with Dumbledore at its helm. Since he couldn't attack the man's reputation suddenly, the last Potter knew that he needed to do it gradually. He would make the public doubt him, getting hesitant to trust him, with one blunder after another. It would be small things at first, things that Dumbledore would consider barely more than an annoyance, which would come from multiple sources. He would think that it was just some bad luck, which would over the course of years destroy the man's credibility without even noticing. Because it's the slow knife, the knife that takes its time, the knife that waits years without forgetting, then slips quietly between the bones. That's the knife that cuts deepest. Something quick, something fast, would never cause enough damage to the empire that Dumbledore built. A little patience, a little persistence could plant an idea. And that's the beauty of it. An idea can't be killed, it can't be eradicated. You can't obliviate an idea if it's over a long time. It would start slow, like for example, the boy that people often consider to be his successor, Neville Longbottom, breaking the statute of secrecy openly, then impersonating other signs of old families to spy on the conversations in Slytherin. Things like students getting attacked, one of them maybe even never recovering. Maybe someone would talk about the baby dragon that Longbottom tried smuggling. Maybe even about the Cerberus, the challenge, the possessed professor. Small incidents and leaks would get people to start asking questions. Then, 2, maybe 3 years of small incidents, small mistakes, would just shake the blind faith that the magical world had in him. It would provide an opportunity to truly bring back the might of the magical world before Albus Dumbledore started doing his best to smother it. Riddle was right to want Dumbledore out of the castle, but he was too impatient. With a man like the headmaster, you needed to play the long game. People were already suspicious of the headmaster's statement about the Chamber of Secrets and only stopped their protest when the Minister for Magic, the head of the DMLE, and Bartemius Crouch confirmed his words after investigating the matter themselves. Dumbledore definitely didn't tell them the truth, but whatever he said convinced them enough to side with him. So, things came back to relatively normal around a month after Harry's fight with Riddle. The petrified victims, apart from Dean Thomas, had caught up with whatever they missed. The exam sessions happened as normal. Daphne had to attend a lot of remedial classes in her free time, which stopped them from hanging out as much as they did previously. As for Dean Thomas's fate, it was still up to him. The boy had chosen to try to finish the curriculum and do his exams in August to not be pulled back a year. Harry sincerely wished him good luck with his endeavor. As for Blaise and Tracy, Harry started to get closer to them after he explained the whole chamber situation. He really did trust them, and while they were shocked about what happened, they quickly accepted his version of things. Like the fact that Longbottom wasn't actually delusional, that Dumbledore was subtly convincing everyone that he was just to save his own ass, and that Harry was fighting the air in the shadows without anyone other than Daphne and Luna even knowing about it. They were now as close as they could be as if the year of slowly drifting apart hadn't happened. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Tracy asking, "So, will this be the first time you meet Arcturus Black?" He shrugged. "No, I saw him a couple of times. I even went to his home at Christmas, so this isn't an impulsive decision." Well, that's not exactly true. It was an impulsive decision. Harry was so focused on avenging Daphne that he had asked Arcturus to take him as his ward to make sure that Dumbledore wouldn't try anything. Harry had always wanted to stay beneath the man's notice, but he had accepted the truth that as a potential prophecy child, the headmaster would always keep an eye on him as a potential replacement for Longbottom. Arcturus becoming his guardian would stop the man from having any kind of authority over him outside the school, and would even limit the man's authority inside it as well. Blaise nodded. "So, you're going to be the next head of the Black family?" "Not really. I can't be the head of a family if I don't have its crest activated. I'll technically be the regent and I'll pass on the black crest to one of my children if I have any, and they'll be the next black head. Lucius Malfoy will not be happy with that, Daphne commented. Lucius Malfoy is not happy about a lot of things these days, Harry answered with a snort, causing his friends to burst into laughter. He was right. The Malfoy family was starting to get into a bit of trouble. It seemed like Dumbledore did not appreciate the man kicking him out of the castle for the few days he did. After the chamber fiasco, the man was removed from his position on the school board, and he lost his house elf. Somehow, Harry had no idea how it happened, nor did he really care, to be honest. But the biggest hit was the Ministry raid that was spearheaded by Arthur Weasley. They found a secret room filled with hundreds of banned artifacts that were seized by the Ministry, and apparently, the fines that the Malfoy head had to pay was staggering. Honestly, Harry didn't know if Dumbledore somehow knew if the entire Chamber of Secrets plot was made by Malfoy, something that the last Potter wasn't even certain of. But this was very brutal, and proof that Harry was right in not overly antagonizing the headmaster. Luna perked up. Oh, Draco had a lot of nargles moving around his head. They all nodded at the Ravenclaw's comment. After a while, her figures of speech got sort of repetitive, and you could understand what it meant. She usually had a hard time explaining her interpretations of her clairvoyance, and even if they didn't understand at first, it became easier to deduce over time, especially since she started hanging out with them a lot after she found out that Harry dealt with Tom. Even the Ravenclaws that bullied her stopped after they kept getting mysteriously cursed in their own common rooms. On an unrelated matter, Harry was getting really good at modifying spells to only act after a certain delay. Any response to Luna's statement was silenced by Neville Longbottom angrily walking past their compartment with his trunk. Blaise shook his head at the scene, still moody as ever. Huh? The Longbottom scion has been in a foul mood ever since the whole Chamber of Secrets thing happened. Being ridiculed and people thinking he was crazy made him very irritable. That's not mentioning the giant fight he had with Weasley in the middle of the Gryffindor common room. Apparently, the redhead thought that his friend had been the heir of Slytherin, and if that wasn't enough, he was caught telling everyone about how disturbed Longbottom really was, and that he was always prone to imagining things. Of course, that didn't end well, and with Hermione out of commission, the boy who lived ended up practically friendless, with people actively trying to avoid him, making him even more prone to bursts of anger. The Weasley twins tried to break the tension in their common room with a few pranks, one of which ended up dosing Professor Lockhart with a basic truth potion. The man was a mediocre professor when he wasn't being controlled by Riddle, but it wasn't really noticeable. Only the Newt students really complained, but they had learned a long time ago not to rely on professors for that particular class, and just self-studied. So, yeah, the Ponce had confessed in the middle of the Great Hall that he was just a front, that his entire career was to buy stories of adventures from actual heroes and write about those adventures with himself as the protagonist. It was all a big scam. The actual adventurers got a shard of the profits, which got them to not say anything because it would stop them from getting even more gold. Surprisingly, he didn't even have to memory charm anyone. Technically, it wasn't illegal, even if the Daily Prophet crucified him for his scam. He argued that he played Lockhart, the character, and didn't really lie to anyone when people started making a fuss, and that since he had the signed permissions from the people who actually committed those deeds to use their stories. And while it is written that those stories were based on true events, there was a small amendment telling them that there might be some changes, which in this case was the protagonist. Sure, the man was fired, and his books were no longer sold, but he ended up with a fortune that no one could take from him. He disappeared one day, a few weeks before the term ended, and no one has seen anything about him. He probably retired somewhere abroad with enough gold to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Harry had to admit that he had a smidge of respect for the man's cunning. Daphne poked his shoulder, breaking him from his thoughts once more, and whispered, "What were you just thinking about?" He didn't even notice that his friends continued his conversation without him. Harry just gave her a smile, just about new beginnings, and it was true. He was going to have an actual guardian for the first time in his life. He had to admit that he asked Arcturus Black to become his guardian out of desperation to stay away from Dumbledore's influence. He had succeeded. He only hoped that it wasn't a mistake, trusting the Black Patriarch. At least there was something for certain. Harry's summer was bound to be eventful at the very least. Platinum. Chapter 130. platinum. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 4th, 1993, Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy sat in his office, drinking some very old whiskey, and commiserated about the events of the previous year. Sometimes, he really regretted even getting involved with the politics of magical Britain. It was very gratifying at first when he was actually free of doing what he wanted after the Dark Lord perished at the hands of Neville Longbottom. It was amazing, the influence he could wield. And with the Black family being pretty much wiped out, he had assumed the leadership of the traditional faction of the Wizengamot. It wouldn't have been wrong to say that he was the second most powerful man in the country, after Dumbledore, of course. Thankfully, the Muggle-loving fool was too busy to pay attention to the entire game, and Lucius played to gain more power for his faction. It was a good system, got the headmaster busy, and the rest of the factions became pretty much toothless. Of course, that went well until the previous year when defeated of Grindelwald proposed a bill, the Muggle Protection Act, that sounded nice on the front, but pretty much allowed Arthur Weasley's department to get a search warrant, with Aurors being present, anywhere to look for artifacts that could be used for Muggle baiting. The sad thing is that Aurors have the authority to arrest anyone if they see them committing crimes. Lucius saw it as the trick it was and tried to fight it. Alas, he was outvoted, and the first victim was the Yaxleys, who ended up paying thousands of galleons and had all of their ritual gear confiscated and destroyed since they were technically banned. Most families quickly hid their artifacts, whether in Gringotts artifact vaults or in secret rooms, but many simply did not have the funds for that and tried to sell everything that could be found, eager to get rid of any incriminating evidence, which of course caused the prices on banned items to plummet, which made everyone's net worth take a hit. Even Lucius wasn't spared, since a big portion of the Malfoy fortune was in expensive and rare magical artifacts. It was an obvious plan by Dumbledore to weaken the traditional faction and enforce the bans that he passed into law over the years. They even tried to search Lucius' home, but they didn't find the secret room that contained the banned items. Arthur Weasley's gritted teeth were obvious. The entire bill was a slap in the face, and people clamored for Lucius to retaliate. He did it by doing something that was admittedly risky. Giving away one of the Dark Lord's prized possessions that was entrusted to him to ensure Dumbledore's downfall was easy. The man was dead, and even then, he would probably appreciate kicking Dumbledore out of the castle. And it worked. The Chamber of Secrets was opened, and it took a few months to get the opportunity to kick Dumbledore from the castle. The idea was to slander the man and shake the blind faith his followers had in him, which would destabilize his faction. Eventually, the Weasley girl would have been caught, and Arthur Weasley would have been crucified for her actions, adding more fuel to the fire. It sounded so perfect on paper. The students were attacked, but two of the attackers were not mudbloods. That was a sign that things were not going according to plan. Still, it gave Lucius enough leverage to do what had to be done. However, Dumbledore's suspension lasted less than a couple of days, since the Longbottom scion of all people had found who was opening, and it wasn't the Weasley girl as he planned, but the mudblood friend of his that Draco kept complaining about, calling her a teacher's pet. She was still unconscious because of whatever the diary did. Lucius didn't really care. She was just a mudblood. After all, the old man was quickly reinstated by his actions and claimed that it was a cursed diary that caused the petrification and that the Chamber of Secrets was never opened. Honestly, Lucius didn't know if that was true or not. The Dark Lord had a tendency to exaggerate certain truths, and that was saying it kindly. He was just too terrifying and unstable for anyone to call him out on it. All things considered, Dumbledore did take a few hits, but he didn't take his suspension lying down. He had personally come to an inspection with the Aurors, and he wasn't as easy to fool as the others. With a wave of his wand, the secrecy charms were gone, as were the powerful wards. That was all it took, a single wave of his wand. The Aurors confiscated artifacts worth in total more than 200,000 galleons, and that's not mentioning the 100,000 galleons fine and being dismissed from the Hogwarts school board. Yeah, the defeater of Grindelwald could be vindictive when he wanted to. Lucius didn't know if the man was doing it because of his suspension, or because he knew that it was Lucius who orchestrated the entire thing. The result was the same. The Malfoy vaults were practically emptied overnight, and Lucius had to sell a few properties to be back in a comfortable position. His faction had smelt the blood in the water and was vying for his position, especially after Arcturus Black came out of nowhere and announced that Harry Potter, of all people, was his ward. The boy was a contender as the next head of the Black family, which destroyed the implied idea that Draco would be the next Black head, and as his father, he was just acting as his placeholder. It was a bunch of nonsense, of course, but people felt better when there was any justification for the status quo, and the Blacks had been in charge of the traditional faction for centuries. If it wasn't even enough, he found out that his house elf, Dobby, was straining his bond to try to betray him in some misguided attempt at saving Neville Longbottom. It was something utterly inconceivable. House elves were bound by magic. They were utterly loyal, even if their masters tortured them. Dobby had been conditioned for 2 centuries to obey the head of the Malfoy family. He always took his punishments too far, which was maddening because he injured himself so much that he couldn't complete his assigned tasks anymore. The elf was probably mad, and it was probably a mercy that Lucius killed him. It was quick and painless, but he had no choice. An unreliable elf was a useless elf, and one that held a lot of family secrets was bound to cause problems in the future. Still, house elves were expensive, and ones that were so familiar to a family's magic were practically indispensable. To make a long story short, Lucius had every right to drink his sorrows. He had lost this fight, badly, but he would recover. He would recoup his losses. His father, Abraxas, often said that a Malfoy could achieve anything with just their cunning. Yes, his house will return, stronger than ever. He only needed to think of a way to do so. He moved to take another gulp of his whiskey, but his body refused to answer. It was hard to breathe. He tried to get up, he tried to scream, but all that came out was a small groaning. Slowly a figure walked forward to him. He couldn't even move his head to look at it. What do we have here? If it isn't Ekko Lucy Malfoy. What a pleasant surprise. The Malfoy patriarch could do nothing more than groan. The figure released a soft chuckle. Oh, don't try to talk too much. I slipped you a little something in your whiskey. Don't worry, it's not lethal. It's also not magical. Isn't it funny that people have been running like headless chickens, trying to figure out how I killed all those people without leaving any magical traces? It's funny. It's because I didn't actually use any magic. The voice was oddly soft, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, making it impossible to discern gender. It carried an eerie and mysterious quality that sent shivers down his spine. However, it took a few seconds for the Malfoy patriarch to process before he made a conclusion. You're... Lucius rasped. Yeah, the infamous smiling killer. That's what they call me at least. Not that I care, really. Ah, the smiling killer. Some kind of serial killer that appeared around 2 years back. He had over a dozen murders on his head, mostly in pureblood mansions that were warded to the eyeballs. There were no signs of entry, no damage to the wards, no traces of magic, absolutely nothing. It was a killer that could kill anyone, anywhere. The killer always cut up his victims' mouths, like a sick mockery of a smile, before slitting their throats. The Ministry had done its best to bury the story, while the DMLE tried to apprehend the murderer. Fudge didn't want to spread fear, which was interesting. But until they figured out how the smiling killer got in and out of century-old wards, they were holding out. After all, what was the point of warning people if they could do nothing to stop them? However, there was one thing Lucius wanted to know. If he was going to die, anyway, why? That's a very important question. Why? Criminals are so boring nowadays. They kill for gold, kill for love, for hate, for envy. It's all so mundane. Like there's nothing special about it anymore. My dear Lucy, I do what I do because I want to send a message. No one is safe when I'm concerned. The voice started to get heated slightly. Isn't it funny? You're all schemers. Everyone has their little plans. Dumbledore schemes like he's some kind of chess master, forgetting about the human element entirely. The Dark Lord had plans, mad as they might have been. Even you have plans, trying to go against Dumbledore, and where did that get you? Oh, that's right. You lost most of your political power, a whole lot of gold, and any respect anyone had for you. And a visit from dear old me, of course. Dumbledore? His future killer burst into laughter. Oh, that's right. Nah, I'm not working with Dumbledore. You see, he's on my list too. Now that's a man with hundreds of plans in motion. It's also pathetic. You see, the thing I noticed is that whenever he was involved with anything, everyone stopped thinking altogether. Nobody panics when things go according to his plans, even if what he was planning could easily be called monstrous. Do you know how many massacres committed by Dumbledore were celebrated because they were according to plan? But the moment something unpredictable happens, the moment someone like me intervenes, everyone freaks out. You folks try to make sense of this crazy world, but none of you ever see a wild card like me coming. Oh, I was gonna save you for dessert. Maybe just before our dear old Dumbledore, Lucy, but no, you just had to go and grab my attention. The monster's voice dripped with sinister amusement and started cackling, something that sent a shiver down Lucius's spine. The serial killer slowly walked towards Lucius and, for the first time, the Malfoy patriarch took a good look at them. He or she was wearing a white circular mask, with a face drawn into it with what looked like blood. Who are you? Nobody cared about me before I put on the mask. I am no one, just a mask, a person among many, that society failed, that suffered in this little fight between the light and dark. The masked person asked, "Now, where was I?" "Oh yeah, you got my attention, didn't you? You see, you almost got a lot of people killed, including your own son, in Hogwarts. Getting an artifact to release a basilisk in the place where the next generation of wizards and witches lived had to be one of the stupidest ideas I ever heard of. Now, I wouldn't really care if it wasn't for the fact that you almost killed someone very dear to me." Longbottom, the figure snorted. "What would I want with a spoilt celebrity brat? Nah, I'm talking about Harry Potter." "What?" "The Potter boy of all people. He had no influence, barely any gold, and no political power. If it wasn't for Arcturus Black adopting him, he would have faded into obscurity, magic prodigy or not." The figure continued, "You see, you almost killed the kid. And well, he's mine. Only I get to kill him. We have a history, you see. Or at least, he and his mother had a history. Ekko Lily was very naughty, and if I can't kill the bitch, her son will have to do." "You're mad," Lucius exclaimed with far more effort than it should have. "Oh, you're just getting that now? I'll admit it, I'm not all there. But you see, madness isn't all that bad, really. It can be quite liberating. It allows me to see the world without the constraints of sanity or morality. It allows me to do what others wouldn't dare, to go to unspeakable lengths just to make a point. You see, even with all the schemes and plans that people have, I'm the one in control. The rest of the world just isn't mad enough to see it. But they will." "Draco? Sissy?" "Yes." Before he wanted to know, the Malfoy patriarch wanted to see what would happen to his family. He wanted reassurance that the mad thing wouldn't slaughter them too. "They're gonna be just dandy, you know, all sad and teary-eyed, of course, but I have principles. Unlike you schemers, my words mean something, and going after the victims is just so distasteful, especially when I have such a good toy to play with. I wonder how people will react after seeing your body. Now, I guess there's no need to delay the inevitable. You know, what your problem is, Lucy. You're always so stiff and serious. Why don't we fix that first and put a smile on that frowny face of yours? And before you say that I took some heavy inspiration from the Joker, you're right. I have. I just thought that it would be cool to have an antagonist to Harry that has similar attributes, mainly his madness. I already decided who it was, what the backstory was, and why they're doing what they're doing, and it's very different from the Joker. I just decided to use this aspect of his character to have Harry face against something really unpredictable. It won't be a copy of the Joker, so don't worry about that. This character won't be the Joker. They won't be as nonsensical. There will be bigger motives, actual reasons for the madness and why they're targeting Harry. I'm sorry, but saying anything more would spoil it. So that's all you're going to get out of me. Also, the smiling killer won't be the only antagonist in this arc, but let's just say that paths will cross. Black Mirror, Chapter 131. Black Mirror. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 7th, 1993. Black Manor. Harry expected that being a ward of Arcturus Black would have changed things. Oddly enough, he didn't feel any different. If he was perfectly honest, this wouldn't have been his main choice. Harry would have rather remained alone, without any kind of adult supervision, practicing magic in Diagon Alley and buying whatever he wanted from there. However, Dumbledore tried his hands. He knew that the moment he went after the heir of Slytherin, the headmaster would try to do his best to assert his control over him. Getting himself adopted pretty much removed any authority the man could have over Harry. Outside the castle, that is. In Hogwarts, he would still need to obey the headmaster, but now he had options. He could fight back if the man went too far, unlike previously where he could literally get the ministry to drop any complaint he had. Nothing involving him will be buried under the carpet with one single word of him, and the price for all of that was trusting Arcturus Black. Honestly, Harry still didn't know what to make of the man. He hadn't even spoken to Harry once since the man took over his guardianship, and the last Potter was waiting for the shoe to drop. The man didn't even come to pick up Harry and just sent a house elf with a portkey. He was shown his room and that was it. He went to the dining room to eat, alone. He sometimes used the flue to get to Diagon Alley without any problems. No one said anything about the rules that he had to follow in the manor. Nothing. He didn't even know if Arcturus was in the manor. The building was large enough that Harry would need days to find him, without magic that is. So, he had given up on doing so. He was perfectly fine with the arrangement. As long as he was not stifled, he had no reason to complain. So, after 5 days of silence, when Harry found a small piece of paper telling him that the Black Patriarch invited him to eat lunch with him in his office, he felt a mixture of worry and puzzlement. Why did the Black Patriarch wait so long? Was this when Arcturus was going to start restricting him? Was this the moment Harry would lose his freedom once more? Still, after living in the man's home, Harry had to respect his wishes. Arcturus Black always seemed like a reasonable man, but the last Potter knew for a fact that things were not always what they appeared. He had taken a risk with Arcturus Black. This was simply the first of the consequences that awaited that decision, and so, the last Potter readied himself and walked towards the man's office. As usual, the corridors of the Black family manor were dimly lit and had many secrets that Harry wanted to unravel. He couldn't shake the feeling that this lunch meeting would mark a turning point in his life, for better or worse. His footsteps echoed softly against the polished marble floor, creating an eerie sense of solitude. As Harry approached the door to Arcturus Black's office, he took a deep breath and knocked politely. The door opened with a slight creak, revealing a spacious room adorned with dark wood furniture and ancient tapestries. Arcturus Black, seated behind an ornate desk, looked up from his paperwork with a small, but not unfriendly, smile. "Ah, Harry Potter," Arcturus said in a deep, commanding voice that seemed to resonate with authority. "I'm pleased you could join me. Please, have a seat." Harry nodded and took a seat across from Arcturus, who gestured to a sumptuous spread of food on a nearby table. Harry's stomach rumbled at the sight and smell of the delicious dishes laid out before him. Harry was hungry and helped himself to a small platter of dishes. He had missed breakfast while he was working on a particularly troublesome spell. Specifically, the Patronus Charm. The spell had fascinated Harry for years, but he never really had the time to study it properly. In his first year, he was too inexperienced and focused on other spells. His second year was consumed with his game with Riddle. This summer was the first time Harry had some real free time on his side to focus on something as arbitrary as the Patronus Charm. Well, the charm itself was simple enough. Using an emotion as a catalyst, the spell itself tried to create some kind of manifestation of that emotion. The reason why the charm was so effective against Dementors was because it overwhelmed them. It took some research, but Dementors did not feed on the hopes and happiness of their victims. They fed on the misery. In fact, they didn't really understand the concept of happiness. What the Dementors did was bring out the feeling of despair in their victims. However, conscious people always have that emotion connected to some kind of memories, and their mind immediately uses that connection to relive their worst memories. It was horrifying. The mind arts couldn't do anything because this wasn't a mental attack in any way, just an emotional one. Just like an empath could theoretically see the emotions of a person proficient in a clemency, Dementors find the small part of the spectrum that holds their despair, and they enhance it as much as possible, which would inevitably overwhelm all other emotions after years, practically guaranteeing the madness of any long-term prisoner in Azkaban. The Patronus Charm is a manifestation of pure happiness, which is something that Dementor try to snuff out as much as possible. They're repulsed by it. It's in their nature. Technically speaking, any emotion other than despair could work, but happiness was by far the most effective solution. Harry still had issues casting the spell, still being left with mist. He was using a few memories of his friends as the catalyst, but he knew that it wasn't enough. No, what he was trying to do was modify it to work with other emotions, mainly hope or willpower. That is, Perhaps doing it with the entire emotional spectrum could lead to a lot of interesting interactions with certain spells or magical creatures. It was interesting yet very complex, but it should be theoretically possible. It was one of the most difficult challenges he faced in a while. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a cough. He suppressed a blush when he realized that he had ignored his new guardians, being distracted by possible arithmetic formulas in his head. Sorry about that. The older man chuckled. Who am I to interrupt a mage in the middle of his project? I've been monitoring your work. Well, Creature has. He's been quite taken with you, ever since you destroyed Regulus Locket, but modifying the Patronus charm. I have to say that you don't take things slow, do you? If things were easy, then they wouldn't be worth doing. I couldn't have said so myself. I wanted to wait until you were settled in before we had this talk. I wanted to talk to you today about your future and your place within the Black family. Harry shook his head. I'm your ward. I know that. The human body cannot handle more than one activated magical crest. Yes, I know how family crests work, boy. I don't want to get you killed needlessly. You're already the last of your line and I won't risk it. We already agreed in your letter that one of your children will bear the Black crest. No, what I meant is that as my ward, you're expected to appear in certain political functions, talk with your peers during certain events, and make a few connections, especially with what's happened recently. Harry frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? The man frowned and threw an issue of the Daily Prophet onto the desk. Harry leaned in and took a look at the first page. Lucius Malfoy found dead in his home. The smiling killer strikes again. Are we safe? The headline sent a chill down Harry's spine. Lucius Malfoy, a prominent figure in the wizarding world and the unspoken leader of the traditionalist faction of the Wisengamot. Who's this smiling killer? No one knows. Hell, no one even has the slightest clue. They just call him that because of the way his victims' cheeks are cut like they were smiling or something. The DMLE thinks that it's some kind of serial killer, but no one knows how he got through the wards. They weren't damaged in any way, and there was no trace of magic on the corpses. They didn't even fight back. No signs of potions, spell fire, nothing. They don't even know if it's a man or a woman. It's like this killer is some kind of ghost that goes through wards as if they weren't there and leaves without a single trace. You said he was a serial killer, Harry stated with an intrigued expression on his face. So, he did kill before? Yes, but not people as high profile as Lucius Malfoy. The Ministry was trying to bury it as much as possible. Other Death Eaters? No. They thought so when Electo Caro and Walden McNair were found dead with the same wounds. But he also killed Sturgis, Podmore, and Emmeline Vance, who are very well known to be on Dumbledore's side. Harry frowned. So, everyone who participated in the war? Harry, everyone participated in the war. Well, every old family. That fake Dark Lord sent an invitation to every family to follow him. If you didn't agree, he took it as a declaration of being his enemy. Everyone fought. The killer could have been going after old families or hunting their artifacts, and with the war being over for over a decade, the killer would have started long ago. The truth is that no one really knows what's going on, and Fudge panicking over it doesn't help matters. The last Potter wasn't convinced. This was different. He could feel it in his bones. This had to do with the war. Someone wasn't happy with how it went and was going after both sides. The question was why now? Why wait for a decade to target people? Unless he couldn't. Unless he was too young to do anything about it before. Still, there were too many unknown variables to make a conclusion. Harry needed more data. The Black Patriarch continued with his speech. You see, Lucius' death opens a lot of doors, but also presents a lot of danger. He ruled the traditional faction with an iron fist, and with him gone, they'll be looking for a new leader. And you want to take the helm? Oh, by the powers, no. I'm too old for something like this. No, what I want is for someone somewhat reasonable to take over. Someone patient enough not to screw up the delicate balance in the Wisengamot. What about Narcissa? She could take over, Harry stated. No, they'll never accept her, the Black Patriarch denied. Lucius did a good job at defanging her the moment they were married. The leader has to be a Death Eater, and Narcissa was also never one, just a sympathizer and supporter of her husband. I think Avery or Rosier are the most likely contenders. Not being elected would be a disaster. No, what I want to do is present you as a potential candidate after your graduation as the representative of the Black family. It would make the hold of the new leader to be unstable. You'll be an unspoken candidate for the future. Narcissa would probably do the same with her son, but she won't succeed. Also, it would help you garner more support from a third of the Wisengamot, especially considering what's coming. And what is coming? Harry asked. The man took out a piece of paper. Dumbledore. He's protesting my appointment as your guardian. He managed to get a hearing in front of the Wisengamot. If you somehow portray yourself as a possible competent heir of the Black family legacy, you'll have half the Wisengamot in the palm of your hands. You'll hit two birds with just one stone. Lion's Grief. Chapter 132. Lion's Grief. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 9th, 1993, Longbottom Manor. Neville knew that he looked like a mess. He had barely gotten out of his bedroom ever since his summer vacation started, and even his grandmother was visibly starting to get worried. His family had given him time to mourn, but the boy who lived knew that they would confront him soon. Usually, Neville often got bored during the summer. Most of the young scion engagements were scheduled then, and they were so boring. With Yule being considered a private event, the summer was the only time Hogwarts graduates could attend any political event. So they were all put together in the 3 months of summer. Adding in the fact that this was the time his grandmother tended to deny him any kind of fun as a punishment for his actions at school, as well as his grades, summer was never a nice time in the Longbottom Manor. The Longbottom scion remembered the previous summer when his grandmother stopped him from attending an exhibition Quidditch match for Puddlemere United, his favorite team, because his grades were lower than his father's. It was so frustrating. Neville had literally been in the top half in most of his classes, apart from potions, astronomy, and history of magic. But then again, who cared about those? He got first place in herbology and got an outstanding for most of the wand subjects. But that wasn't enough. Neville had to be better than Frank Longbottom. Sometimes Neville hated the man, despite never meeting him, and sometimes he wished he could have a single conversation with him and his mother. Anyway, this was the last summer, which honestly felt like a paradise compared to what he was feeling currently. Hermione had just been moved out of St. Mungo's and to the Department of Mysteries. The healers had literally given up on her, and that meant that the Unspeakables were probably going to use her as some kind of experiment. It also meant that Neville couldn't visit her anymore. It was different now. School was a good distraction. Going to classes, attending detention, and being subjected to absurd rumors wasn't fun, but it took Neville's mind out of the pit that was Hermione's condition. He looked back and remembered how much he mistreated her. He was a crappy friend. He and Ron were, in fact. They used the Muggleborn to help with their research and their homework, but made fun of her every time she tried to explain something. Whenever there was an argument, Neville took Ron's side every single time. She looked hurt at first, but she had obviously gotten used to it since she stopped arguing with him when she disagreed with any decision. How could Neville have been blinded by Ron like this? He tried to ignore his words about suspecting Neville to be the heir of Slytherin. It was understandable. The Longbottom scion was a viable suspect, but the way Ron kept claiming that he knew that Hermione was dark and that they should have left her to die at the hands of the troll in their first year, Neville really started to see the ugly creature that was Ron Weasley. The redhead was a jealous braggart who would never admit to being wrong. He would always be inclined to justify anything in absurd ways to convince himself that his worldview was not wrong and that he was in the right for his actions. Neville had chosen Ron to be his friend because the boy was loyal to a fault. The redhead had no expectations from him. He wasn't trying to befriend him for some kind of political angle like the other children did pretty badly during the ministry functions. It wasn't their fault. They were told by their parents to do it. Still, it was very frustrating. But to see that loyalty was disregarded completely when it came to Hermione, well, that proved how little it was worth, and that Neville would probably be next. So yeah, Hermione was in a coma because of that blasted diary, and Ron proved to be an unreliable friend. Neville had lost every single true friend he had in the span of a few months. He didn't even try to get closer to other people. They had shunned him when they thought he was the heir of Slytherin. He couldn't trust them either. Not that he needed any friends. He was racked with guilt for what happened to Hermione. He didn't need anyone. He was the boy who lived. After all, Neville froze when he heard a knock on his door. "Neville, it's me. Can I come in?" It was his grandmother. She sounded odd. Her voice lacked that haughty severity that it always had. Neville just grunted in response, and the woman entered his room with that weird vulture hat in her hands. She looked at the room, and the young Gryffindor waited for her to whine about the state of his room like she always did. She would have a point this time. The room was a mess. Clothes lay strewn across the floor, like a chaotic battlefield, their vibrant colors clashing with the somberness of Neville's mood. Piles of books teetered precariously on a rickety shelf, threatening to collapse at any moment. Quills, parchment, and ink bottles were scattered across his desk, buried under half-finished assignments and crumpled notes. The scent of stale pumpkin pasties lingered in the air, a testament to his recent neglect of basic self-care. And in the corner, his beloved Mimbulus Mimbletonia plant had wilted, its normally lively tentacles now drooping mournfully. Neville's room was a reflection of his heart, a place where the chaos of his grief was laid bare for anyone to see. Surprisingly, she didn't. Instead, she waved her wand, summoned one of his chairs, and sat on it. She gave him an oddly sympathetic expression. "Neville, I'm worried about you." "I'm fine," he insisted. "How is this fine?" she said while pointing at the state of the room. "Look, you showered since you came back from school. You haven't pestered me about going to see any Quidditch games like you usually do. You haven't even gone to the family greenhouse to check on your plants. Hell, we're unlocking your magical crest in a couple of months, and you didn't even pester me about it. Isn't that what you always wanted? The perfect little heir that my father was," the young boy said bitterly. She let out an explosive sigh. "Your father wasn't a perfect heir. He didn't get in trouble as much as you did, or smuggle a dragon, or illegally use polyjuice, or fly a car to school, but he had his fair share of fights and troubles. Frank was like a storm. He would be calm one day, and he would explode in another. Alice was a lot gentler, but she knew how to curb his worst impulses much better than I better did. It was like they were made for each other. It's what made them such a fearsome horror duo. Oh, sometimes I wished he was a bit easier to handle, but in the end, I loved him unconditionally, just as I love you. Unconditionally. I know that I push you to be better, but that's just me wishing that if I do right by you, you won't end up like my Frankie. I wish that you'd never have the expression you have now." Neville stiffened. "What would you know?" "I know enough," the long-bottomed matriarch interrupted. "You're desperate that this would be a dream, that this was all wrong. You hate the fact that it happened. You're angry all the time. It's like this overwhelming fire that just wants to escape, to burn the world. But the sad thing is that as much as you hate the world, you hate yourself even more, and it's eating you alive. You think about the few things that could have done differently, and you wallow in despair." "How?" the boy croaked. "Because that's how I felt after my son died. You're not the only one who ever experienced grief, but that's not your fault. Voldemort attacked my parents." The woman let out a mournful smile. "And yet I felt guilty, nonetheless. He was my son, my whole world, and he died so suddenly. I never got to say goodbye. Just like your friend being in her coma was not your fault. You didn't give her that cursed diary, nor did you make the damned thing. You literally didn't push her into writing in it, and yet you try to blame yourself for what happened because it's an easy thing to do. It's the human thing to do." Hermione Granger is a nice girl, with a good mind and a very bright future ahead of her, a future that was robbed from her. You're right to be sad, you're right to mourn. I just don't want you to destroy yourself while you're at it. Neville shook his head. "I know it's not my fault, Gran. It's just, I don't even know what happened. I don't know who gave her the diary or why. Everyone kept telling me that I was under some curse, but I remember fighting that basilisk. I remember being afraid and sweaty. I remember the smell of its breath, its screams when I used Potter's bombs at it. I remember seeing it fall and die by my hand. I couldn't have imagined all of that. I didn't even know what a basilisk was. It's just that I was so consumed with proving to everyone that I wasn't lying, that I forgot what happened to Hermione. It took Potter of all people to remind me how selfish I was, how much I underappreciated everything. Hermione trusted me, and I failed her. I'm supposed to be this hero, but I couldn't save my best friend." "You're young, Neville. You're not supposed to be the hero, no matter what everyone says. We're supposed to take care of you." Neville looked down at his hands, fidgeting with a loose thread on his threadbare robe. "I just wish I could do something, Gran. I wish I could wake her up and make things right." Augusta Longbottom reached out and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and comforting. "I understand that feeling, Neville, but sometimes all we can do is be there for our loved ones. even when they can't be there for themselves. Hermione needs you to be strong, to keep going, to honor her memory with your actions. I miss her." Augusta's voice softened as she spoke. "I know, dear. Grief is a powerful emotion, and it's okay to miss her. It's okay to feel lost and alone. But you're not truly alone, Neville. You'll always have me, have your family. Your friend would have wanted you to move on, just like Frank would have wanted me to do the same. And I might have failed, and I still see his face every time I look at yours. But that pain will slowly fade until it becomes a bitter memory at best. You have the advantage that your friend can still recover. Do not lose that hope and assume that you'll never see her again. I know I'm strict with you, and you try to challenge that as much as possible, but I want you to know that I will never judge you if you come to me with serious stuff. I will always be there for you." Neville hugged his grandmother. The pain wasn't gone, but he felt oddly lighter. In the depths of an ancient, candlelit room shrouded in darkness, a figure sat alone. There was barely any light to see his face. However, his fingers, long and bony, clutched a small, weathered piece of parchment. With a grin on his lips, he muttered softly to himself, his voice a chilling whisper in the void. "So, it begins. I wonder how you'll react to my opening move, Albus." He then let out a mirthless laugh. "The bells have been rung, dear Albus. The end is coming, death is coming. I wonder if you'll even realize what's coming before it comes for you too. Has your light blinded you so much that you cannot see it, that you cannot see me? I guess we'll find out soon enough." Blood Feud. Chapter 133, Blood Feud. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 17th, 1993, Azkaban. Gawain Robards hated the Azkaban shifts. People really undersold how horrible this place was, and the fancy aura that came to Hogwarts in his newt year to sell the prospect of being one definitely didn't mention that it would be on the table. Now, he understood that it was a small propaganda machine to get as many agents hired in what happened to be the most underfunded department in the Ministry for Magic. Seriously, Fudge cut the budget to the throat, and it was a miracle how Madame Bones could manage to keep things together enough to have a coherent form of law enforcement. It was one of the main selling points of Fudge during his campaign for minister, removing the funds that were used for war to diversify the economy and prosper the citizens of magical Britain. Barty Crouch had gone insane in the Blood War. He authorized the use of unforgivables for Merlin's sake. He ignored rights and arrested people just because they had friends or family who were suspects. He froze assets like it was no tomorrow. They were at the cusp of a goblin rebellion since most of the funds belonging to old families were frozen. So, when the war was over and Crouch's son was revealed to be a Death Eater that perished in the fires of Godric Hollow, the public clamored for the opposite of the man's reign of terror, and they got one in Cornelius Fudge. He wasn't that bad at first. The portion of the budget reserved for the DMLE took a hit, but it was expected since the war was over. But what was infuriating was the fact that the hits just kept going. It was Lucius Malfoy's doing, since he was obviously heavily invested in the emerging black market that dealt with illegal artifacts, and weakening the DMLE was an easy way for him not to be investigated. Well, the man was dead now, thanks to their new headache, that smiling killer. Magical Britain hadn't seen a magical serial killer ever since Jack the Ripper's rampage almost a century back. There were enough wars and death. The disturbed ones probably just stuck with Muggles since they were defenseless, and the chances of the murders being investigated by the DMLE were slim. Mass murder was hard to hide in Magical World, yet that smiling killer seemed to be able to do it without any issues, and Fudge was freaking out about the possibility of a serial killer. He tried to hide it, pretend that it wasn't there, and now, he made the entire Aura Force work overtime, tracking illusions and shadows to find him. They got nothing, of course. The man was like an invisible ghost. The murders were bad, of course, but what everyone wanted was the way this killer so easily broke the wards of his victims. There were no signs of damage or manipulation, nothing. And that was terrifying. Enough that the entire underworld wanted a piece of it. They needed to find this killer before some kind of group did, or else they would have a large security threat that could threaten the entire nation and even spread to the rest of Europe. And if that wasn't enough, he also stuck with the Azkaban shift, and with only Proudfoot and Dawlish for backup. Proudfoot was Dumbledore's man, through and through, and Dawlish was the minister's pet. Well, that Umbridge bitch's pet. He was head of the anti-werewolf task force that the woman managed to pass through. It essentially meant that werewolves had to register themselves in the ministry, get tested at the hospital, and then buy wolfsbane potion from the ministry, which happened to be very heavily taxed. That's without the expensive ingredients. Even then, they had to announce their condition to any employer before working there, so that they could have days off during the days before and after their transformation. The employers also had to have a sign that they were hiring a werewolf. Of course, employers didn't want to give an extra 5 days of vacation for their employees, since that would be losing gold, adding in the fact that the instilled fear that wizards and witches of werewolves would drive away any business. They just didn't get hired. It was subtle, but Umbridge had killed any chance at werewolves getting a stable job for the foreseeable future. It was technically a way to integrate werewolves into magical Britain. Still, all it did was get the already employed werewolves fired, and the others had no chance at getting a job, which means that they couldn't even buy the wolfsbane potion, which would, in turn, prevent them from ever getting a job. It was a vicious cycle. This, of course, caused a rise in werewolf attacks, which was why Dawlish's task force got a bigger part of the DMLE's already depleting budget. The man got a cushy job hunting down werewolves who barely knew how to use a wand, and that was desperately trying to get any sort of income. But with the smiling killer phase, he was forced back into the roster with the rest of the Aurors. This was why the man was constantly complaining, "We shouldn't be here. It's our job, Dawlish," Proudfoot replied. Bones ordered to include all task forces in the smiling killer case, and that means that everyone is on the same rotation. I know it's not glamorous, but it's only for a day. Fine, but I'm talking to Madame Umbridge about it. Gawain suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. That guy was a kiss ass. Still, he had to admit that he wanted nothing more than to get out of there. Not being able to use magic made him uncomfortable. The entire fortress was entirely devoid of magic. Apparently, during some kind of battle, something happened to block the ley line from passing there, like it was clogged or something. The entire island was a void in terms of magic, which was why it was so useful when imprisoning wizards and witches. The wardens also didn't help matters. He wasn't talking about the Dementors, but the actual human wardens. They were responsible for making sure that the prisoners didn't kill themselves, but they were mostly very cruel and very cowardly. This was a place where they came to satisfy their urges. People didn't ask questions about what happened in this place. The Dementors were technically wardens as well, but the truth was that they were just there to feed on the misery. This was their hive, a way for the ministry to appease them by giving them a steady diet. They didn't care about anything else. They had no loyalty, no pride, no ambition, just the urge to feed off the misery of others. Thankfully, the Unspeakables were able to make amulets that were charged with magic, capable of stopping the Dementors from messing with their emotions. It still wasn't comfortable and could barely last more than a couple of days before running out, but it was better than being subjected to the monster's aura. They also had a few charged wands that held a little magic inside that could be released as stunning spells only. Jewelcraft really was very effective when storing magic, but it was still less practical than a wand. "How long do you think we are going to stay here?" Proudfoot asked as they continued their patrol in the wings where dozens of mumbling short-term prisoners were imprisoned. This was not a section of Azkaban crawling in Dementors, but there were 4 or 5 soul-sucking demons patrolling regularly there. "We're almost done, and once we're finished, they won't ask us to come here again for months," Gawain answered. "They better now," Dawlish grumbled. That guy was an ass. Thankfully, the patrol ended without anything going wrong. Even the high-level prisoners were practically catatonic from the Dementor exposure. They only needed to get to the wardens and give them their report. They slowly walked down the stairs to the ground floor, thankful that nothing happened. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Everything was going fine until they heard a scream. They immediately pointed their charged wands towards the stairs, ready for any enemy. When they finally arrived in the room, they found nothing. The wardens weren't there, but there was nothing out of the usual. "What's going on?" the panicking Proudfoot asked. "They're probably playing some kind of prank on us or something," Dawlish said, but his tone was probably more panicked than he wanted it to be. Gawain was going to say to keep investigating, but noticed something odd. He walked forward and knelt down, only to see what looked like a drop of some kind of liquid. Blood. This definitely wasn't a prank. He stiffened when he heard another drop. He looked up, only for the torch lighting the room to flicker. By the time the light came back, the ceiling was empty. apart from the minute traces of blood. Gawain suppressed the urge to gulp and calmly said, "We're under attack." There was no use freaking out in these situations. A calm mind and calculated decisions had to be the best way to deal with an unknown threat. Of course, his colleagues didn't seem inclined to share his calm. When another yell occurred near the stairs that they just came down from and ran forwards, "Stop!" he still followed after them. They didn't have their magic, just their charged wand, and there was still strength in numbers. However, the moment got up, the light started to flicker slightly as well, and they heard a yell just next to them. Dawlish used one of his charged stunners at the yell, but it didn't seem to have hit anything. By the time they could see again, Proudfoot was gone. "Shit!" Dawlish yelled, "We need to get out of here." He was right. They were not equipped with whatever was attacking them. They were better off just getting away and telling the ministry about it. They would probably be fired for running away, but this was a far better outcome than dying. They heard another shift behind them, and Gawain sent a stunner at it, hitting the wall. Damn it! They ran up, towards the entrance, back to back, to be better protected. If they got back to the boat, they could leave this nightmare. They were making some headway, but they were gasping from the exertion or spite. Suddenly, they heard another sound, and they started firing stunners at their attacker, only to hit nothing once more. He turned to see Dawlish, only to notice that his partner had disappeared somehow. With a mixture of terror and frustration, he yelled, "Where are you?" He was suddenly grabbed from the back and heard a terrifying whisper, "Here." Gawain didn't have the time to react, and he saw darkness. By the time his vision came back, he was chained in a circle, next to a thrashing Dawlish and a trembling Proudfoot. He didn't blame them. He recognized the others to be 4 of the wardens. The rest must have been killed off or something. There was a figure in the middle of the circle. It had pale skin, red eyes, and fangs. Damn it, a vampire. No, an entire team of vampires. Behind every one of the prisoners was another vampire. At the exact same moment, every one of them cut the throat of their prisoner. Gawain felt the burning pain, but his expected end hadn't happened. Instead, he was fully conscious as his blood streamed down in a straight line to the vampire in the middle, who slowly started to cast some kind of blood magic spell. Normally, you couldn't cast anything in the fortress, but vampires did not need ambient magic for their infamous blood rituals. Their blood was already magical enough to power their meager spell. If he had his wand and could use magic, Gawain would have probably been able to kill them, but he was distinctly at a disadvantage, and well, he was also dying. All of the blood converged on the vampire, and he was glowing. The creature seemed to revel in the power he had just received before concentrating it on his hand and slamming it to the ground. The ground seemed to absorb the magic somehow, and the fortress started to shake. After a few moments, the shaking stopped and the vampire burst into laughter. For the greater good. Those were the last thing Gawain heard before the gigantic explosion occurred that vaporized him, the vampires, and the first few floors of the fortress as well. Azkaban had fallen. Code Red. Chapter 134. Code Red. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 18th, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. To say that Cornelius Fudge was panicking would be an understatement. He had hoped that Lucius' untimely demise would have been the last crisis he would have to face this summer. The entire year was undeniably a mess. It started with the boy who lived impersonating scions of old families using polyjuice. Cornelius didn't need to be a genius to figure out that the whole illusion crap that Dumbledore fed them was a lie, but it was far more preferable than arresting a national icon for using an illegal potion. Then, students started to get petrified, which ended up caused by a possessed victim because of some kind of cursed diary. Fudge even had to personally intervene and put Hagrid in a ministry cell until the attacks were over. As promised, he pulled a few strings to allow the man to buy a new wand, since he was innocent. Of course, Lucius died soon after, at the hands of that serial killer, who's been secretly terrorizing magical Britain for over a year. A killer that could sneak through any wards, disappear without a trace, and somehow not leave a single sign of magical use. That was what stung him the most. Oh, the Malfoy Patriarch was an arrogant ass who thought very little of Cornelius' intelligence. It's sad, really, that the man believed that he was spared imprisonment because he was smart enough to bribe his way out. Oh, he made a few sizable donations, But the truth was that around half of the old families had put their weight with he who must not be named. It wasn't always by choice, but the fact was that imprisoning all of the Death Eaters would have destroyed any chance at Britain's economy bouncing back. The funds would be frozen until they died in Azkaban, and the truth was that the nation needed the gold. So, the ministry decided to avoid pressing the heads of particularly wealthy families to be prosecuted and accepted sizable donations in exchange for them accepting the imperious defense. As long as they were rich enough and did not publicly commit crimes, they could bribe their way out. And it worked. After years of effort, Fudge had finally revitalized magical Britain enough that the rest of the world started to trust them enough to hold the Quidditch World Cup the following summer. And Lucius played a large part in that revitalization. Sure, the man was loathsome, but his donations to St. Mungo's allowed them to bring in specialists to train their staff. His support to the revitalization of Diagon Alley, which was essentially a wasteland a decade ago, had helped the economy grow immensely. Now, if all the man had asked was to look away at his involvement in the black market and his trade of illegal artifacts, then the minister was more than happy to do it. Of course, Weasley's useless Muggle Protection Act, which barely even mentioned Muggles at all, had to ruin things. Well, Dumbledore's support for the act had to ruin things. The truth was that Dumbledore was a godly figure, and if he wanted anything, there was very little that Cornelius could do to stop him. It was tough, balancing the two big sides of the Wizengamot on a small edge. Things always felt like they were on the brink of falling over, which was exactly what happened with this mess. The public already knew about it, since he threw the new edition of the Daily Prophet on his desk, revealing the title that filled him with dread. Azkaban Prison Destroyed. Unknown number of escapees and deaths. How did this happen? He yelled at Amelia Bones. Azkaban is supposed to be impregnable. And why didn't you stop the Prophet from printing this? She nodded. Well, the attackers didn't seem to care about the fact that it was supposed to be impregnable. As for the Prophet, none of us saw the point. The explosion caused a magical pulse that woke up half the population. We can't hide this, so we didn't even try. Amelia Bones was a tough woman. He would admit to that freely. She was intimidating, strict, to the point. To be brief, one of the best heads of the DMLE he could have asked for. However, she didn't have any appreciation for the delicate art of political maneuvering and tended to be too blunt and inflexible, which made her a lot of enemies over the years. You better start explaining, Bones, because I'm not in the mood for your cheek today. How in Merlin's name did someone blow up the fortress? The woman had a grim look on her face. A team of 3 Aurors were doing a weekly inspection of the prison. It was supposed to be standard, but from what we could gather, they were attacked. You need to get the unspeakables to study whatever the hell happened to destroy the fortress, but it's above our jurisdiction. We might need to ask the ICW for help here. No ICW, Cornelius exclaimed. I haven't busted my ass to fix this country, only to ask for help there. Dolores, go get Croaker. We need his input about the Azkaban mess as soon as possible. As for you, Bones, how the hell did whoever attacked him go past the wards surrounding the other side of the island? Don't tell me it's the smiling killer again. The minister didn't know the specifics, but the magic on the other side of the lake that surrounded the island was very dense, and that meant that the wards were stronger or something. No, she denied. It doesn't fit his methods so far. No, they disabled the wards by controlling one of the main warders. The wards don't really work on detecting who is in Azkaban since there's no magic there. They detected who bypassed the order, and we needed a team of warders to anchor the spell. The entire team of warders were massacred, and they disabled it without anyone noticing. We're assuming that one of the members was under the Imperius or some other form of mind control since the area is very tightly controlled otherwise. The attacks are consistent with common vampire attacks. From the looks of it, over a dozen of them attacked at once, with a couple of wizards to disable the wards. And how did they defeat your armed Aurors then? Barty Crouch asked with some contempt on his face. Back in my day, they would have killed them in seconds. Bones didn't seem to like that question. Well, you're pitting 3 Aurors that were there for a routine inspection and that couldn't cast any magic, and with only their stunners sticks as weapons, and a dozen wardens that don't know how to hold a wand, to fight against what seems like 24 vampires. Need I remind you that the blood magic inherent to these creatures does not depend heavily on ambient magic, so while they were slightly weakened, It wasn't by much. Why were they so few Aurors? He exclaimed. Because my budget wouldn't allow for any more, and the minister has us hunting that smiling killer. I did my best with what I was given, Crouch. No one saw anything like this coming. Fudge yelled out, enough! No more bickering and fighting. We need to find out who is responsible, which prisoners escaped, and which ones died. I already have my Aurors fishing out the dead inmates, which should be easy now that magic flows in the island once more, a voice interrupted. They all turned and saw Slytherin, the head of the Department of Mysteries. We have investigated the events of the Azkaban attack and made a few conclusions. We don't know if the purpose of the attack wasn't to destroy the fortress, but whoever did this wanted the magic to flow back there again. The explosion was created by the ley lines being overwhelmed after atrophying for centuries. It took a bit of effort and a modified time turner to do it, but we were able to witness the ritual. 7 vampire lords and 7 wizards were sacrificed to give their power to an elder, who used the power to unclog the ley lines from the inside, allowing magic to flow once more. The energy vaporized the lower levels of the fortress, which caused the entire structure to collapse. The Minister of Magic paled. 7 vampire lords and an elder. Are you sure about that? Yes. This is very disturbing because as far as I know, the last few elders should reside in Eastern Europe somewhere and have stayed there ever since Grindelwald was defeated. Fudge shivered at the thought. Elder vampires were bad news. Vampire lords were already quite difficult to deal with, but a good task force might be able to take on a single one. They were powerful and very old. Their blood magic was fearsome, and they could control the very shadows of people. No wonder those Aurors and guards were killed so easily. They literally had no chance outside of somehow ambushing a few of them. But an elder, well, the youngest one was at least 1,000 years old, and they were strong. They didn't need blood to live. They could walk in the daylight, and they could somehow use their blood magic to cast normal spells. They could enrapture and hypnotize anyone with a look. Very few people could escape one, let alone beat them. The only solace was the fact that they tended to stay in their own corner and not be involved with anything. Vampires in magical Britain have been rare ever since the hunts over a century ago. What was he supposed to do now? This was the question that remained. This was way out of his league. For one thing, he needed the Wisengamot to make a decision because they would crucify him if he tried to make a decision large enough on his own. He also needed to speak to the ICW, since the movement of an elder vampire could have a lot of consequences from the other side of the channel. But that would invite them to add sanctions to get involved in magical Britain's matters, and that wasn't something he needed. That's not to mention the fact that Azkaban couldn't be used as a prison anymore because the inmates could use magic once more. So, he needed a way to hold the surviving inmates for a while until he presented the problem to the Wisengamot. And the Dementors. What in Merlin's name was he going to do about the Dementors? Azkaban was their feeding ground, and with that gone, any control he had of them had vanished. He needed to avoid them feeding on random people, and he couldn't really appease them. What was he supposed to do now? His breathing was labored. His heart was racing. He was sweating. This didn't look good. He gave them all a deep look. I need some time to myself. I'm going back to my office for a couple of minutes. The minister walked with a dazed expression on his way back and immediately did what he always did when he was overwhelmed. It was humiliating, but this was no time for pride. He grabbed a fistful of flu powder and threw it at his fireplace while yelling, "Dumbledore's office." The headmaster's face appeared from the fireplace. "Cornelius, my boy, how can I help you? I need some advice." "Ah, the Azkaban affair. I have to say that it has distressed me greatly. You're worried about the vampire elders making a move, I gather." Fudge gaped at the aged headmaster. "Yes, how did you know?" "My boy, do you think for one second that if something threatened my homeland like this, I wouldn't try to investigate? Fine, I guess I'm worried. We're still identifying the surviving, dead, and escaped inmates, and we should get a toll by tonight. I thought about informing the ICW about it, since an event like this should concern them. And I honestly don't know what to do about the Dementors now that the prison is gone, and magic flowed inside it. I need help. Albus." "Fine, Cornelius," the defeater of Grindelwald said, "but I have one condition." "Anything? What do you know about Harry Potter's custody hearing?" Ekko. Chapter 135. Ekko. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 2nd, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. It was the day of Harry's custody hearing, and he was pretty nervous. The way everyone was scrambling around like idiots didn't help matters. Is the ministry always like this? He asked. You mean completely chaotic? The Black Patriarch replied with a snort. At Harry's nod, he continued, it's always messy, but not quite like this. Azkaban's destruction has everyone on their toes. The fact that a lot of missing high-level Death Eaters are missing is making everyone nervous. Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and Evan Rosier still haven't been found. Neither were most of the high security prisoners for that matter, since they were high up. All they're doing is wishing that they're just dead and waiting for the Aurors to find any of the bodies in the sea. Yeah, but that wouldn't really mess with the entire ministry, would it? You'd be surprised. Barty Crouch has been going all out for his comeback next summer. He managed to get the Quidditch World Cup to be held in Britain, and he's currently negotiating with schools in Europe about holding the Tri-Wizard Tournament, a ridiculous bloodthirsty event if you ask me. But if it's done correctly, it could spearhead Crouch's career. He never really recovered after that scandal about his son and his wife's suicide. Anyway, a crisis like the destruction of Azkaban worries investors and foreign dignitaries. Everyone has to be on damage control. The last Potter nodded thoughtfully. And they haven't found any of the missing prisoners? Not a single one. You'd think that tracking down half-dead, starved prisoners that have stayed in a miserable hellhole for over a decade would have been easy, right? The Black Patriarch burst into laughter. With the countless idiots in the Auror department? Of course not. They wouldn't even be able to fight against a troll if they were confronted with one. Dumbledore has been slowly lowering the standards of defense and potion classes. Hogwarts graduates barely know how to cast a stunner, and the Auror department being crippled makes whatever training they require to be minimal at best. I'd only trust an Auror with at least a decade of experience in the field, and considering that most of them turn into administrators within a few years of getting a job, there aren't many of those lying around, especially after the casualties of the last war. Harry closed his eyes in consternation for a second or two before reopening them. The entire mess was revealed to be more and more of a disaster as further information was revealed. Arcturus had told him about what the Ministry figured out about the attack on Azkaban. It was remarkable how much the Department of Mysteries could uncover even with the whole fortress being destroyed. He also kept him up to speed about the consequences of the ongoing crisis. A good chunk of Voldemort's inner circle was missing. The Ministry lost control over the Dementors. Apparently, Dumbledore was able to help with that mess somehow. No one knew anything, other than that he appeased them somehow. The prison that the Ministry used to send their worst inmates was destroyed, so there wasn't any place to hold security risks and high-level offenders anymore, which brought a rise in crime. And the Ministry didn't even reveal who was responsible. Faith in Fudge was starting to dwindle, and the man was desperate to keep any shred of political power to turn things around for his career. Everyone only cared about the consequences of what happened. They wanted to see someone punished, but they never thought to ponder on the why. Why did this happen? Why would anyone attack Azkaban? Not to break out some prisoners, not to kill an inmate, not for revenge, but to destroy the entire prison. To make it impossible to be used in the same way again. The thing about Azkaban was that it was a fortress made by the Dark Lord Acristes, who was more like a mad scientist than a Dark Lord, although he was obsessed with blood and soul magic. He had a tendency to capture his victims and lock them up in the fortress. He started to rise in infamy after he kidnapped a member of the royal family to test if they had anything special in their bloodline. They sent armies, tens of thousands of wizards and witches, twice the amount of muggles, to attack his island. He responded with an army of Dementors that he had somehow convinced to serve him. The Patronus charm wasn't developed back then, and muggles couldn't even see the creatures. In the end, the number of survivors could be counted on one hand. To combat this terrible threat, the court mage decided to do something unorthodox and seal off the ley lines underneath the island, like a dam in front of a river. By the time the man realized what was happening, there wasn't any ambient magic left for him to do anything, and he was killed by muggles. The Dementors remained there, but still went a hunt for food, terrifying muggles and mages alike. Centuries later, the Ministry of Magic used the fortress as a prison. The inmates couldn't use any magic, and Dementors could be satisfied in their little slice of hell. Everyone won. The Ministry got its prison. The Dementors got their farm, and someone blew it up. A symbol of the Ministry's terrible corruption, of its merciless sense of justice. This wasn't an ordinary crime. that's for sure. It was tactically calculated. The wizards to stop the outer detection charms meant that it was a collaborative effort. The Dementors didn't sense any of the vampires, which means that whoever planned all of this had an intimate understanding of their senses and how to fool them. The vampires who would have been killed by the Dementors just walked through a nest of soul-sucking monsters without any fear. They were also selected because their inherent magic stayed in their own blood for a long time. Wizards absorbed the ambient magic in every spell they cast. They fill their own magic circuits and then shape the output. Vampires didn't need to do that. They grew stronger with age, their body adapting to the power absorbed by their blood. They would be able to stay in an environment without any magic for months before feeling that something was wrong. That's not even talking about the ritual. 7 vampire lords sacrificed themselves to empower an elder, who sacrificed himself to pulse the magic back into the atrophied ley line, which caused the explosion and destroyed the fortress while awakening the ley lines for the first time in centuries. Self-sacrifice means that there had to be an ideology of some sort. The vampires had to be convinced that what they were doing was the right thing. One thing was clear: this was a planned strike, calculated down to every single variable. Someone wanted Azkaban destroyed and had gone to great lengths to make sure it would be. The result was easy to analyze, but the motivations, something big was going on. His thoughts were interrupted by a hand that grasped his shoulder. He stiffened and turned to the concerned eyes of Arcturus Black. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Yeah, I was just lost in thought." The man's face relaxed slightly. "It's perfectly understandable to be nervous." "I'm not nervous," the last Potter interjected. The man raised an eyebrow, and Harry took a deep breath. "Fine, I'm a little nervous. I just don't like what Dumbledore has planned. He wanted this hearing." "He did. However, even though I'm a little out of practice, I think I can handle him. You have to remember that you're in the right. Whatever he's planning on doing, Dumbledore will have to resort to dirty tactics since he has no legs to stand. The law is on our side, and everyone there will know it. You have no relatives on your father's side. The closest relative you have on his side of the family would have to be through a cousin of your grandfather's. Not that I think he had any. So, your closest magical relative is through your grandmother, my sister. Adding in the fact that your godfather was my grandson, it's logical that your guardian be a black." Harry shrugged. "What about the other blacks?" "The only ones left are Narcissa and Andromeda. Narcissa agreed to support my guardianship in exchange for a monthly stipend for her and her son, as well as a small mansion in the countryside that they could stay in if there was an emergency. Her husband's passing was very hard on her. Andromeda just signed it without any stipulations. Getting kicked out really hurt her. I never expected my son to make that much of a mess. He forgot how much trouble he made for me when he was her age. So, all Dumbledore has to argue is to get me back to my Muggle relatives." The Black Patriarch nodded. "Yes, which will be a real challenge to argue in front of a board. Ever since the Statute of Secrecy was put in place, magical guardians always had a preference. It's not always a good thing, but it is in this case. What about Dumbledore's supporters? They could just rule in his favor for no reason. Then we can appeal this judgment in front of the Wisengamot, which we're pretty much guaranteed to win. We could also use this to charge them with corruption, and this will be a DMLE matter." Harry hummed. "Fine, but I don't understand why they didn't push the hearing until the whole Azkaban mess was cleared. I know they pushed a lot of meetings. You'd think after one of the biggest disasters in magical Britain, they wouldn't really prioritize a guardianship hearing of all things." The incredulity in his voice demonstrated just how much he was done with the ministry politics already. Why couldn't he just stay at home and tinker for a bit? This was why he dreaded the idea of being part of the ministry in any department. The useless politics and sabotage just weren't his cup of tea. Oh, he could probably do well as a politician, but he would hate every second of it. Harry always thought that being happier was more important than some illusion of power in some bureaucracy. And it's not like he's hurting for gold ever since the firebolts started selling like hotcakes. He was really proud of that one. He really spoke to Terence Smythe at the exact right time to get the most profit. The man was on the verge of giving up, and he had told Harry that he got an offer from Nimbus a month later to buy his entire company for 20,000 galleons, after they realized that he wasn't going back to beg them to sponsor his project. So, Harry literally got him just before he sold the entire company, and the gambit with the Chudley cannon worked. They started winning, not because they were good, but because the firebolt was leagues ahead of the market, they ended up insisting on buying the brooms after a couple of weeks of using them and actually panicked when the trial run was over. Of course, the other clubs followed. Each one making higher offers is to be considered first and thus win more games. The brooms took the wizarding world by storm, and there was talk about international teams even ordering the brooms. Smythe had stated that by the end of the month, all of the British teams would be equipped with a firebolt, and afterwards, he would make a few just to make them available for the public. Meanwhile, he would start preparing for production for the coming Quidditch World Cup. Long story short, the brooms are generally sold for 3,000 galleons. 500 are for material costs, and another 500 acts as Terrence's salary, since he's the only one who can make the brooms. This left around 2,000 galleons per broom as profit, which was around 800 galleons of profit for Harry's share for a single broom. And since Smythe made one broom every day, Harry made around 85,000 galleons in the span of a few months, which was honestly obscene, and it didn't look like it was stopping anytime soon. Thankfully, the Ministry didn't have time to audit his vault before he got adopted, and Gringotts wasn't going to allow them to do that without Harry knowing about it either. So, the Ministry shouldn't know how much gold he had, just assume that it was the small inheritance that his parents had left him, which meant that they wouldn't try to be too controlling in the hearing. But if a goblin somehow leaked it, if the Ministry knew how much gold he had, the hearing was going to be very complicated. On a whim, Harry asked, "Who's the one who's supervising the hearing?" The main panel who are going to make the decision is made up of 3 people, even if there could be any number of witnesses to argue both sides of the problem. Celine Avery, who is the head of the Department of Magical Children Welfare. There's Rufus Scrimgeour representing the DMLE since Amelia Bones is busy with the Azkaban mess, and a representative of the Minister, specifically his Undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. Earshot. Chapter 136. Earshot. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 2nd, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Arcturus' words were supposed to be comforting. They were supposed to be relaxing. And honestly, even if the Ministry decided to send him back to the Dursleys, Harry would have been able to handle it. It was hard to force 2 unwilling participants into doing something. The entire thing was spearheaded by Dumbledore, who abused one of his powers as headmaster to essentially send a complaint to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and Department of Magical Children's Welfare that Harry had an abusive home life. He then abused his position as the chief warlock to approve the protest and set up a hearing to remove Arcturus' guardianship over him. It looked like a desperate move from the headmaster's side, in an attempt to gain control over Harry. As a backup as a child of the prophecy, he was still valuable, and his talent in the magical arts made him one to watch. Dumbledore wasn't one to let go of potential pawns so easily. Harry only needed to get Dumbledore on the back foot. It wasn't easy, but the last Potter had studied the man extensively and knew how to make him tick. But Umbridge's presence changed things, and he didn't know if it was for the better or not. If Dumbledore made a deal with Fudge, she could be helping him. If they didn't, then Umbridge would probably be on Harry's side, for the most part. Her dislike of Dumbledore is pretty well known. After all, the Black Patriarch and his wards walked through the atrium, near the frankly distasteful Golden Fountain, where a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf were looking up adoringly at a wizard and a witch. No wonder the goblins hated dealing with wizards if that's what they thought of their race. They descended to the 2nd floor, where the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located. Harry gave his guardian a questioning look, to which he answered, "They need a courtroom for the hearing, and this is the only floor that has them. At least if you're not being convicted with a potential Azkaban sentence. That is, those rooms are designed for violent criminals in mind, not some guardianship hearing." Harry nodded, even if he didn't understand why they needed a courtroom for a guardianship hearing of all things. Still, he wasn't really familiar with the bureaucracies of the Ministry of Magic. They walked in a wide corridor. If he had to describe it, it would be weird. Even to his arcane hearing, it was mostly just gibberish of hundreds of melodies. Doors appeared out of nowhere for people to enter and leave, which added their own melody the moment they were opened. It was some kind of intent memory enchantment that worked on employees only. Any intruder would be lost easily and enter random rooms with the correct access, which was why visitors needed to be escorted. By the end of the corridor, the entire place stabilized, at least magically. It seemed like it was forced this way since this was a public hearing and anyone could theoretically watch it. At the end was a single door, which had a large golden plaque. Carved into it was the name Courtroom 3, Attendance Entrance. The Black Patriarch gave him a small smile. "This is it? Wait here for a couple of minutes before you go in. We're already early, so that gives them a good impression of your character and maturity. Remember, the more mature you act, the more your opinions will be taken seriously. We'll be going through different entrances. Just take a deep breath and relax. Everything is going to be fine." He then disappeared in some door that came out of nowhere. Seriously, Harry had to have a look at the enchantments. Did it decide somehow on the purpose of every visitor and act accordingly? Did everyone see the corridor differently, because Harry didn't even know there was another door? After a few minutes, Harry opened the door and entered the courtroom. He was surprised by the turn-up. He expected a maximum of 10 people. He was met with almost 4 times that amount. He recognized multiple department heads, including Barty Crouch, Arthur Weasley, and a few members of the Wisengamot, specifically Augusta Longbottom, Tiberius McLaggen, the Knot Patriarch whose first name he didn't really remember, and a person that was probably the Shafiq Patriarch. Perhaps people were really curious about Arcturus Black's first return to the political scene and wanted to see what it was about. The fact that he was going against Dumbledore of all people spiced things up. Or maybe they just wanted to see the guardianship of the last member of an old family like the Potters. In the middle of the courtroom, 3 long chairs and desks were occupied by the probably 3 judges. The only man was sitting at the desk on Harry's right. It was probably Rufus Scrimgeour, who was busy writing on a piece of parchment. On the left was a blonde woman who was smiling warmly at Harry. She seemed nice. He presumed that this was Celine Avery. However, the moment Harry saw the woman sitting in the middle, he didn't care about the fact that the desk was pink for some reason, or that this was a hearing in the middle of the Wisengamot. No, the first thought he had was, she really does look like a toad. Her squat, round face seemed to blend seamlessly with her prim, pink attire, and a gaudy, bow-shaped brooch adorned her high, collared blouse. Her small, beady eyes darted around the courtroom, and her tight, disapproving smile made her resemblance to a toad even more uncanny. Harry couldn't help but wonder how anyone could ever take her seriously enough for her to rise to a position of authority within the Ministry of Magic. Still, all of this stayed firmly in Harry's head. It wasn't smart to antagonize one of the judges in the hearing. When the woman's eyes found Harry, he suppressed the urge to shudder at her fake sweet smile. Hem. "Harry Potter, of the Potter family, welcome to the Ministry. Take a seat in front of us, and we'll start your guardianship hearing shortly." By all that is holy, even her voice grated his nerves. He stifled the urge to grimace and nodded at her. "Thank you, Madam Umbridge." Harry turned and saw Arcturus on his right, in a separate partition altogether. He didn't really smile but gave his ward an approving nod. The last Potter shrugged and decided to observe the judges. After all, everyone had pressure points and buttons to press to get a certain reaction. Finding out those belonging to the people who might affect his future was generally a good idea. He started with Rufus Scrimgeour. The man didn't bother acknowledging Harry's existence. He was the head of the Auror office and was probably a bit overqualified for something like this hearing. With the presence of a serial killer and the destruction of Azkaban, he was probably better off doing something more productive with his time. Something that he obviously didn't mind sharing with his attitude. As smart as Harry was, he was also cheating slightly. His arcane hearing could give him impressions of people's personalities. Everyone's magic had a song, which is often very indicative of their nature. Rufus Scrimgeour was strong magically, but his song radiated frustration and ambition. It was rigorous, but with an undertone of a restrained storm, like a crescendo ready to erupt. Harry knew that the man wasn't a Dumbledore supporter, but he was still pretty zealous and by the rules when it came to legal matters. He was probably an easy vote in Harry's favor if he turned things on. Dumbledore. His pressure points were very easy to see. He might be a competent Auror, but he didn't have the patience of a politician, which was probably why he wasn't going to be promoted to the head of the DMLE anytime soon. He was also a smoker, from the small burn marks on his robes, probably to deal with the stress of his position. He was easy to anger, considering his gritted teeth at Umbridge's voice. He definitely didn't like her, but he knew that Fudge would support her over him every single time, so he held his tongue. His pressure point is very easy to push. Just remind him that his hands are tied by politics, and he would probably lose control of his simmering rage. Curious, very curious indeed. The woman on the right was Celine Avery. She was a widow. It was evident from the necklace she was wearing, which had a wedding ring on it. So, dead husband. No, it was more than that. She gave Arcturus an envious look every once in a while, and her eyes always looked pained whenever she looked at Harry. So, not just a dead husband, but a dead child. Taking her age into consideration, they probably died during the last war, but that was a stretch. Her songs supported this theory, a mixture of grief, envy, and anger. But this was overwhelmed by the sheer sadness that always seemed in the background, no matter what she thought. So, she had no children of her own, and as a grieving mechanism, she dedicated herself to protecting the ones that she could. Not a bad woman, all things considered. But that was just a preliminary analysis of her character. But she was still the head of a department in the ministry, and that meant that she either used her family's political power to help her, or she just fought her way up. It was probably a mix of the two, since being the head of a department meant that she had to deal with the ministry politics on a daily basis. Her pressure points are evident. A child being hurt and families being broken, which Harry could press on them by stating that he was basically abandoned when he was left in the hands of the Dursleys. Now, onto the last one, and the most problematic one.
Dolores Umbridge.
She was the undersecretary to the minister, and that gave her every bit of the power she craved. Her looks and attire are meant to be satiric, but they also point to unresolved issues from when she was a child. She was probably mocked because of her appearance, and so, she decided to be powerful enough that no one would dare mock her. She doesn't have any taste, but she also doesn't have a single hair out of place. Her desk was too immaculate, and she looked at the large clock in front of her every 20 seconds, which suggests an obsession with order, and that she wouldn't start the hearing before it was the exact time. She was very collected, but Harry knew otherwise. Her song was happy. She relished the power she had over Harry's future. In fact, she is so inwardly proud of herself for being in a position to settle a grudge between the Black Patriarch and Albus Dumbledore, as well as decide the fate of a scion of an old family. She might outwardly look somewhat harmless, but that was just a persona. Dolores Umbridge was manipulative and smarter than she portrayed herself as, but she was on the lower side when it came to raw magical power and magical knowledge. She liked having people underestimate her and then progressively start to fear her. She blackmailed most of her competition when it came to promotions and wasn't above doing anything to gain more power. She wasn't pretty enough to sleep her way to the top, nor did she have a powerful family to rely on. This meant that she fought tooth and nail and used every dirty trick she could use to climb her way to the top. Her vendetta against werewolves meant that she was probably attacked by one or lost someone to a werewolf attack. It was too much hatred for something as mundane as casual racism. She probably waited for years to pass that bill, and that meant that she was vindictive and very patient. Her triggers are complicated. Her obvious intolerance to disobeying the rules of the ministry could be pressed, but it would be a bad idea in the long run to piss her off. She was definitely one to hold a grudge. Had taken a seat on the opposite side of Arcturus. He was obviously glaring at Harry's guardian. The Toad Woman hit the wood before her with the traditional judge's gavel. Hem hem. 9 o'clock. The audience for the guardianship of Harry Potter is now in session. Well, might as well get this over with. He could only hope that the odds would be in his favor. Listen, Chapter 137. Listen, I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 2nd, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Umbridge started the hearing. This hearing is to investigate Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore's claim that Arcturus Black is an unsuitable guardian to one Harry James Potter, which he reported in his role as the headmaster in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as is his right. According to the rulings of 1814, allowing the highest authority of any educational institution in magical Britain, can report cases of possible unfit guardians in matters concerning minor students, due to the rise of obscurials and muggleborns after the International Statute of Secrecy. The judges present in the hearing are Rufus Scrimgeour, representing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Celine Avery, representing the Department of Magical Children Welfare, and Dolores Umbridge, representing the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. In this hearing, we will determine if Albus Dumbledore's accusations are true and make a judgment after the accuser and the defender present their cases. After that introduction, Harry could barely understand what was going on. It might as well be gibberish. Sure, he knew the broad strokes of the laws in this country, but from what little he could tell, the legislation of magical Britain was a mess of contradictions that was probably designed specifically to allow people to get their way as long as they greased enough palms. So, instead of trying to follow the absurd laws that Umbridge was spouting about, Harry decided to focus on Dumbledore instead. He was familiar enough with the man's character as a headmaster. He projected the image of a kindly old man who projected wisdom with a hint of condescension while dismissing anything he found unpleasant. In Hogwarts, he was the highest authority, the king of the castle, and he didn't need to convince anyone of anything. He didn't need proof. He didn't need validation. But in this hearing, things were different. The headmaster's presence was just as loud as ever. His song was as deafening, as inflexible as ever. But there was this small hint of uncertainty and tiredness. Yeah, he was probably tired because of the Azkaban mess and the serial killer going around killing wizards and witches. He was also confident that this meeting would go in his favor. This didn't bode well. Finally, Umbridge stopped talking and pointed towards Dumbledore. Now, with these facts out of the way, the accuser can begin to present his case. The defeater of Grindelwald nodded, slowly got up and walked addressing the judges. Good morning. As many of you know, my name is Albus Dumbledore, and I have been the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for almost half a century now. I have seen many students walk the halls of my school. Some had the luxury of coming from very distinguished families, and some were orphans, residing in Muggle orphanages. I have seen academically talented students, and some who were not so. I have seen children who became potion masters, Quidditch stars, or even dueling champions. I always try my best not to involve myself in the guardianship of my students if they do not complain to me or to one of the professors about it. Because if my students are satisfied with their lot in life, who am I to change that? However, there comes a time when certain students send warning bells at me. Specifically, when I was informed that Arcturus Black had gained guardianship over Harry Potter, I knew that for the good of magical Britain, I had to stop that from happening. I had to oppose this appointment, even if I lost, because even if there was a chance of stopping this, I had to take it. And what is the reason that you oppose this guardianship so much? Celine Avery asked with a curious tone. I have seen a student like Harry Potter before. He was a Slytherin, just like him, and quickly became the unofficial leader of his yearmates, which slowly grew into controlling his entire house. He was one of the most talented students who have ever roamed the halls of Hogwarts, only rivaled by a few outliers. Outliers like Harry Potter, who might even exceed him in talent. That boy could cast magic by the time he graduated that most masters of magic could barely even understand. He traveled the world for a while, increasing his knowledge and learning some of the darkest magic in the world before coming back home. You probably have guessed who this was. People still fear his name, even after his defeat. I am, of course, talking about Lord Voldemort. The entire hall stiffened and a few gasped in shock. Scrimgeour looked interested for the first time since stepping foot in the room. Celine Avery's eyes were wide in horror, and even Umbridge was gaping at Dumbledore's statement. Holy shit, Dumbledore just publicly compared Harry to the fucking Dark Lord. This was bad. This was really bad. His approach was to dehumanize Harry, to make him seem less than a child and more like a time bomb for everyone in the room. Shit, and this was definitely going to get out. The man had painted a target on Harry's back, and he knew it. Fuck. Well, if the man was going to play dirty, then Harry had no compunctions about returning the favor. Of course, the asshole had a small, satisfied smile on his face when he continued. I know that this is hard to believe. Most people with children in Hogwarts probably know that Harry Potter is a brilliant young man who is very good at magic. But I can tell you, without a doubt, that those stories barely provide anything more than the tip of the iceberg of his prowess. I am talking about a boy who, with only 2 years of magical training, can cast spells that Newt students struggle with. I am talking about a student who is so good at dueling that Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion, confessed to me that he was uncomfortable at the idea of him being in the under-13 tournaments since it wouldn't be fair for the other competitors, and that young Harry wouldn't learn anything from the experience. I am talking about a boy who has created spells and modified potions on the fly, without failing even a single time. Make no mistake, Harry Potter is a child, but he is a child who could grow into a man that would push magical Britain to new heights, or would bring another war to his shores, just as Lord Voldemort is in a foolish quest of gaining more power. I was satisfied with letting matters be, just left the boy to learn on his own, experience the magical world on his own, and make his own decision. But the truth is, what would his experiences be? What would his conclusion morph into if Arcturus Black starts to influence him? The Black Patriarch looked impassive at the Chief Warlock's implied accusations, but his eyes showed that he was furious. The audience started to whisper worriedly. The headmaster's words seemed to easily persuade them of his opinion. Seeing that he gained the reaction he wished for, Dumbledore continued, "Remember Bellatrix Lestrange, Regulus Black. Members of the Black family have committed atrocities on Lord Voldemort's orders. They tortured, they killed, they ruined families. Clinically speaking, this was not normal behavior. Their madness was obvious for everyone to see. These are the grandchildren of Arcturus Black, his legacy. This type of behavior does not come out of nowhere. People are seldom born mad. It is their upbringing that causes madness. And I have to wonder what the Black family did to their children for them to grow so unhinged. Sirius Black, a dear friend of mine before his untimely demise, that his mother was so cruel that she used the Cruciatus curse on him many times growing up whenever he misbehaved. I don't know if that was true or not, but the results speak for themselves. Arcturus Black will probably say that it is his right to have guardianship over young Harry, and it is. I will not dispute that. Legally, he is supposed to be the boy's guardian. He will probably have signed statements from every other possible guardian, saying that he should be Harry Potter's guardian. But this is not about legality, but about right and wrong. An old friend once told me that sometimes you have to choose between doing what is easy and what is right. I have taken those words to heart many times, and now I have to ask all of you, is it right to risk someone with so much potential falling to madness like many members of the Black family did? Should we risk someone with so much potential for both creation and destruction just because the law says we should? Should we endanger our world, our children's generation, perhaps even the one after them, by giving Arcturus Black guardianship over Harry Potter? Everyone in the audience was shaking their heads and saying no. Dear Lord, Dumbledore knew how to play a crowd. He knew that he was in the wrong when it came to the law, so he made the entire hearing irrational. He made the law sound trivial, and the worst part was that it was working. And now I'm asking myself, why now? Why did Arcturus Black reach out now of all times? He had over a decade to come to take guardianship over young Harry. All it would have taken was a trip to the Ministry, and everything would have been sorted. The only reason I can see was the fact that he saw the potential Harry possessed, the potential for a new Dark Lord at worst, and a weapon for the Black family at best. And with that, I have to ask, would James and Lily Potter be happy with their child being nothing more than a weapon of ruthless man? Would his godfather, Sirius Black, who hated his blood family with a passion, be happy with his godson's life in the hand of his grandfather whom he loathed? The answer is no. The boy was perfectly happy in the Muggle world, being a ward of the Ministry and under the guardianship of his Muggle relative. He excelled in his studies. He surpassed all other students who were raised in the wizarding world without any issues. He passed the medical test that Madame Pomfrey administered in private the moment students stepped into the castle, so he wasn't mistreated in the Muggle world. I don't know for sure what Arcturus Black's plans are for young Harry, but I see no point in risking the future when we know for a fact that the boy was doing well as a ward to the Ministry. Alas, the decision is not in my hands, but in yours, judges. I trust that you see the same danger that I do. I trust that you will do the right thing, not just for your sake, but for the sakes of the children of magical Britain, maybe even beyond that. That was insane. Harry forgot that Dumbledore was a battle commander, because this speech, even if it was against Harry's wishes, was very good. He sounded so reasonable, especially since his words had enough truth in them to sound reasonable. The truth was that from the outside, it certainly looked possible. Arcturus Black had a reputation as a ruthless and cunning man, and that was exactly what a man like that would do for more power. The headmaster turned and sat down, and Umbridge spoke up. Now that the accuser was done, it's time for the defendant to present their case. Arcturus Black snorted. You know, the moment a legal hearing stops being about the law, it starts having no meaning. So, I don't see a point defending myself when all of you have already made your decision. No, if I want someone to defend me and be impartial, my words won't be enough. I want the kid to defend me. This is very unorthodox, Umbridge commented. And what is orthodox about ignoring the law? Scrimgeour interrupted his response. I'm curious about what the boy has to say about this. Potter, are you all right with speaking on behalf of the defendant? Harry was shocked and nodded stiffly. I am. As he got up and walked nervously towards the jury, he turned and looked at Arcturus, who gave him a wink. He stifled the urge to snort. Well, if Dumbledore wanted to fight dirty and make everyone fear his potential, then who was he to not repay the favor? Even if he lost, he was going to tear Dumbledore a new one. And before any of you say that Dumbledore was too heavy-handed with this, he sort of has to. The man has literally no legal way to remove Arcturus' guardianship and is trying to make people fear Harry enough to ignore the law entirely just for their peace of mind. He needs to make a convincing argument for his case so that Umbridge would vote his way. He doesn't want to kill Harry. He wants to gain control over him since he's still a potential asset. Of course, he doesn't have the time to look for a lawful way to present his case since he's probably tired because of the countless meetings after the Azkaban fiasco. He'll also be under a lot of pressure internationally. The next chapter will be Harry shooting back at him, so that should be interesting. Remuneration. Chapter 138. Remuneration. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 2nd, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Dumbledore was a master when it came to politics, especially when it came to talking people into doing things that benefit him. He had mastered the art of subtly moving the world, one person at a time. Like chess pieces, he had the full view of the board, or at least he thought he did. People often say that chess represents battle, and that people who mastered that game could be amazing battle commanders. They are, without a doubt, wrong. The thing about chess, it's a game where every variable is in front of you. There's no room for something really unexpected. Your opponent has the exact same information that you do. Their possible moves are known to you by just analyzing the board. There was no such luxury when it came to battle, and it was a battle. Sure, it was a battle of words, of opinion, but it was a battle, nonetheless. Albus Dumbledore had gone too far. He made the entire world think that Harry was going to be the second coming of Voldemort, and thus, he made any light family, also known as the Progressive faction, wary of his potential and suspicious of any contact he could have with a dark family. The dark families, or the Traditionalist faction, would be salivating over him, hoping to gain influence over him. The neutral families, or the Conservative faction, would want nothing to do with him. In this little speech, Dumbledore made people want to pay attention to every move Harry would make. The Ministry wasn't going to let go of their possible control over him. Their commitment to the law wasn't going to stop them. After all, the laws of mortal men are rendered worthless in front of real power. Win or lose, Dumbledore made sure that the whole world would watch Harry. It was such an uncharacteristic and unsubtle move that it made him question if there was some kind of hidden plan. Harry would have tried to analyze the man using his arcane hearing, but he always had trouble when it came to his magic. Dumbledore's magic was more akin to an extremely loud tuning fork. It gave Harry a headache every time he tried to focus too much on it. The only thing he could notice being different would be the note being played, and he theorized that it had to be the man's emotions. No, his arcane hearing wouldn't help him see his trigger points, but Harry was smart enough to not need it so much. The man outwardly looked fine, but he was more hunched than usual and walked slower when he was presenting his case. His words were slower than they used to be, and the content lacked the subtlety to make everyone make their own conclusions and not come up to them on his own. Furthermore, his facial expressions were too uncontrolled. The conclusion was simple. Dumbledore was tired, probably exhausted because of the unstable political climate ever since.
Azkaban's destruction.
The man wasn't sleeping enough, and that meant that he had to use potions to stay away. Common side effects include tiredness, lower emotional stability, and impaired cognitive function. That explained a lot about his behavior and his hearing, but that didn't matter. He had the ammunition, and now he knew exactly what he had to do. Well, he wasn't going to take that lying down. If the headmaster wanted to ruin him, the last Potter would return the favor with some interest. Harry just walked in front of the judges and spoke up for the first time. You know, for a meeting that's supposed to decide the suitability of my guardian, No one really took my opinion on the matter. No one even asked me about my life before Hogwarts, not even Arcturus, for that matter, and definitely not Dumbledore. And I understand why you all think that my opinion doesn't matter. I'm a minor, and thus not mature enough to make my own decisions. But even then, this is supposed to be a court of law, not a court of pretty words. Arcturus Black has every right to be my guardian. He's my closest magical relative since he's my grandmother's brother. He also happened to be my godfather's grandfather, and anyone else who might be blood related to me has agreed to give him custody. I have been living under his roof for less than a month, which doesn't even make sense for Dumbledore to make accusations of abuse. But I see now that you don't care about any of that. You don't care about how illegal his actions are, only if his words are true. Am I possibly more talented and more powerful than the horrible man who called himself Lord Voldemort? He had everyone's attention with that, and he was going to milk it for all it was worth. Yes, I am. With those words, the entire room started to mutter. They didn't see Harry confirming Dumbledore's words. The headmaster's eyes looked triumphant, even if he had a surprised expression on his face. The last Potter suppressed a grin and continued, "Yes, I am powerful. I am talented. I have a grasp over my magic that could surpass that of some Newt students with only 2 years of magical education under my belt. Just like Lord Voldemort, just like Tom Riddle." And just with that, the entire room was stunned to silence. The identity of Lord Voldemort was a mystery that very few people knew about. People speculated, of course, but they never had any confirmation. Dumbledore refused to elaborate whenever he said anything about the man's past, and the Dark Lord didn't look anything like Riddle. He was too inhuman, too monstrous. You see, Dumbledore liked to make that parallel. But when it comes to it, he doesn't care about my well-being any more than he cared about Tom Riddle's. A young boy, obviously abused, living in a religious orphanage where everyone, even the matron, knew that he was different. And yet, when he came to him, begging to stay anywhere else, Dumbledore refused. Even as the war started to spill into the Muggle world, he didn't allow the young boy the luxury of safety. Is it any wonder why that young man grew into the monster that became Lord Voldemort? Is it any wonder why he hated Albus Dumbledore so much? Because the way I see it, all this death, all the destruction he caused, could have been avoided if Albus Dumbledore could have done his job as an educator instead of fearing the potential that a young child could have. Dumbledore protested, "I will admit that I made some mistakes, but this is not relevant to this hearing." "Of course it is," Harry responded. "You're doing the exact same thing now, but the only difference is that I found someone who was willing to adopt me. So, you're resorting to this hearing to make things go back the way you wanted. Only it goes both ways. You're the one who made the comparison with the Dark Lord. It's only fair that I elaborate on it. The thing is, I'm not using this to defend Arcturus Black from your accusations. I'm saying that you should have no right to make that kind of accusation in the first place. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and you have also just proven that laws mean absolutely nothing to you. Why should they mean anything to me?" Harry answered with a grin that rendered the man speechless, and the last Potter relished in his small moment of victory. Like I was saying, Albus Dumbledore, in a way, created Lord Voldemort with his actions. Wouldn't you feel resentful if there was a man who kept denying you again and again the luxury of being happy, of being safe? The truth is that no one checked up on me when I was in the Muggle world. That's the Ministry and Dumbledore alike. Because if he did, he would have known that I was miserable there. I didn't belong, and I knew for a fact that I didn't. Is that truly too much to ask that I wish to live in the world my parents lived in, that my family has been a part of for hundreds of years? I am happy in the wizarding world, and Arcturus Black was the first person who even noticed that I hated the Muggle world. He didn't offer the opportunity of being my guardian. I asked for it because I just didn't trust anyone to start pulling strings in an attempt to gain influence over me. Umbridge still didn't look concerned. Hum. It sounds to me like you don't trust the Ministry's authority over you. Harry shook his head. The Ministry is fine, but you have to admit that Albus Dumbledore has too much influence in this place. He's the chief warlock, the unofficial leader of the progressive faction of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the headmaster of Hogwarts. All it would take was a single owl from him to force me to do anything he wanted. But let's assume that this wasn't true, that Dumbledore wasn't there. I would still have issues with the way this hearing was going. I look around and see department heads, members of the Wisengamot, and important ministry employees, just watching a guardianship hearing about a child, as if our entire nation wasn't facing a nightmare with Azkaban's destruction, with Merlin knows how many inmates on the loose. So, it's Dumbledore you don't trust, Scrimgeour commented, trying to change the subject. They obviously didn't like being criticized, even if Harry could hear the small smidge of approval in the man's voice. Pressing on further wasn't going to endear him to the other judges. Of course, I don't trust him. I'm surprised that any parent thinks it's a good idea to put him in charge of their children, especially with his recent track record. I almost died twice in my first year. One of them was during detention of all things. A troll almost killed a Muggle-born girl, and for some reason, he made this weird, unwarded, deadly obstacle course on the 3rd floor, whose location he announced to everyone on the very first day. By Merlin, that same Muggle-born was possessed for a year by a dark artifact, and he didn't do anything about it. She still hasn't woken up by now. Those were isolated incidents. My experience with children of all ages and my tenure as an educator is more than enough for me to come to the conclusion that Arcturus Black's guardianship over young Harry is a very bad thing. The headmaster then turned to address the last Potter. I was a close friend of your parents, and I can tell you that they would not approve. Harry snorted. They would rather see me happy than miserable and under your thumb. But I'm glad you talked about your experience. When it came to children, does that include your sister? The look of shock on Dumbledore's face was amazing. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't really appreciate it because of the immense pressure that fell on his shoulders. He knew that he hit Dumbledore where it hurt. The man had, for the first time as far as Harry knew at least, lost control. The entire room started to shake, but Harry channeled his crest to appease the pressure slightly. It's funny, really, how hard it is to really have a secret. You see, my mother was a curious woman. She was bored in Godric's Hollow and asked around about her neighbors, the magical ones to be exact. She was so amazed to see Bathilda Bagshot living there before she died in the fire. That is, that woman had so many stories about her dear nephew, about your family, about you. What a tragedy! A young girl who was attacked by Muggles who witnessed her magic, and her father was sent to Azkaban for killing her attackers. The magic that she feared using and actively suppressed, and the brilliant young man who was saddled to take care of her, his little broken sister, only for her to die. It's funny, isn't it? You keep spouting about how much Arcturus could turn me into a monster, and yet, he never killed his own sister. Not like you did, anyway. You're not even denying, are you? What makes you qualified to decide anything about my guardianship anyway? And just like that, the pressure intensified. Harry could barely stand up. He could taste the coppery taste in his mouth. He felt insignificant, an ant in front of a storm. Dumbledore. And just like that, the pressure disappeared. Dumbledore had just attacked him in front of dozens of witnesses, didn't he? Harry looked up and saw Scrimgeour and Arcturus pointing their wands at Dumbledore, and so were a few of the audience members, including Augusta Longbottom. I apologize. It seems that I had a lapse in control. The headmaster started. You attacked an underage wizard in front of witnesses, Dumbledore, Umbridge remarked. His words may have been provoking, but he is a child. You are the headmaster, and if a few words from a minor could make you act this way, then maybe Mr. Potter has a point to doubt your judgment in the matter. And just like that, Harry knew that he had one. He was going back to Arcturus. The judges couldn't vote for Dumbledore, because that would be like approving his actions. This hearing has escalated to a defamation battle. Dumbledore wanted to make everyone wary of Harry and bring him under his control. Well, with his little speech, whose content would spread like wildfire, no one would look at Dumbledore the same again. Now, he only needed to seal the deal. Harry took a deep breath. Thank you for your intervention, and I would like to apologize to Professor Dumbledore for my words. They were uncalled for, and I'm sorry. With that done, I just wanted to describe what it was like living in the Muggle world. Have you ever been in a place that you never really fit in, that you knew you didn't belong, even if you didn't know why? That was it for me. I was alone. My aunt and uncle just didn't understand and simply ignored me. My cousin wasn't a bad boy, but he was too spoiled for my tastes. I often cooked my own food, walked to school, and wore secondhand clothes that were obviously too large for me, but I didn't mind any of that. A lot of people have it worse than me. What I hated the most was the fact that I was alone. I had no one. I didn't matter to anyone. If I died, no one would have mourned my death. No one would even notice. I believe that after that much time on my own, I have the right to choose my guardian, and I chose Arcturus Black to be that guardian. It shouldn't matter what my potential is or how powerful I am. What matters is what would be a good place to grow up, to not be alone anymore. The question I'm asking you, judges, is if you were in my shoes, what would you want? If that was your child, standing here in my place, would you rather he has a home or just live in a place alone and ignored? In a place where his very nature is hated? Thank you. Harry turned and walked towards his seat, unable to stifle the small smile on his face as his eyes met Dumbledore's glaring ones, as if saying, "Asshole, I can do it too." They both knew that the judges would be voting for Arcturus to keep his guardianship over Harry. Mercenary. Chapter 139. Mercenary. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 2nd, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. The rest of the hearing was pretty standard, all things considered. Dumbledore lost any attempt at moral superiority with his stunt, and Arcturus was most likely going to be declared a fit guardian. The judges had reconvened, but it was obvious what they were going to decide. In a way, Dumbledore's gambit had worked against him. If the judges had voted in his favor after publicly attacking a minor in a guardianship hearing of all places, then the press would have a field day. There were just too many witnesses because Dumbledore wanted to use them to pressure the judges to vote in his favor by presenting Harry as some kind of Dark Lord in the making. The entire hearing was obviously a mockery of the justice system the moment Dumbledore started talking. Harry had returned the favor, of course, but he shouldn't have had to resort to something like that. Transforming a simple guardianship hearing into a court of public opinion shouldn't have even been an option. Finally, the Toad Woman slammed her gavel. The judges must have come to a decision. Him. Before we announce our verdict, there is something that I want to say. This was supposed to be a guardianship hearing, deciding whether or not Arcturus Black was an appropriate guardian for the last scion of an old family. You were all supposed to present facts and evidence to sway our vote, but neither the accuser nor the defendant saw the need for any of this. The accuser made vague accusations about the minor in question and that he was dangerous, and the defender decided to let a minor speak in his stead, whom the accuser attacked. And while I could see a minor without any kind of political education disregarding a few rules due to ignorance, I cannot see a reason why the chief warlock of the Wizengamot disregarded the rules of conduct so egregiously. And so, we have decided to fine Albus Dumbledore a sum of 10,000 galleons, half of which will be sent to Mr. Potter's trust vault. An investigation will occur, headed by Head or Rufus Scrimgeour, into his actions as Chief Warlock, to see if there was any precedent to this type of behavior. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The Toad Woman continued, "Now, in the case of the guardianship of Harry Potter, the accuser did not present any evidence of mistreatment or past actions of abuse, and so, we see no point in having a change in guardianship. The audience is adjourned." She struck her gavel one last time, and the audience started to murmur and leave. She didn't look happy with the judgment, but she had no other choice. Anything else could ruin her career and her credibility. Scrimgeour looked somewhat impassive but satisfied, but Celine Avery had a wide smile on her face. Yeah, Harry was able to play the two of them masterfully in his little speech. At the end of each sentence, he looked at the small reactions and noted the changes in their song, just to see how much his words were affecting them. He had gotten Scrimgeour on his side when he stated that Dumbledore was wasting everyone's time in this hearing instead of doing anything about the Azkaban crisis. He had gotten Celine Avery on his side when he spoke about how unhappy he was in the Muggle world. However, Umbridge was a problem. The more he gained support, the more unhappy and wild her magic became. She was getting frustrated, and it was likely that she wanted to rule in Dumbledore's favor because of some kind of deal the headmaster had made under the table with the minister. She was connected enough to force Avery, maybe even Scrimgeour, to vote the way she wanted to. So, Harry made it so that voting for Dumbledore would be a career-ending decision. He provoked the headmaster and tied her hands. It was not the reveal of Dumbledore's involvement in his sister's death wasn't that sealed the deal. It was the man's actions afterwards. He could have used his relationship with Grindelwald. He could have spoken about countless dirty deeds, but Ariana was his pressure point. It would make him tick, and it worked flawlessly. Sure, the man was probably exhausted, but beating an exhausted Dumbledore was still a notable achievement. Harry suppressed a grin and walked out of the room. He was quickly met with Arcturus, who looked down at him with an impressed look on his face. "You did good. I thought I'd have to intervene once or twice." Harry gave him a curious look. "Then why did you make me talk in the first place?" The man snorted. "For Avery, of course. I already knew who your judges were going to be. Trust me, the chances of us losing, even with Dumbledore, are very slim. My sister, Cassiopeia, likes to store any information or dirty secrets of anyone she meets. She's somewhere in Europe, I think. I'm not sure. I hadn't seen her for a few years, but she liked to disappear every once in a while, without leaving a way to contact her. Trust me, I had enough dirt on the judges that they would have to rule in my favor. All I had to do was ask for a recess and have a conversation with them." Harry looked at him flabbergasted, and the Black Patriarch let out an amused chuckle. "Come on, you didn't think that I had a plan? I already knew that Fudge wanted you back in Ministry custody, while Dumbledore probably wanted you to be adopted into a family that's loyal to him. Unfortunately, I didn't have anything on Celine Avery. She's your standard widow who likes to help children. She would always take my words with a grain of salt, but she would have respected yours. The moment you said that you wanted to stay with me, she would have been on our side immediately. But it needed to be genuine, not rehearsed, so I didn't tell you about it. I was going to finish up after your speech and maybe have to pressure Scrimgeour and Umbridge, but you stole the show by provoking Dumbledore. By the way, do you have a death wish or something?" "I do not." The last Potter responded with an indignant tone. "You know what he was doing. He was in the wrong, but people were still going to side with him and keep an eye on me. They're still going to keep an eye on you. And don't pretend that you just didn't want to get back at him. He painted you as a possible Dark Lord, so you painted him as a kinslayer. I'm not saying that what you did was wrong, only that it isn't a good idea to make an enemy of the most powerful wizard in Europe, maybe even the world. That course of action is one that I recommend, my boy." A voice spoke up behind them. Harry stiffened when he realized that it was Dumbledore. "I could hardly be blamed for my measures when all you did was slander me to the public," Harry responded. "Well, I do admit to being impulsive in the matter. But you had no right to reveal something as private as Ariana's death." Harry shrugged. "Maybe it wasn't. But you also had no right slandering me. People are never going to be the same. They're always going to think that I have an ulterior motive for every single action I make. They're never going to trust me. It's only right that you suffer the same consequences that your actions will cause me. Everyone in magical Britain will know you as a kinslayer. They will look at you and see what other secrets you might have. You should be grateful. After all, I didn't reveal anything about who Bathilda's nephew really was. I have to say, I'm surprised that you even protested my guardianship. I thought we had an understanding since the Chamber of Secrets. We had no understanding. We agreed to a series of events, which benefited you as much as it did me. I made no further promises." "Sure, but considering how competent I was during this negotiation, you must have known that if you went after me, I would return the favor." "How did you know about my sister?" the man suddenly asked. "I told you my mother did not have a journal. James liked to brag about his wife to everyone. He would have let it slip if he saw her write every day in a journal." Harry smiled. "I guess it might not have been her journal, but it doesn't matter where I got my information. It's out now. How does it feel for the world to know your deepest shame? It must be cathartic in a way, to not keep all this emotion bottled up. They often say that confessing is very good for the soul. What would you say about that, Headmaster?" "How did you know about my sister? Was it Aberforth?" he insisted. "No. Your brother wouldn't want to make a spectacle of his sister's death. He feels guilty, you know, that he might have been the one casting the curse, even if he's the unlikely culprit out of the three of you." Dumbledore froze for a second and Harry continued, "You see, whatever happened was chaotic, and as you know, when it comes to unstable magic, the intent of the castor is often the deciding factor. Aberforth loved his sister more than anything. He didn't like that you weren't doing your job taking care of her, but you were resentful of her, keeping you trapped in this small village instead of exploring the world like you wanted. And your friend? He hated her for chaining you to this place. Whose intent do you think won the encounter and subconsciously hurt your sister while you were all unharmed? You had no right." The defeater of Grindelwald protested loudly. "I had every right. You're the one who came after me. You're the one who thinks he's entitled to control me, that the rules don't apply to him just because he's powerful. You gave me no choice. You removed any chance of me winning. So my only idea was to make you lose more than me. It's a bit of a mercenary mindset, but it's mine, nonetheless. The headmaster answered while gritting his teeth. I'll take that into consideration next time. What makes you think that there would be a next time? Call it a hunch. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. I will see you at the start of the school year, I suppose. The headmaster turned and left. The moment he went away, Harry took a deep breath and shuddered slightly. Arcturus gave him an amusing look. The sad thing is that if I wasn't there, it would have been the right decision. But you didn't trust me enough, and you made an enemy you can't handle. Dumbledore can be very petty sometimes, and you're staying in his school for most of the year. Harry sighed. I know that this wasn't the smart thing to do. I was just so angry. Of course, it wasn't a smart thing. You remind me a bit of your grandfather with that temper of yours. He had one too. It was this cold rage that made him so rational, yet irrational at the same time. I remember the day my sister was attacked in the back by a bunch of Gryffindors. Charles was already sweet on her back then. He beat them to a pulp and made them beg my sister for forgiveness. He didn't yell once. He even didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He just walked there, drew his wand with a passive expression on his face, and no one tried to touch him and my sister since. The Potters lost a lot of support in the Wisengamot because of this stunt. In private, years later, he told me that he regretted going so far. Like it or not, revealing Dumbledore's family affairs was a step too far. Many will see it as a child grasping at straws, but your headmaster will not. He will get you back at this, and you'll need to be ready for that. With a comforting smile, he grabbed Harry's shoulder. But we can do that later. Now, I think you need some rest. Let's go home. Home. Yes, this was the first time that the Black Manor really felt like home. August Ponderations. Chapter 140. August Ponderations. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 29th, 1993. Longbottom Manor. The Longbottom matriarch paced in the garden in front of her family manor, her joints aching with each step. She wasn't as young and spry as she used to be, but even that pain wouldn't be enough to distract her from her current issues regarding her grandson. She knew that something weird was going on, and it had to do with Dumbledore. Ever since Neville started his education in Hogwarts, he started to change, and in ways that seriously worried the Longbottom matriarch. Before Hogwarts, well, she would admit that she had been slightly overprotective when it came to her grandson. She barely let the boy out of her sight for the better part of a decade, hoping to preserve and protect the last remnant of her son and his wife. Augusta knew that she wasn't perfect, not even close. She knew that she made mistakes. For example, she was sometimes too hard on Neville, especially when it came to his lessons. She tried to encourage him by giving him stories about his parents, but he didn't seem to appreciate that. But her grandson was happy before Hogwarts. He was stifled by her protectiveness and her discipline, but he was a hyperactive little boy filled with joy and happiness. Oh, he had a large ego that she tried to curtail, but he was a celebrity, a hero to the entirety of magical Britain, and keeping him away from that was unrealistic. Any child would have been the same. Neville was famous before he could walk, for something that he couldn't even remember, and sometimes Augusta wished that she'd taken him in the Muggle world, away from all of this, just so he would have had a normal life. Still, Neville went to Hogwarts as an excitable little bundle of joy who wanted to make new friends, and instead, he was tangled with things that no child should even have to come close to. Her grandson changed during his time in this cursed castle, and it wasn't for the better. Without her to support him, Neville spiraled out of control. He decided to have Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger as his friends. She didn't have a problem with either. The Granger girl motivated him to do better in his classes, but the Weasley boy pulled him down. She had nothing against the family, even if they lost a lot of prestige in the last couple of centuries. But the boy was lazy and stopped Neville from focusing on his coursework. He even alienated her grandson from most of the other scions of old families in the school. Neville's school rivalries escalated, turning from minor pranking and academic rivalries with Slytherin House into harassment and assault. Her grandson spent most of his free time in detentions that he had admittedly earned. But for some reason, he was always pulled into a scheme or another, fighting a troll, smuggling a baby dragon, going through Dumbledore's little obstacle course, confronting the wraith of the Dark Lord who had killed his parents, and that was just his first year. In his second, he seemed to want nothing more than to escalate. Like breaking the statute of secrecy by publicly going to Hogwarts using a flying car without any invisibility charms. People have been killed for less. After all, the safety of the magical world was paramount, and the statute was put in place to protect it. But that wasn't it. He used an illegal potion to impersonate scions of powerful families to break into the Slytherin common room. She had to pay a good sum of gold to the families of the victims. If it had been anyone else, they would have been arrested and expelled. But as usual, Dumbledore protected Neville for some kind of ulterior motive that she didn't about that. It was wrong. Neville should have been faced with the consequences of his actions. She would intervene if it would seriously harm him, but he had to learn that the law applied to him as much as anyone else. Alas, all Dumbledore did was bury everything under the carpet and say that her grandson used some obscure illusion spell. Right, like Neville, who had an average somewhere between an acceptable and exceed expectations, would be able to cast a newt spell perfectly enough that no one in a room filled with students would have been able to tell. She had punished him privately during his suspension, but it wasn't enough, and she knew that it barely fazed him anymore. And now, with him being slandered as the possible heir of Slytherin since he was a Parselmouth, a still unsolved mystery since, as far as she knew, Neville didn't have any magical ancestor that had that particular ability, he was getting angry. No one believed him about the Basilisk stroke that fire, which turned into an inferno when he realized that his friend might never recover from what happened. His friendship with the Weasley boy going up in flames did not help matters. Honestly, Augusta had her doubts about Dumbledore's story in the first place. Neville might be a pretty good wizard for his age, especially when it came to defense against the dark arts, but the tactics that he described about fighting the Basilisk were theoretically possible. Not a lot is known about the fearsome beasts, but it would take a lot of research to figure out those tactics, and Neville's imagination couldn't have come up with the exact correct method for it. The only thing left was him being trapped in some kind of illusion, but no illusion was vivid enough for Neville to remember smells and accurate sounds. And the chances that a diary of all things could be enchanted and cursed to do what it did was a bit fantastical. There were no traces of mental manipulation in his memories, as far as she could tell, which left her with a single conclusion. Whatever story Dumbledore was spouting wasn't true. Her grandson had fought a basilisk and killed it with a sword. A basilisk being used during the attack's fit. She was supposed to be proud, but all she could feel was fear and panic. It would make sense for Dumbledore to deny the existence of a basilisk in his school, but then, what else was he hiding? What other dangers was the man planning on subjecting Neville to? And will her grandson survive the headmaster's trials that he was so insistent to subject Neville to? And if she opposed him, would he try to take her grandson away from her, like he tried to take the Potter boy from Black? And wasn't that a wake-up call? Dumbledore had invited her and a good chunk of the Wisengamot members as an audience to the boy's guardianship hearing, only for him to start painting a child as the future Dark Lord that needed to be controlled. Oh, she knew that the boy was special. Hell, everyone knew that the boy was special, and everyone wanted a piece of him. He was a known magical prodigy from a very respected family. He had no history of misbehavior, barely any school punishments, and perfect grades. And his headmaster, someone that was supposed to help him in school, started to demonize him, and people looked like they believed him. She could see the fear in their eyes during Dumbledore's speech, and the gleam in the eyes of traditionalist families at the thought of a new possible Dark Lord that would replace the previous one. Not that the upstart that called himself Lord Voldemort was a Dark Lord. Augusta remembered the Great War. She remembered Grindelwald. Now, that was a Dark Lord who terrorized the entire world in his presence. He inspired thousands of people to join his ranks with his sheer charisma and his ideals of what the magical world should be. He never hid his intentions or his goals. He never tortured his allies needlessly, and he definitely respected his enemies enough to face them directly. Voldemort, on the other hand, was a man who hid in the shadows, striking from behind, making friends fight one another. He was unbalanced, which made sense considering the obvious ritual marks that he made to increase his power. He had literally run out of things to sacrifice in his quest for power, and wasn't that miserable. He was strong, very much so, but he acted more like an enabler than anything else. He was the excuse people used to go back to their basic urges, kill and torture people without anything else. He was a monstrous wizard, but it was what he represented that caused so much damage in their society. Noble men and women became monsters because he simply allowed them to become one. Back to the Potter boy. She thought that his headmaster's plan would win until the boy started talking. He was already an interest of hers because of the fact that Alice was his godmother. Augusta wished that she could have raised him alongside Neville, but the law was clear. In the event of being orphaned and both magical godparents being unable to take care of the child, the guardianship of a child is given to the closest blood relative, magical or muggle, becoming a ward of the ministry should the guardians be muggles. It was made decades back by some minister in a vain attempt at getting control over the fortunes of extinct houses. Being a ward of the ministry meant that it could gain access to their vaults and empty them before the century inactivity clause could be used by the Goblin Nation to get access to the vault themselves. Arcturus Black was able to get the Muggle Guardians to sign away young Harry's custody, and with that, became the boy's official guardian. Dumbledore had told Augusta that he had tricked them into signing the documents and wanted to stop the Black Patriarch from destroying the last remnant of James and Lily Potter. With the Muggle Guardians being proven to be ineffective, he had meant to use the boy's connection of Alice as her godchild so that she would become his guardian. She was all for it until she realized that the boy was more than happy staying with Black and that the headmaster had lied. Again, she had suppressed a smile when she saw the boy use the same tactic as Dumbledore to literally tear him a new one. He provoked the defeater of Grindelwald without a single care or any fear on his face, and Augusta could admire that bravery, even if it was an idiotic thing to do. At least until Dumbledore lost control at the mention of his sister, attacking the boy with his magical presence and immediately losing the case. Augusta was happy for the boy, even if she thought it might have been good for Neville to have a little company at home, instead of just wallowing in his grief alone. As for the headmaster, for the entire week following the hearing, all the Daily Prophet did was investigate his family, and the possibility that the last Potter's words were true. Alas, with the destruction of Godric Hollows, a lot of the evidence was gone, but the man's reaction was more than enough proof. Even though she wondered about how the boy got his information, the information itself didn't change much of Augusta's image of Dumbledore. She was old enough to witness his political rise, and how quickly he intimidated and sometimes even destroyed his opposition behind closed doors. She didn't trust him, but he was the only one who had a chance of protecting her grandson from Voldemort if the monster returned. Her thoughts were interrupted by a screech from an owl next to her. After giving the tired bird a treat, she grabbed the letter tied to its leg and read it. By the end of it, she was gritting her teeth, something that Algernon, her brother-in-law, who was sitting next to her, noticed. So, bad news? I guess so. Fudge wants to use Hogwarts to house the Dementors for Neville's safety. I think he just wants to appease them enough until Dumbledore build them a new prison to infest. Is he mad? Her brother-in-law exclaimed, just desperate. He's afraid that the Dementors would start attacking Muggles soon, and that would invite the ICW to investigate. And with 2 major international events happening next year that he's banking to spearhead the economy, he wants the Dementor problem to just go away, and he assumes that Dumbledore could hold them. Please tell me that you don't want to agree with him, he begged. Of course not. I'm not turning Hogwarts into another Azkaban. This is a school, not a prison. We have a Wisengamot meeting soon to discuss it, but I don't see anyone putting their children at risk because it's easy. Trust me, after what happened last year, if they decide to let Dementors into Hogwarts, I'm going to transfer Neville to another school. Tradition be damned. Good, Algernon simply answered. Something is coming. I can feel it. We need to be ready, and we can't risk Neville so brazenly. Just as he finished his sentence, Neville entered the room, with a determined look on his face. Gran, my birthday is tomorrow. I want to do the crest unlocking ritual tonight. The Defense Conundrum. Chapter 141. The Defense Conundrum. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. August 17th, 1993, Hogshead. Hogsmeade Albus Dumbledore had a problem. Well, he had hundreds of problems that started piling up ever since that damnable diary found its way into Hogwarts. How is it possible that Lord Voldemort did the most damage to his ambition now than when he actually had a body? The irony there was unmistakable. The so-called Dark Lord had tried for decades to destroy everything that Albus worked for. And while he succeeded in terrorizing the magical world, he never really hurt Albus in a way that threatened his political position. The sad thing was that Tom Riddle could have easily become a threat. Albus had been waiting for it after the boy graduated. A descendant of Salazar Slytherin, a Gaunt who didn't seem to share his blood's instability, which wasn't really the case if you considered how unstable Voldemort really was by the end of the war, was a very attractive figurehead to spearhead a movement. The boy was charismatic, inspiring, and manipulative. He could have easily gotten his hand on some wealth and become a noticeable threat by joining the Wizengamot as a department head in the ministry, or even just influence a few members. It would have been like a more effective Lucius Malfoy who was far more magically powerful. Albus had prepared for it for years, stabilizing his position as the leader of the progressive faction and undermined the boy for years, until no one but his housemates wanted anything to do with him. After all, he was just weakening a future opponent in the political scene, which was why he was shocked when the boy just went to work for Borgin and Burkes. After a brief employment time, he just disappeared for decades, and all that returned was the inhuman monstrous being that was Lord Voldemort. So, wasn't it surprising that it was Tom Riddle's diary that was causing him to barely sleep for years? Well, it wasn't really. It was just the start. It was easy to just blame everything on Tom, if only to have something to rant at, instead of the countless chaotic mess of events that seemed to come out of nowhere. Seriously, the entirety of the magical world was fine for decades. Everything was going according to plan, only for it to fall apart in the span of a few months. The Chamber of Secrets was opened, and people started to question his capability as a headmaster. Thankfully, the Potter boy agreed to shut his mouth, and everything went away with him. Secretly, the hero since Fudge could barely keep a secret. People were giving him appreciative looks for defending their students, and even the Longbottom boy was hailed as a hero once more, after a campaign of slander and fake allegations that he was a new Dark Lord, even if there was some pity mixed in for his mental instability for what happened in the chamber. It was regrettable, but it was the way to go. Hogwarts couldn't close, it just couldn't, and that was exactly going to happen should the general population realize that there was a weapon of mass destruction in the castle, and that their children were in mortal danger. His relationship with Augusta Longbottom became slightly strained since he didn't defend her grandson, but it was a small price to pay considering the alternative. The only loose end was the Potter boy. That damnable spawn of James and Lily had proposed the plan to Albus as a small reminder that he didn't have to keep his mouth shut. It was very well done, and it worked splendidly. Alas, Albus still didn't know how involved the boy was in what happened in Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber. And adding that the fact that the boy had something over him made Albus want to get as much control over the brat as possible. He was planning on getting the boy removed from the Black's guardianship and into the custody of Augusta Longbottom, where he could add in a small artifact that could slowly but surely make him forget about the events. He could have also gained access to the brat's financial information. His goblin informants at Gringotts told him that the boy came into a large amount of gold in the past few months, and that it was still growing. Albus didn't really care about the gold, just keep some tabs on what the boy was doing. It's not like he really needed the gold. He was the only competent alchemist in the country, something that he had ensured over the course of decades. There was always demand for alchemical elixirs, and he could set any price he wanted. He had enough gold for several lifetimes, and could even get more anytime he wanted. As for the boy, he wanted to see if he was selling any of the Basilisk's parts. While legally it was Neville's property, the school was also a contender. That's not to mention that the unlicensed sale of an XXXXX beast was technically illegal without permission from the ministry. He had checked that there weren't any permits for selling a basilisk corpse, and there were also no new basilisk parts on the black market. But then, how could a child, no matter how intelligent, get so much gold that goblins went out of their way to report it to him? It's not like he was asking for tabs specifically on the Potter boy's vault. He didn't think it was worth the risk or gold to bribe a goblin to monitor the vault of a child with no income. Everything was starting to stabilize once more until Azkaban was destroyed. And wasn't that a crisis? Even Voldemort, a mad agent of chaos, would not have risked destroying that fortress. It was literally the only reason the Dementors were under ministry control. The beasts had already started to act restless and attack random strangers. Albus had calmed them considerably, but they were starving beasts and often followed their impulse to feast. Already 20 muggles were kissed, and those were just the ones they knew about. Fudge kept coming up with random theories, like sending them to Hogwarts. What madness possessed him to actually propose something like this in a Wisengamot meeting? Albus didn't know, and he could only thank the light that the other members realized how idiotic this decision was and shot it down. There were some proposals about sending them to Nurmengard momentarily while Albus rebuilds the new prison, as he had promised Fudge. The defeater of Grindelwald had argued heavily against that, considering the fascination his old friend had over the monsters. A few others were hesitant since Dementors resided mostly in Britain and were a powerful piece on the board when it came to international politics. They gave Britain leverage, and a lot of people didn't want to lose that. Thankfully, the Light answered his plea and helped him award to trap the Dementors in what used to be Azkaban. They were already dark creatures in origin, and it was evident that the Light was especially effective against them. It was a temporary measure at best, but it would be enough until Albus Prison was built. He already had a few secrets he wanted to add to his design. Albus sighed as he took a sip of his tea. He was sitting in the Hog's Head, his brother's pub, hoping to solve a particular problem. It was a recurring one, really. He had to deal with it every year. Aberforth slowly walked from behind the bar and spoke up with his gruff tone. "Why are you here, Albus?" "Why? I'm drinking tea, of course. The tea is horrible. You're the only one who's ever had it and came for seconds. Not that I'm surprised. You were always weird." Albus huffed. "It's nothing special. I just have another candidate to interview. I decided to interview them myself this time, since the last one revealed himself to be a fraud. That defense position, huh? Still as troubling as ever. Would you ever consider taking the job?" he asked with a hopeful tone, yet still knowing the answer to his question. As expected, his brother snorted in derision. "Not on your life. I'm happy here, and if you think for one second that I would give up my life just to work for you, dear brother, then you've probably overdosed on your sherbet lemons and gone insane. A man can dream. You're more than qualified for the job. With you, Albus, everything comes with strings attached. As you noticed, I've always tried to stay away from you. And you're proving me right, even now. I expected to see you sooner because of the fact that what happened to Ariana is public. I guess I was a sucker for thinking that you might even have a shard of affection towards me, left in that hole you call a heart. I think I'm glad, in a way, to see the world start to realize that you're not as perfect as you like to portray yourself to be. I just wish that it didn't come at the cost of our sister's memory. Now, if you don't want anything else, I have a bar to run." He turned and left, leaving Albus alone with his admittedly horrible tasting tea. Was he right? The thought of talking to Aberforth after people started to sniff around what happened to their sister never occurred to him. The whole thing was still under speculation, and there was no proof of the Potterbrat's accusation being true. But then again, when had the truth mattered to the wizarding world? The defeater of Grindelwald had dedicated his entire life to his dream of creating a magical utopia. It was something that he shared with Gellert until they realized the way they wanted to achieve it differed. It was a point of conflict, but their ambitions were very similar. A loud noise brought him back to reality, and Albus saw the man he came to meet. It was literally his last choice as a candidate for the post. He had gotten a couple of other applicants, one of whom just wanted to interview him about his sister, and the other seemed suitable if it wasn't for the fact that he was an extremely dark wizard who was involved in over a dozen counts of murder in Portugal and human experimentation, but gold exchanged hands and the charges were dropped. He had waited until the last possible moment before accepting the last applicant. It was literally a couple of weeks before the start of the term, and if he had waited any longer, the ministry would have picked a candidate for him, and that meant more ministry involvement in Hogwarts matter, and Albus wanted to avoid the slippery slope that would follow. The aged headmaster watched the well-dressed man in front of him. He was wearing an impeccably tailored black muggle suit and exuded an air of confidence that was quite unlike most people who spoke to him. His presence was striking, and for a moment, Albus couldn't help but wonder if he was wrong when he was wary of that particular wizard. That was until he saw his face, or more specifically, his eyes. The man's eyes held this darkness that he always saw in very few individuals. It was the eyes of a man who had come to terms with his own savage nature, a savage nature that had nearly consumed him once. It was the same darkness that Albus definitely did not want near his students. The final candidate's face morphed into a fake smile. "Hello, Albus. It's been a while, hasn't it? Why? Hello, Remus. I'd say it's been almost a decade now. It's good to see you again. That was a lie, and both of them knew it. They had left things on bad terms, and Albus did his best to observe the man who was now basically the stranger. The man's face, though aged and weathered, still held an undeniable resemblance to the young Remus Lupin he once knew. However, his graying hair, now neatly combed, was a far cry from the messy, tattered look Albus remembered during the days of the Marauders. The man was different in both appearance and nature, and it was very understandable. People do not come out the same after the tragedy young Remus suffered. After the rest of the Marauders perished, he was left alone, a wolf without his pack, and overwhelmed in his grief. He ran away and let the beast inside him free. Albus didn't really have time to follow him, but he kept tabs on the boy as he spiraled out of control. It was a tragic tale, until one day, something happened. He left the pack he had been a part of and joined some Muggle corporation. He wormed his way to the top and was now living a comfortable and wealthy life in the Muggle world. Albus didn't know if he was drinking wolfsbane, nor how he could afford it if he did. The truth was that Muggle currency meant very little for wizards apart from ways to integrate Muggleborns into magical society. It was just paper, and the goblins did not make any exchanges for gold apart from the Muggleborn Hogwarts exchange program. He couldn't even buy gold in the Muggle world and sell it. The goblins didn't really accept normal gold, treasuring enchantments and artifacts instead. It was what gave authenticity to magical currency. A lot of Muggleborns thought that they were clever buying some gold using Muggle money and tried to sell it off to the goblins. They were caught every time and didn't get an extra canute. Gold, silver, and bronze were just metals that were perfected to hold enchantments that were fine-tuned over the course of thousands of years. Mining gold or buying it and selling it to the goblins wouldn't work. This characteristic of the goblins was why they were so happy to fund curse breaker investigations, since they could find rare enchanted items, which they treasure more. Long story short, Remus shouldn't have the Galleons to hire a potion master to brew the potion for him. So, what did the man do during the full moon? As curious as he was going to force Remus to drink wolfsbane. It was technically required by the Ministry, after all, but aside from his lycanthropy, Albus had a feeling that hiring Remus was going to be troublesome. It's good to see you too, but let's make this brief. We both know that you're going to hire me, and since you waited so long, I know that you didn't want to hire me in the first place. I don't know if you became prejudiced against people like me or not, and I don't particularly care. So, since you're kind of pressed for time, let's talk about my future salary. Yes, this was going to be troublesome indeed, and I know that some of you will not like how I'm dividing the economy between the magical and non-magical worlds. The truth is that's the only way I could see it working, but that's just my opinion. Magic just trumps most Muggle industries, and wizards aren't dumb enough to see a loophole between the magical and Muggle worlds. So, for any sort of economic system to make sense in this story, I made it so that the only value a wizard could have on anything is its magic. For example, a wooden piece of furniture would be useless, but an enchanted one would be worth buying, because theoretically, anything they needed to buy in the Muggle world would be worthless since transfiguration and transmutation are a thing. If wizards needed anything from there, they could easily just take it and no one would know. However, there are professions that do take materials from the Muggle world, but treat them alchemically and then sell them. But that needs a lot of experience and study to pull off. This also means that the definition of poverty in the magical world is different. In the Muggle world, poverty is not being able to afford food and not having a roof over your head, but any adequate wizard, or which could duplicate food, can found Muggles and magically build a home. Look at the Weasleys. In the Muggle world, you just can't expect to afford 7 children on what seems like a minimum wage salary, since it only requires a single OWL to work there. But the only issues come when they need to buy enchanted stuff, school books, and brooms. That's what poverty means in the magical world. In this chapter, Remus' wealth, Muggle and magical, is something of a plot point, so I won't spoil it, but he'll have to have dabbled on both sides to make his money. Let me know what you think of this system, or if you have any suggestions regarding it. House on Fire. Chapter 14-2, House on Fire. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1993, Black Manor. He was in a forest, with trees spanning endlessly all around him. He couldn't see much since it was dark, with his surroundings only, illuminated by the full moon shining in the sky. It was quiet, with only the faint sounds of ruffling leaves and crickets making him believe that he wasn't deaf. The twisted branches of the ancient trees seemed to reach out for him, their long, skeletal fingers casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. The moonlight painted an ethereal glow on the leaves, turning them silver, and the faint, rhythmic chirping of the crickets created an otherworldly serenade. Yet, there was something missing, something unnatural. He couldn't feel the wind on his face. The cold air that should refresh him was completely missing. Now that he was thinking about it, he wasn't even breathing. How was that possible? How was he even alive? A loud scream broke the veil of silence and broke whatever train of thought he had. Without a second's thought, he rushed towards the source of the noise, ignoring the fact that he was going far faster than any normal human should. He even ignored that he wasn't even running. He was gliding. The forest seemed to part before him as he glided effortlessly through the twisted trees, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't explain it, but a strange urgency consumed him, driving him forward as if he were propelled by some unseen force. The distant cries grew louder, more agonized, and he knew he had to reach the source of the commotion, regardless of the surreal circumstances surrounding him. He was obviously going to the border of the forest since the trees were getting smaller as he went on. It was probably near some kind of civilization since the light seemed to grow the closer he got. However, when he finally exited the forest, the sight in front of him caused him to freeze. The lights weren't signs of civilization. No, it was fire. People were screaming, running away from the growing inferno that was consuming it. It didn't take long to figure out what he was seeing. Hogsmeade was burning. The beloved village lay in ruins. The quaint cottages were engulfed in flames, their wooden beams crackling and splintering as they succumbed to the inferno. Smoke billowed into the night sky, mingling with the full moon's silvery glow, creating a surreal, apocalyptic backdrop. The village square was completely decimated. The Three Broomsticks Inn, usually a warm and inviting haven, was a charred husk. Honeyduck's sweet shop, the very essence of childhood wonder, had been reduced to a blackened, smoldering ruin. Amidst the chaos, figures moved, silhouetted against the raging fire. Panicked villagers were fleeing in all directions, their faces etched with terror. Some tried to douse the flames with feeble streams of water conjured from their wands, while others desperately attempted to rescue trapped loved ones from the burning structures. This isn't real, he told himself, and it was true. It wasn't. The world was wispy, muffled. He couldn't feel the heat. He couldn't feel the rise of adrenaline, the blood pumping in his veins. The figure responsible for the attack turned, and Harry was shocked to see a man with white hair, giving him an amused smile. But it was the man's eyes that drew his attention and sent a shiver down his spine. The man's eyes were like twin pools of absolute blackness, devoid of any color or discernible iris. There was no white, no pupils, just an endless void that seemed to absorb all light. The figure tilted his head amusingly and said, "Is it?" Before he could say anything, a giant wave of black fire came out of nowhere and engulfed everything, even him. The last thing he heard was the faint noise of a wolf howling. And just like that, Harry woke up with a gasp and looked around. He was met with his room in black manor, making him sigh in relief and lie down on his bed once more. He really hated those dreams. He had been having them ever since his 13th birthday, when his crest was unlocked. He was already starting to forget about what he had seen. It was a side effect of prophetic visions. They tended to fade away, and no memory tricks could change that. In just a handful of seconds, his vision started to fade away, leaving only a few impressions, like the terror he felt and the fact that it was Hogsmeade was on fire. It didn't have to mean anything. It might be a vision of a very distant future. It might have been a vision of the past. It might just be a remote possibility that wormed its way into his dreams. It didn't even have to be a real fire or even an attack. Not all visions were literal images of the future. That was the curse of seers. Interpreting the visions was far more challenging than receiving them. It was very possible that this was literally nothing. But why didn't that reassure him? Why was he still feeling the terror that he felt in this particular vision? He had no idea. He had no one that could help him, and it's not like his crest helped in any way. Speaking of his crest, Harry didn't really have time to explore it. with Arcturus choosing this time to train him on what it meant to be in charge of the Black family until his second-born. That is, it was pretty interesting. Not as interesting as learning magic, but Harry was always a bit curious about history, and believe it or not, the Black family was involved in a lot of events for thousands of years. The lessons were a mixture of the history of the Black family, their assets, and their investment, with a couple of curses that were perfected over centuries, but were often shared with close friends and family. They had barely scratched the surface, but after an entire summer of studying politics and economics under the demanding taskmaster that was Arcturus, Harry wanted to go back to Hogwarts and continue exploring his magic, especially his crests. His magic circles were now a lot easier to cast when he tried, and they were more varied. He didn't have time to study them during the summer, but his next year probably wouldn't have a cursed diary setting a basilisk on the student body. At least, Harry hoped it wouldn't. His dreams seemed to get darker and scarier the more his summer vacation came close to its end. It wasn't a good omen, but there was still something refreshingly original about this school year. Harry didn't know what was coming, and that was exhilarating. It was like a weight was lifted from his shoulders. In his first 2 years in Hogwarts, there was always this narrative of what was supposed to happen in the background. Quirrell going after Flamel's stone, the Chamber of Secrets being opened. Harry felt responsible, in a way, for those events because he knew that they were happening. It was foolish, sacrificing, and idiotic. The world wasn't a story. He accepted that long ago. But a wise man once said that with great power came great responsibility, and his knowledge of the stories was a very powerful power. A small part of him felt a duty to use it in a beneficial way. Well, a bigger part of him just wanted to survive, considering that there was supposed to be a basilisk and a possessed in his first years. Thankfully, the choice to act was finally taken from his hands. He didn't have to worry about being responsible, because that's where the real world was starting to diverge from the stories. According to his past life, Sirius Black was supposed to escape and try to kill Pettigrew. Well, Sirius was dead, and while a few high-level Death Eaters were missing, the Ministry didn't end up putting the Dementors in Hogwarts. Everything was already fucked to begin with, and that meant that Harry didn't know what was coming, and that fact shouldn't have been as comforting to him as much as it was. Death Eaters might come after Longbottom, or they might not. It was entirely Dumbledore's responsibility to save his precious prophecy child, not Harry's. And still, with the prophecy not being fulfilled yet, the boy was still under fate's protection, which meant that he was going to be fine until Voldemort inevitably came back. The only thing that dampened his mood was his prophetic dreams. They were worrying, but they were just that, dreams of a possible future, not unescapable outlines in a story. In an odd way, not knowing what was going to happen made life that much brighter, that much more real. Harry didn't know if he was going to be attacked by a possessed professor, or if he was going to live in a place that literally had a weapon of mass destruction inside. But at least he knew that it was out of his hands. Honestly, he was tempted to ask Arcturus to send him to Busebatons or Durmstrang, maybe even Ilvermorny, because he was afraid that he didn't know what was going to happen. Riddle had proven the past years that the world was very different from the ones from the stories, and Jormungandr's existence was further proof of that. He had found no sign that the World Serpent had ever existed in the Hogwarts library, even in the Forbidden section. Outside of a few books on Norse mythology, there was very little about it, and if it existed, then why wouldn't other mythological beasts? Leaving Hogwarts wouldn't have made him any safer, just because he didn't know the narrative anymore. However, Harry realized that he wouldn't even know what was going to happen outside of Hogwarts, and that outside the castle, he wasn't guaranteed that he wouldn't be attacked or pulled into another game because of some stranger. He would need to keep his skills sharp in case he had to face something like that again. And when Harry looked at it objectively, he realized that he would rather stay in the castle. He saw no point being separated from his friends, or even losing access to the Hogwarts library. Since he could sneak into the Forbidden section, it was far more useful to him than it was for most other students. Those dreams had to have meant something, and Harry would lie if he didn't admit to being curious. Perhaps the coming school year would be peaceful. Perhaps this was all just a nightmare. Alas, he knew deep down that something was coming. It was a warning, and he needed to be ready. For what? He didn't know yet. Thankfully, there was a silver lining. Harry could transfer schools if he thought he was in too much danger. He had a legal guardian now, and that gave him a lot more options than he had before. There was no need to move to another country just because of a dream, because of a mere possibility. Shaking his head, he made his way down to the dining room, where his breakfast was already served. Arcturus, as always, didn't say anything, choosing to continue reading his issue of the Daily Prophet. Shrugging, Harry started eating. It was probably the last time he was going to have breakfast in this place for months. The older man spoke up first. "So, this is it, huh? I guess. It's been nice." And it was true. This summer of 1993 had been rich in surprises, both good and bad, but it was over. It was the first day in September, and that meant that it was time to go back to school. It was weird having a guardian. Having someone who tried to actively help him and train him was something he never experienced in both lifetimes. It was always just him, alone, having to fight for every scrap he could have had. He had to be manipulative all the time. And now that he had a real home, a place where he wouldn't have needed to lie to stay there, it was just different. But in a good way. Arcturus was far more empathetic than Harry thought he would be. He understood where Harry was coming from and let things proceed at a pace the younger boy was more comfortable in. "And your trunk? Made it last night. I don't like to leave things to the last seconds and make mistakes." "Good. Why don't you go get it, while I freshen up and get ready? Let's meet near the front door in a couple of minutes." Harry nodded and went back to his room to get his trunk. By the time he came back, he saw that the older man was sitting near the front door, still reading his newspaper. The Black Patriarch put the paper down, got up and motioned Harry to follow him. Yeah, Arcturus was a man of few words. He didn't talk unless he was really invested in the conversation. Harry did as he was told and walked out of the manor to the garden. "Have you ever sighed along apparat before?" the older man asked while he offered his hand. "No," Harry responded, "but it looked uncomfortable. Technically, it's not dangerous as long as your passenger is more than 11 years old. Before that, any accidental magic during the apparition might kill everyone involved. But you're right, it is very uncomfortable at the start, but you'll need to get used to it since it's our best mode of transport." The last Potter nodded hesitantly and grabbed the man's arm very tightly. The Black Patriarch had a slight smile on his face. "Good. Now remember not to let go. Grab on as tightly as you can." Without saying anything else, Harry felt Arcturus' arm twist away from him and redouble his grip. The next thing he knew, everything went black. He was being pressed very hard from all directions. He could not breathe. There were iron bands tightening around his chest. His eyeballs were being forced back into his head. His eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. His arcane hearing was going haywire. There was a similarity to the spatial expansion charms that he taught himself the previous year, but were far more chaotic and far more complex. How do average wizards even master something like this? It was just so complicated. And just like that, everything came back to normal and the stifling feeling was gone. Harry gulped a great lungful of air and opened his eyes. The full experience was as if he had been forced into a very tight rubber tube without dying. There had to be some kind of human transfiguration involved. But then, how can people who have never gotten past their OWLS and transfiguration do it? It didn't make sense. He couldn't even think of anything because he had the urge to throw up. Damn, that motion sickness was coming back after the actual trip. Harry restrained himself and glared at his smirking guardian. "We are never going to do that ever again," the man snorted. "If I had a canute every time someone told me that on their first try at apparition, they all end up using it. The first time is always the worst. It's why we always tend to let our children experience many times it before they can learn it. By the time they get used to the feeling, they aren't afraid when they try it by themselves. Now, let's get out of here. You're almost late." It turned out that the Black Patriarch had brought them in an empty dark alley near King's Cross Station. As always, they went to the platform of the Hogwarts Express. Both he and Arcturus said their goodbyes, hoping to look for his friends again. Thankfully, it didn't take long to find them. The fifth compartment he saw held the familiar blonde hair of Daphne. He hadn't had time to talk to any of his friends in person since every parent is scared shitless to let their children out of their sight ever since the Azkaban mess. They had sent letters to one another, but it just wasn't the same. He was excited to see his friend again. Harry slowly walked there, with his trunk in his hand, and opened the door with a grin on his face. "So, did you miss me?" And just to clarify things, Harry is not ignoring the vision. He feels relieved that he doesn't know about the future anymore, since it was too messed up and too different since he always felt responsible, since he knew more than the others about the situation. This is technically a new era of his life where he'll have to completely rely on his intelligence and his choices. Long Way Home. Chapter 14:3. Long Way Home. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1993. Hogwarts Express. Harry really should have expected the explosive hug that Daphne gave him the moment he entered the compartment. So, yeah, Harry found himself flung around by a blonde missile who didn't seem intent on letting him go anytime soon. "I missed you too, Daph." The snickering of his two other friends grabbed his attention. "Hello to you too." Blaise smirked. "I missed you and everything, but I'm not going to hug you." Tracy started giggling again and didn't say anything else. Well, it wasn't like he didn't expect anything else from the girl. She didn't seem to want to stop, and Harry could see that they weren't going to have a productive conversation as long as Daphne kept hugging him. So, he looked down at the smiling blonde and said, "Daph, I get it. We haven't seen each other for 3 months, but I'd really like to sit down." She blushed and practically leapt away from his embrace and sat back down in her spot. She was obviously trying to ignore what just happened, but her scarlet face proved otherwise. She was using her aristocratic princess-neutral face to hide her embarrassment. Tracy and Blaise were now howling in laughter, and the blonde glared at them. "If you two don't stop, I'll freeze your feet so hard that you won't walk for a month." The laughter abruptly dissipated, leaving a satisfied Daphne smirking at them. Damn, that girl could be terrifying at times. Choosing to ignore whatever madness happened in the previous couple of minutes, Harry spoke up. "So, how was your summer?" "Horrible. Boring. Not that bad." The last one was from Blaise, and the two other girls glared at him in envy. The dark-skinned boy raised his hands in defeat. "I was just being honest. My mother took me to Italy before the Azkaban fiasco, so I just had a regular summer there like I do every year." She wasn't even sure about letting go back to Britain, but she had some business here. "I don't speak French, so Busebattens was out, and my mother is a bit disliked in Eastern Europe, so it wouldn't be any safer for me in Durmstrang, even if they have classes in English." No one asked why his mother wasn't liked in that part of the world, and the boy looked grateful for it. Apparently, one of her old husbands was a beloved philanthropist there. And well, you can guess where this was going. Daphne thankfully broke the silence. "What about Italy? There's bound to be a school there, and it should be all that bad." "There is a school in Italy, but it's kind of small, and it doesn't cover a lot of the material. My mother wouldn't have liked me getting a subpar education, and even if Hogwarts standards have fallen in the last few decades, it's still very well known internationally, and everyone would give you a chance if you're missing something. As for the Academia Arcana Italia, it's hard to put it into words, but the people who graduate from are weird." "Weird how?" Harry asked. "Well, the school is very traditional. The students are sort of divided into cohorts. There are 5 in total, but each cohort is led by centurions. Each year, a few centurion candidates are selected by the school based on school performance and magical power, and after a vote, the centurion of each cohort is elected. And every term, a praetor is elected by the entire student body. Each position of authority comes with a lot of power over their subordinates. Unlike how all the prefects can do is give a few detentions and remove some points, and even then, they have to justify it to the professors. The professors pretty much don't have any authority outside their classrooms. Everything is handled privately, and they only punish the centurions or the praetors, who in turn can punish their subordinates as much as they like. The students are trained like the warriors of ancient Rome, with a strong emphasis on discipline, honor, and order, the whole Roman values they had 2,000 years ago. It's essentially a military camp, but it's the only school in the country, so a lot of people are stuck with it. Most of the magical families just send their kids to Durmstrang or Busebattens since they're better schools, and their graduates don't have to adjust to the current society and are taught enough to be accepted. But Muggleborns in Italy are normally stuck with the academy since you can't get accepted into an international school without applying first. Harry never really thought about magic schools all that much. There was Hogwarts in Scotland, Busebattens in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, Ilvermorny in the United States, Wagadu in Uganda, and Mahutakoro in Japan. But those were the big ones, the big schools that had graduates that changed the world, that advanced magic. But there had to be smaller schools, especially for people who just didn't speak the language or couldn't get into one of the bigger schools. Blaise seemed to have had enough of the spotlight and directed it towards the girls. So, while I was sunbathing on a beach in Italy, what were you up to, ladies? They both glared at him, and Tracy started first. Well, I was stuck at home under heavy wards. The only thing I could do was owl order stuff, and even then, my parents had to cast a lot of detection charms on everything. I didn't even get to see the alley once. This is my first time outside my house in over 2 months, and I'm going to school. Blaise practically wilted as the girl's voice got progressively louder. She was heaving by the end of her sentence. Daphne, though, continued for her in a frosty tone. And I had to suffer for my heiress lessons from my father without any reprieve. Every minute was an etiquette lesson of some sort. Do you have any idea how much I just wanted to bash his head in? A green grass never shows weakness. A green grass hides in the grass and strikes at the most opportune moment. Well, I wanted to curse him at the most opportune moment. So, Blaise, what do you think I was up to? Calm down, Daph, the Italian boy said while raising his hand in surrender. What would the rest of the school say about their Ice Queen if they saw you like this? Harry frowned. How is she an Ice Queen? I really don't get it. Well, you don't see what she's like when you're not around. That frigid face of hers and those murderous eyes make her really terrifying. After she froze a few bits with that horrible spell of hers, people started calling her that. Luckily for all of us, she pretty much melts whenever you're around. Ouch. Daphne had discreetly sent a stinging hex at his bits, and the Italian boy yelped in pain. The blonde had a satisfied smile on her face. Now, don't speak rubbish, Blaise dear. Yes, ma'am, he responded. I guess we don't have to ask Harry about his summer, do we? Tracy smirked. Oh, you mean the summer where he publicly defied Dumbledore, told everyone about one of his secrets, and got away with it unscathed? No, I mean the summer when he was adopted by one of the most fearsome political players in the last century, Daphne retorted. They both turned at once, giving him an expectant look. It was freaky. I got nothing new to say, really. I wouldn't have gone after Dumbledore if he hadn't pretty much labeled me a future Dark Lord in front of half the ministry. And how did you know about his sister? Harry shrugged. A vision. I told you that I had tended to get them over the last year. I saw Dumbledore, his brother, and some other boy having a duel. There was this bright light and the girl in the room was dead. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. I was going to keep it to myself, but I got so angry at him during that hearing, and it sort of slipped out. It wasn't the truth, but it was a very convenient lie. Really, having prophetic visions tended to make people stop questioning any weird knowledge he had. Natural foresight wasn't something that was well documented since it varied with every person, and Harry was taking advantage of that. Well, congratulations. You have done the most damage to his political standing than people have in 50 years, Daphne said approvingly. Yeah, and it was dumb. I painted a target on my back with that. Sure, his speech was overshadowed by my revelations, but people are now a bit more wary of me, and Dumbledore will now consider me to be an enemy, something that I didn't really want. Blaise snorted. I can't believe that Dumbledore was taken down by a vision of all things. I'm assuming you're taking divination this year. I'm going to try it out, and if I don't like it, I'll just leave. I already decided to take all the electives apart from Muggle studies, and even then, I'm going to try to have an OWL in it in my 5th year. What would you need a Muggle Studies OWL for? Tracy asked. A lot of jobs need them. I'm thinking about going into curse breaking, and it's one of the requirements. You only really need to pass, so an A is enough. But there are a lot of other jobs that need it too. Obliviators, hit wizards, and a lot of other professions require an OWL in Muggle Studies. It seems silly to rule out a lot of good careers just to not take a simple exam in a few years, especially one that is stupidly easy to pass. Only you would think that taking an extra OWL is the same as a simple exam, Tracy answered with a snort. Harry shrugged. You could ask your mother about it, the last Potter responded. She probably knows more about it than I do. That was a true statement. Tracy's mother worked in the ministry. Harry didn't know in which department exactly since the girl never shared that information, but she should be knowledgeable about the most common requirements for a lot of job applications. Funnily enough, Muggle studies, charms, and arithmancy were the most demanded skills in the ministry. They didn't care about defense outside of the DMLE. Transfiguration was always a plus, but not really useful in an office. The high-level nude electives like enchanting and alchemy were just overkill. Tracy obviously didn't want to talk about it and changed the subject. Sure, I will. Now, you wouldn't believe what I heard not talking about. Theodore Knott was a bookish boy in their year. He had a small group made up of Lily Moon and Millicent Bulstrode. He wasn't really a sociable person. Then again, neither was Harry. He was just a quiet boy who kept to himself. He was somewhat good in class, but nothing to really write about. However, the most remarkable thing about him was his father, Cassius Knott, who was one of the most infamous imperious victims in the war. He was also rumored to be a sadistic man who reveled in the suffering of others, and with Lucius Malfoy out of the way, he was one of the biggest contenders as the leader of the traditionalist faction in the Wizengamot. The man's reputation was one of the biggest reasons everyone just avoided Knott altogether. Harry didn't care enough to actively befriend anyone in his first year, and his current friends had basically attached themselves to him, something that he was currently grateful for. Still, Harry would keep an eye on the Knott scion for the foreseeable future. He hoped that the apple fell far from the tree. Blaise straightened up, hoping to hear some gossip. What is it? Well, he said that his father was busy talking to Karkaroff all summer, you know, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Apparently, there's this big event next year, and they wanted to come to some kind of arrangement. I don't know what it is, but it's an international thing. That's on top of the Quidditch World Cup. Harry knew what they were talking about. The Triwizard Tournament wasn't something that could spontaneously be arranged. It was an international event, a traditional tournament that had far too many deaths for comfort by today's standards. They had to change a lot, make a lot of compromises to get the sweet spot between safety and entertainment. Before he could interject, they all turned towards the door, where someone was knocking. It wasn't the fact that someone was knocking that made them freeze, but who was in front of the door? It was Neville Longbottom. Harry hesitantly waved his wand, causing the door to unlock. The boy who lived opened the door and spoke up hesitantly. Potter, can we talk for a bit? Well, that was surprising. Survivor's Guild. Chapter 14-4. Survivor's Guild. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1993, Hogwarts Express. Harry honestly didn't know what to expect. His interactions in the past 2 years with the Longbottom Scion indicated that the boy probably wanted to hex him or play some kind of stupid prank. The entire thing was already complicated enough. Had his mother or Harry's mother been alive, they would have been raised together as brothers. In a way, he was happy that they didn't grow up in the same household. It wouldn't have been easy to live next to a boy as spoiled as he was. It was expected, really, to have a boy raised as a heroic figure, famous for something that happened before he could even walk, famous for his parents dying. It would have given anyone a big head. Neville Longbottom was a hero, and that was something the entirety of Magical Britain agreed on. Honestly, it was a miracle that his head wasn't even bigger. It probably had to do with Augusta Longbottom's discipline more than anything else, but it wasn't enough for him to grow into a stable human being. He obviously thought that everyone owed him something because he allegedly saved them. The public didn't seem inclined to deny him anything. The boy had literally built his entire identity to be this heroic figure, and it was obvious with the way he kept attacking the Slytherins, or mini Death Eaters in the boy's mind. Harry had gleaned these characteristics in the first few months of school, and that was the reason why he never even attempted to grow any kind of amicable relationship with the boy who lived. The only positive contact they ever had was in the Chamber of Secrets, which he fooled Neville into thinking it was an illusion or a hallucination. He regretted that part of the plan. It was cruel to the boy, but the benefits outweighed the possible damage to the ego of an already arrogant child. But the boy in front of him just looked different. He didn't have this entitled air he always held. He didn't think he was better. He just looked different, and that made Harry curious. He nodded, "Fine," and then turned to his friends. "I'll be back in a couple of minutes." The young Gryffindor's eyes widened in surprise at his agreement to his proposal. So were Harry's friends for that matter. But they knew long ago that he knew what he was doing and so did not show any sign of protest. Harry followed the Longbottom Scion out of the compartment to one with a single surprising occupant, Luna Lovegood. When did they even meet? The blonde girl waved her hand excitingly. "Oh, hey Harry, did you have a great summer?" "Yes, it wasn't too bad." "What about yours?" he asked mechanically, his mind still trying to process how Luna and Neville met. "My dad had to reschedule the Sweden trip because of how news-heavy this summer was, so we didn't get to go on our annual Crumplehorn Snorcack hunt. That was a shame. I had fun at home, though." Harry nodded and smiled indulgently at the girl. He had really grown to like her during the past year. Even after he had gotten rid of Riddle, they still hung out a few times a week, where he mostly tutored her. She was a very curious girl and had some nice insights. She would be a great researcher if she ever chose to pursue that profession, but her love of magical creatures meant that she was probably going to follow Newt Scamander's footsteps and become a magizoologist. With a questioning look on his face, the last Potter turned towards the boy who lived, who shrugged. "Mrs. Weasley invited me to wipe the slate clean with Ron. It wasn't a good idea, and I ended up meeting Luna there. She was nice." "Yes, she is," Harry replied. "So, what do you want?" The boy took a deep breath like he was getting something off his chest. Harry patiently let him hype himself up. "Look, I know I haven't been the most understanding guy when it came to you, or in general for that matter. As you know, the last year was rough. It was mostly my fault. Looking at it objectively helped me realize how much I have been messing up. Breaking that statute of secrecy for missing a train was dumb, and so was breaking into the Slytherin common room using Polyjuice. Interrogating you and Malfoy while impersonating his friends was irresponsible, and I know that I haven't been punished properly for my actions. I never really thought about it. The punishments. I just thought that they were just the professors being mean. After Quirrell, I think I just thought that I was meant to be the hero, that I would be the one to solve the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. But now, I realize that I really should have gone to the professors. I really shouldn't have thought so much of my capabilities. If I did, maybe Hermione wouldn't." Harry gave him a pitying look. "Hermione's fate is not your fault. It never was your fault. You didn't give her the diary. You didn't make her write in it. You didn't trap her inside. You didn't curse her. You didn't do anything wrong." And Harry was being sincere when he said that. Neville Longbottom had done nothing wrong when it came to Harry's confrontation with Riddle. By the time they arrived in the chamber, Hermione was already gone. There was nothing either of them could have done to stop that. What happened to the Muggleborn was a tragedy, one that Harry wished had never happened. Riddle bragging that the girl's utopian existence involved him being friends with her did not help matters. He honestly wished he could help her in any way. Alas, he didn't even have enough information about soul magic to even attempt something like this, and the entire field of magic was banned practically everywhere in the world. Perhaps his crest would help, but so far, it didn't unlock any information about soul magic. He was going to leave the unspeakable to try to figure it out for now, and he would try to help if he ever had access to the magical knowledge required to do so. Hermione Granger's fate was an accident. She was a naive girl who trusted something she shouldn't have, fell into the sweet world of a two-faced monster, and was taken advantage of. She was a child. She might have had irritating qualities, but she was a child, nonetheless. She never got to experience the real world, and it wasn't anyone's fault. It wasn't Harry's, and it definitely wasn't Neville's. Alas, the boy didn't seem to agree with him on this point. "No, it is my fault. I should have seen it. She was acting odd. She disappeared on me and Ron all the time. I should have known that something was wrong." The boy took a deep breath to calm down. "She had my back even when the entire school already assumed that I was guilty. And I couldn't even protect her. It wasn't your responsibility to protect her." The boy laughed harrowingly. "My grandmother told me the exact same thing. But it doesn't change that I lost her. And Ron, but he was never really my friend. Was he? He was the boy who lived's friend, not Neville Longbottom's. I can see that now. Some people will always try to use you because of your status in society. Your grandmother must have warned you about that before you went to school." He nodded sheepishly. "I guess she did, but I didn't listen. I never really had to deal with any of that. My grandmother always used illusions to hide me when I was younger during our trips out of the manor. I guess the whole hero of magical Britain thing went to my head. I was always pressured, to be the hero. But it's not like I could have topped beating Voldemort, could I? I guess this is why I always jumped into every adventure I could have had." "So, what changed?" Harry asked. "I took a long look at myself, and I didn't like what I saw. I realized that I wasn't someone my parents would have been proud of. The stupid fights with you, breaking the rules as if they weren't even there. What happened to Hermione just made me think back at everything that I ever did. I guess this is just me taking a step in the right direction." Harry gave him a slight grin. "I'm happy for you, Neville, and that's all well and good. But you didn't bring me here just to say that stuff, did you? Neville's face took a deep look. I guess I got a little off track. I'm a bit nervous. But the thing is that the first step to being better is to make amends for the bad things I did before. At least, that's what my grandmother told me. So, this is me just apologizing to you for everything. For the way I treated you. For the way I called you names. For always thinking that you're a suspect just because you're a Slytherin. Apparently, Gryffindors could be assholes too. Ron and McLaggen proved that last year. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. The last Potter just stared at the boy with widened eyes. Of all the things he thought Neville would say, he didn't expect that. He turned towards Luna, who nodded her head. Damn, the boy was serious about this. Harry wasn't petty enough to hold grudges, especially when they were done by a young boy who just didn't know better. He had a philosophy that, if he didn't like someone, he would just leave. The only thing that pissed him off was the fact that there were some people he didn't like who actually got out of their way to go after him. If the Longbottom Scion really wanted to make amends, he didn't really inconvenience Harry enough to make a big deal out of it. And if Luna vouched for him, he just smiled and nodded at the boy. All right, I accept your apology. We're good. Harry motioned to turn and leave, but was stopped by the boy who lived yelling, "Wait!" He stopped and looked Neville in the eye, who started to shift slightly. Is there something else? Yes, I guess there is. I wanted to say that in the chamber, in my illusion, you were the one who coached me. Even when we hated each other, I pictured you, of all people, helping me, giving me plans and information about that monster I fought. It was all a lie, of course, but I chose you to be there for me. We were friends there, and it clicked. I wanted to ask if there was any way we could start over. Forget about the last 2 years and pretend we just met. I guess I never let go of my dream of you being my friend. The boy was over-analyzing his dream, trying to make sense of an illusion. It was a shame that it really did happen. This wasn't some kind of enlightenment. The boy had survivor's guilt over what happened to Hermione, and he obviously needed some support. He was trying to rationalize events that Harry planned. The only reason Neville was even involved was because he was a Parselmouth and Harry needed that. There was also the fact that his prophecy made him an easy weapon to use against the Basilisk. He was just the insurance, but if he hadn't been able to speak Parseltongue, none of this would have happened. Hermione would have been found alone with the cursed diary, and that would have been it. He couldn't help but feel guilty about the way he traumatized the boy with the reveal that his heroic actions were not real. He had literally shattered Neville's identity just to get one over Dumbledore and keep his involvement a secret from everyone. He was tempted to say no, to wash his hands of the boy who lived and the danger he presented. But there was this desperation in his tone, and Harry decided to use his arcane hearing to cheat a bit. His magic was more pronounced and more detailed, but it was agitated. Harry could tell that it was slowly going on a downward spiral. There was a side of him that he kept locked up, that he didn't acknowledge, was waiting to emerge. It was just full of pain, of regret, of suffering and anger. He was one bad day away from a breakdown. This was the damage Harry had caused with his stunt with Neville, and he was amused while doing it. And wasn't that a wake-up call? He was responsible for this, and he had to deal with the consequences. It might have been a decision made out of guilt, out of self-preservation, out of pity, but he was going to stick with it. He nodded. Fine. We'll talk more in the castle, but I really have to go back to the compartment. The relieved smile Harry got in return did not make him feel any better for the rest of the day. And before any of you say anything, Harry and Neville aren't going to suddenly become the best of friends. Neville feels alone and betrayed by his friends, and decides to mature. There's also something special that I'm planning this year that needed this. And Harry just feels guilty about the impact of his gaslighting Neville. They would be friendly acquaintances at best, and Harry's guilt would be a driving factor in their relationship, which never really works out well when that's the basis of anything. The idea is that they would both be starting over. It's essentially character development on Neville's part, because of the trauma of losing his friends and realizing that the identity he built himself is a lie. Don't worry, this is the last chapter before Hogwarts. I just needed to set a few things up before the term could start officially. Thrice warned. Chapter 145. Thrice warned. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1993, Hogwarts Express. There was a small pile of sweets when Harry returned to his compartment. The trolley lady must have visited his friends, and Tracy, as usual, decided to pour a lot of her pocket money into sweets. That girl really was a glutton. Harry watched in amusement as she and Blaise gorged themselves in the various assortments of candy. They were lucky that the blinds were closed, because if any of the other Slytherins saw them, they would have been politically untouchable, in a bad way that is. Daphne, though, looked at them with a mixture of amused disgust. Yeah, her heiress training had hammered in her head that this kind of behavior was unacceptable. Harry didn't know much about what she was being taught, but he had the impression that her father was particularly strict and that their relationship was somewhat strained. She immediately noticed that Harry was back and spoke up in a haughty tone. "You sure took your time. We were starting to think that you got lost somewhere." "Very funny," he responded with a dry tone. The whole Longbottom thing was surprising, believe it or not. "What did he want?" Blaise asked, suddenly interested. "Nothing really. He wanted to apologize and start over. I think he's just lonely after what happened to Hermione. Everyone just steers clear of him because of the whole insanity thing after the chamber. He's been slandered nonstop for months, and the prophet didn't even print out a retraction. And you know how his friendship with Weasley imploded. He's vulnerable and could be useful in the long run." And wasn't that an understatement? Everyone knew about the official destruction of the Golden Trio, with Hermione out of the picture and Ron bad-mouthing her to everyone who would listen. The boy who lived exploded. The resulting fight heavily damaged the Gryffindor common room and got both boys detention for the rest of the school year. But one thing is for certain, Ron Weasley wasn't under Longbottom's protection anymore. It was a foolish thing to do, especially since the only thing that made the redhead remarkable in any way, outside of some talent in chess, was his relationship with Longbottom. It wasn't just because he was the boy who lived, but because of his position as the Longbottom scion and his future political influence that made sticking with him appealing. Weasley could have ended up as his understudy or his assistant, which would have given him a lot of power and influence that his family just didn't have. Like Dolores Umbridge was the voice of Cornelius Fudge, Ronald Weasley could have been the voice of Neville Longbottom. His older brother, Percy, had looked especially put out by this, since Ron could have used his relationship with Neville to grease some palms and get him a good starting position in the ministry. Alas, the boy was now going to live with his feeble natural talents. These were all great reasons to befriend the boy, especially since they were starting to get involved in Slytherin politics starting this year. Of course, Daphne saw through all of that. "You're not doing this because of some political position. I know you hate that stuff. You're doing it because you feel guilty." Harry deflated. "Fine, but you didn't see the damage I did by screwing with him so much. Everyone thinks he's unstable, and they're not really wrong. But he's like that because of me, not because of some cursed diary that turned into an illusion." They all looked at each other before nodding. "Fine, but be careful. You said it yourself that bad things always happen to Longbottom." Harry couldn't really dispute that, but the boy always actively pursued danger. And it's not like he was going to actually pursue a friendship with Neville. They were starting over, and that didn't mean anything more than them not being antagonistic between one another, which was mostly on Neville's side. Whatever happened between them was water under the bridge, nothing more. Harry had no plans to actually join any of the boys' adventures or be pulled into Dumbledore's little puppet show. Blaise decided to change the subject. "So, anyone has anything interesting to say?" He was oddly looking at Daphne, who was in turn doing her best to ignore him. "Well, before Harry left, we were talking about the international event that's going on next year. There's this big debate in the Wisengamot to cancel the whole thing, so it might not happen, but it's some kind of international school tournament." Tracy seemed to also jump at that topic. "Wait, why would they do that? It sounds kinda exciting." "Tracy, you don't even know what that tournament is?" Harry answered dryly. "And you do? It's also a school tournament in Hogwarts. So, we'll get to see it in person." Harry rolled his eyes. "It's called the Tri-Wizard Tournament. It's a pretty barbaric thing by today's standards. It involved 3 European schools, Hogwarts, Busebattens, and Durmstrang. A champion is elected for each school, and they have to complete some very dangerous tasks to win. Entertaining on paper, but the fatality rates were too high, and it was canceled. And someone thought about reinstating them? It was probably an idea from the ICW, and Hogwarts was selected to host. Crouch probably jumped at the chance." Blaise answered while rolling his eyes. Daphne, though, didn't seem impressed. "Well, I think the whole thing is utterly stupid. Magical Britain doesn't have the funds to host something like this. We're rebuilding our main prison, and even if Dumbledore is saving us a lot in terms of labor, the materials are still pretty expensive. Harry shrugged. I'm not saying you're wrong. Half the Wisengamot actually agrees with you. The other half thinks that the income from the Quidditch World Cup would suffice to fund this project. But then, wouldn't they have to arrange for everything in just a couple of months? Tracy asked. Yes, that's the issue. Fudge and Crouch think that they could do it, but considering how unstable things are, no one wants to take them at their word. Daphne groaned. Even if they pull it off, the level of our Newt students is so far lower than the graduates from Durmstrang's. It's not even funny. Harry nodded. The ICW probably want to use this tournament to start writing off Magical Britain and interfere properly. If we lose in this tournament, they'll start by discrediting our diplomas internationally, then try to interfere in our political affairs. We're one of the few countries in Europe that ICW has no direct control of, and that's only because of Dumbledore. The last war showed them that the headmaster wasn't infallible, and they're taking advantage of that. It's sad that they're not even considering the potential embarrassment of losing so badly. They're so focused on the political and economic side of this thing. So, what are we going to do? Tracy asked. Harry shrugged. It's not our problem. We're students, not politicians. At least, not yet. The conversation lightened after that, devolving into a friendly debate on the best electives they could choose. They had all taken ancient runes, but only Daphne and Harry had chosen a half, arithmancy. Harry, Tracy, and Blaise were the only ones taking care of magical creatures. Thankfully, they were assigned a normal textbook and not one that tried to bite you like the stories. It seemed like Hagrid probably wasn't promoted to a professor this year. Harry was the only one of them who decided to take divination, and it was mostly out of curiosity if it could help him understand his dreams a bit more. Divination was a very interesting subject. If he had a proper instructor, that is, he would decide on his own after the first lesson. Honestly, Harry wanted to not take any of the electives, since he knew all of the materials. Alas, he was forced to take at least 2 because of the school rules. Care of magical creatures and divination were the only 2 fields he didn't really explore, and he had taken runes and arithmancy as a sign of solidarity. It also gave him the choice to drop both care and divination if he found them to be useless. The rest of the ride to school went very smoothly. The Hogwarts Express arrived safely at school, without any Dementor attacks. They used the Thestral-pulled carriages to the Great Hall, and they sat, starving as the first years were sorted. The atmosphere was as warm as usual, but strangely subdued. It seemed like the Azkaban fiasco had touched every magical soul in the country in some way. People lived in fear and uncertainty. Harry was too hungry to really care about any of that. The only surprise was when McGonagall yelled out a familiar name. Greengrass Astoria, a small clone of Daphne, skipped to the sorting hat and put it on without a single ounce of hesitation. As for Harry, he immediately turned towards Daphne, who pretended not to see him, choosing to focus on her sister's sorting. It took a couple of minutes, but the hat yelled out, "Slytherin." Daphne seemed to deflate slightly. If he hadn't known any better, Harry would have thought that she didn't want her sister in their house. He would ask about her later in private. The younger Greengrass walked with a large smile on her face towards her sister and took a seat next to her. She looked around, and when she saw Harry, her eyes lightened up. "Hi, I'm Astoria, Daphne's sister." "I'm assuming you're Harry?" He just nodded, surprised by the girl's energy. Astoria seemed to take that in stride. "I've heard so much about you." Daphne quickly glared at her sister, making her gulp slightly and deflate. "Ignore that. I'll just focus on the sorting." By the time the sorting ended, Harry's stomach was growling. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. By the end, around 12 Slytherins had joined their house, a far larger number than the previous years. But it seemed like there was a small baby boom after Voldemort was defeated. Finally, Dumbledore rose from his seat, and the entire hall quietened immediately. Harry couldn't help but admire that. It was like someone had pressed a mute button on the entire hall. Harry hadn't seen the man since his guardianship audience, and he didn't seem any different. He maybe looked a bit older, probably because of how many things he had to juggle. As the defeater of Grindelwald surveyed the room, his gaze stayed a fraction of a second longer when his eyes met Harry's. Yeah, the man wasn't over what happened. It wasn't unexpected, but a small part of Harry had hoped that the man would let bygones stay bygones. Perhaps it was too much to expect a century-year-old headmaster to be the mature one in the situation, and wasn't that a disappointing realization? The man smiled softly and said, "Welcome. I know that most of you are hungry, so I'll keep this brief before most of you are too bloated on our marvelous food to listen. I'll start things off by addressing the returning students. I would like to say that it's good to see you back, and we're all glad to spend another year teaching you the wonders of magic and getting to know you even more. As for our new students, I would like to officially welcome you to our school. Hogwarts is a place of wonder and magic, but magic could also be dangerous. That's why we have some strict rules and regulations that we would like you to follow. Your heads of house will hopefully explain them to you in detail, and the student rulebook is in the library for you to read. As for our faculty, I am pleased to welcome 2 new senior professors into our ranks. First of all, Professor Grubbyplank has agreed to take the job of care of magical creature teacher. Her predecessor, Professor Kettleburn, decided to retire last year to spend more time with his remaining limbs. I have no doubts that you will enjoy her lessons well. A nice silver-haired woman stood up while everyone clapped. Harry didn't know much about her, but she did substitute for Kettleburn a few times when he got too injured, and the feedback was usually positive. That was already a good point. Finally, Professor Remus Lupin has kindly accepted to fill the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. This time, Harry really did stiffen. The man who stood up looked well kept, wearing enough muggle clothes to be considered scandalous, alongside his traditional robes. He looked confident in his skin with a few faint scars on his face. This wasn't what Remus Lupin was supposed to be like in the stories. Then again, they have been wrong before. Curious, Harry spread his arcane magic and focused on the man standing at the high table and did his best not to gasp. Hunger, pure hunger was the dominant song. It was loud, unrelenting, savage, mixed in with an aggressive and predatory undertone, mixed with a lingering sadness and loneliness. There was this cunning to it, this ruthlessness at the end of a hunt, the reflex to always go for the king. It just felt so unexpectedly inhuman. He was definitely a werewolf, but his personality was just alien. Harry still wanted to know more. He carefully observed the man. The stance showed that he wasn't ashamed. Self-confidence was something that most werewolves didn't develop, and there were no signs of excessive scarring, so fighting on the full moon was unlikely. Conclusion: the man didn't have a pack to go out every full moon with. Snape was openly glaring at Lupin. So, that means that the werewolf was probably a friend of Harry's father, or had attacked Snape in another way. The fashionable muggle clothes meant that he was very familiar with the muggle world, but Harry could tell that it was made of acromantula silk with his arcane hearing. So, he was also rich in the magical world. Before he could have a deeper analysis, the werewolf turned towards Harry, and he could feel the song speed up. It was hard to describe, but it was like it became more intense. The savageness was starting to rise, only to be stifled by the man's iron will. Still, it felt like both man and beast were looking at him as if he were prey. Well, that wasn't a good sign, was it? It's only logical. Chapter 14:6. It's only logical. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up the following day with a start, having dreamt of the burning of Hogsmeade once more. He really wished he could have pleasant dreams, instead of the constant misery, screaming, and flames. Alas, even when he tried not to think about it, they were always there, in the back of his mind. And by the time the details started to dissipate, hundreds of other thoughts, just as disturbing, occupied his mind. What happened the previous night was weird. Specifically, he didn't know what to expect from his new defense against the dark arts. He knew instinctively that Remus Lupin wasn't the tired, self-loathing werewolf that was in the stories. He was able to see Lockhart's nature in seconds, the prideful yet slightly cunning man who had scammed the entire wizarding world with a few nice words and some books. He took pride in that. Every time a witch asked for his autograph, he felt his ego grow slightly, a thrill of pleasure at successfully conning her. His magic was too untamed to have any kind of experiences that he claimed he did. Well, that his books claimed he did. Funnily enough, the man was still writing. After some investigation and a few witnesses, the DMLE dropped all charges against him, since no crimes were committed. The man even argued that whatever lies he told was just him playing the character from his stories, which was perfectly allowed. Hell, the Ponce didn't even get a fine. He must have been very thrilled with that, avoiding any punishments for scamming almost the entire population of magical Britain, even if his readership diminished. And wasn't that a sad thing? His readership only lowered, but people still bought his books. Harry had to admit that the man was a good writer and played that part of the character very well. Back to the other professors, Harry could tell that McGonagall was a very melancholic person underneath her harsh exterior. Her song was classical with constant undertones of sadness. Although she really did love children and teaching, since her song brightened up whenever she was in a classroom, there was always this hint of sadness underneath it all. However, Remus Lupin was just hard to read. Just from his posture, from his clothes, from the way he was just comfortable in front of hundreds of students, Harry could gather that he was probably some successful man with a presence in both the magical and muggle worlds, and that was used to speaking to large crowds. So, he had to be some kind of businessman. This wasn't really an issue for Harry. He didn't care how successful people were, but if it wasn't for his arcane hearing, he wouldn't have noticed what was hidden underneath this velvety exterior. It was hard to believe that, underneath the image of the kindly wealthy man, was a bloodthirsty beast that was moments away from attacking anyone that was foolish enough to be close. The beast was so overwhelming that barely any other song could be heard, making them like whispers in a concert. And the beast seemed to salivate the moment it noticed Harry. It was ready to pounce, and that didn't bode well for the young Slytherin. Yeah, he was going to order a silver knife as soon as possible. The only person who seemed to have any similar defense was Dumbledore, and that was expected considering that this was the current champion of light. This whole issue just wouldn't leave Harry's mind, so much so that he couldn't even concentrate enough to finish his occlumency exercises. Seeing them as a lost cause, he decided to just go down to the Great Hall and eat his breakfast. When he came down, he noticed that neither Daphne, Blaise, nor Tracy were there. So, he decided to look around. Funnily enough, most of the Slytherin boys in his year were there, and it was interesting how the house dynamic shifted in just one summer. Draco was sitting down on his own, with a poker face that just felt off. He was obviously angry about losing his position in the house to Nott. Theo, on the other hand, had a kind smile on his face, which made it more impressive since his song was completely different from how he looked. He was irritated at how many people seemed to want to scurry a favor from him, especially Crabbe and Goyle, whom he really didn't like but couldn't send them away. Yeah, this year was going to be troublesome. He could just feel it. When he turned to the other houses, the only thing that was worth remarking about was McLaggen and his little group making fun of Neville by calling him insane, while the Longbottom Scion sat alone without anyone around him. The boy didn't seem to have a good time, considering how he was clenching his fists and looking down. As though he was feeling Harry's eyes on him, Neville turned and met his gaze. Harry gave him a comforting smile that the boy returned, his fists relaxing slightly. He still felt guilty about what he put the boy through. He didn't expect his trick to blow so out of proportion. The Daily Prophet once called Dumbledore an obsolete dingbat for one of his proposals at an ICW conference, and the public still respected him. A celebrity was bound to have a scandal of some sort, and they were always forgotten after a few weeks at most. However, it seemed like the wizarding world just didn't want to forget about the boy's unstable attitude. Honestly, it was unnerving. Even if the boy had really been under an illusion, being disoriented afterwards was completely normal. If he had to guess, someone was actively pushing for the boy's reputation to plummet, especially considering the other events that happened during the summer, which were far more impactful than a 12-year-old's actions in school. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a small punch from Daphne, to which he returned with a smile. "Good morning to you too. You're up earlier than usual." "Hey, you're early too. Don't you usually have your super secret training thing in the morning?" Harry shrugged. "You know that it's just me training my occlumency. I also remember offering to teach you." She rolled her eyes. "Not everything has to be about training, Harry. My mother already started teaching me the basics, and my crest can protect my privacy. How you have the patience to clear your mind for an hour every day, I have no idea." Snorting, he replied, "It wasn't easy at first, but you get used to it after a while. Speaking of your crest, you did get yours fully unlocked last year, right?" "Yeah, but my father forbade me from using it until we trained it a bit during the summer. I can't really say more. You know, Family secret stuff? Don't worry about it. I was just seeing if you could use it in our next duel. Maybe you'll have a chance at landing a hit." The blonde glared at him. "You're on." Her frown immediately turned into a small smile. "I really did miss you." "Me too, Daff." Harry heard a small noise and saw McLaggen try to discreetly hex Neville, but the boy somehow intercepted it. It was a little impressive since the boy hadn't even shown a single ounce of skill in any of his classes. Maybe he finally started to pull his act together or something. The blonde next to him seemed to roll her eyes at McLaggen. That was really short-sighted on McLaggen's part. Rumors of instability or not, Longbottom will be an influential figure in the future. These little school antics might look harmless now, but grudges could run really deep, and I don't see Longbottom as the forgiving type. Although, I have to admire his restraint. I would have hexed them a long time ago. I know you would too. Harry shook his head. I would have cursed them with something that would only affect them later on when I had an alibi. Daphne giggled, probably remembering how he had revealed the Golden Trio without anyone knowing that it was him who did it. He was proud of that one. Harry looked at his schedule, which he found on his bed after the opening feast, and saw that his first 2 classes were in arithmancy. Well, that explained Tracy and Blaze not being there since they weren't taking the class, something that he really disapproved of. If he was completely honest, the last Potter thought that not having a competent understanding or arithmancy really affected the competency of a wizard or witch. A good foundation in this field translated to a good understanding of spells in other fields as well, which made Harry really doubt the competency of the Charms and Transfiguration new classes since they didn't require an OWL in arithmancy to enter. Oh, Harry had no doubt that this was going to bore the hell out of him, since he actually understood the material. But he was doing it for Daphne's sake more than anything else. A few minutes later, the 2 Slytherins had finished their breakfast and walked away to their first arithmancy class. Harry was somewhat curious about Professor Vector, who was a relatively new addition to the staff, having started teaching 5 years ago. The journey took longer than they anticipated. Neither of them had been to the arithmancy classroom, which turned out to be in the northern wing of the castle. They ended up asking a painting for directions, but they still arrived around 5 minutes early. When they sat down, Harry noticed a few mathematical formulas written on the walls. He recognized a few, one of them being the standard addition of fire element in a spell, and another was what seemed to be a base for a shock-resistant ward, which could theoretically be translated to a very efficient physical resistant shield charm. He really liked the classroom, which gave him a slight feeling of nostalgia. At least if he ever got bored, he would study the formulas on the board. They seemed a lot more interesting than the basic character arithmetic divination that they were going to start with. The second thing he noticed was something that Daphne voiced. "I know that not a lot of people would take this class, but I didn't expect so little." She was right. By the time class started, there were less than 10 students in the classroom. 4 of those were Ravenclaws, which included Padma Patil, Sue Lee, Morag McDougal, and Michael Corner. Slytherins were made up of Harry, Daphne, Nott, and Draco, which was slightly surprising. There was just Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, and literally no one from Gryffindor. That little fact made Harry feel bad since he was sure that Hermione would have been there. No, it wasn't the time for this, and what happened to the Muggleborn wasn't his fault. That was 9 students in total, out of 40 students. Only a little more than a fifth of their year, mates chose one of the most important classes in modern magic, and wasn't that a disappointment? This was literally the only class that could help in spell creation and actively encourage students to innovate. The only one that came close was runes, and even then, it was too dangerous to experiment on them without a good foundation in arithmancy. Harry's reply was cut short when the professor entered the room and locked the door behind her. She had brown hair and hazel eyes, but what was more noticeable was the fact that she was young for someone who held a mastery in arithmancy, and that made him curious. The professor spoke up in a no-nonsense tone. "Good morning. My name is Professor Septima Vector, and I will be your arithmancy professor in your time here at Hogwarts. Before we could start, I wanted to have a few ground rules. The unfortunate truth is that most of you will not like my class, and by association, me. It's not because I'm some kind of devilish professor, but because we have a lot to catch up on and very little time to do so." "Catch up on what?" Corner interjected. "We haven't even started yet." Vector glared at the boy, who practically wilted. "Exactly. In most other schools, this class is not an elective. Let me make myself clear here. I will not allow any student of mine to graduate with a level of knowledge that is lower than the one recognized by the ICW. And that means that we'll have to cram 5 years of content into just 3. If you have a problem with that, you can leave. We will have multiple tests and assignments, and if I see that you have no hope of following up with the pace of the class, you will leave my class. And remember, the only electives that you can switch to midterm would be Muggle Studies and Divination. So if you only took 2 electives, you'll be forced to take one of them to substitute. The entire classroom gulped and the woman smiled. Now, with that out of the way, let's get started with the lesson. Lupin Behavior. Chapter 14:7. Lupin Behavior. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1993, Hogwarts. As their first arithmancy class ended, Harry grudgingly accepted the fact that Professor Vector knew what she was talking about. Their first lesson was simple and something that Harry knew by heart. It was a simple introduction about what the entire field was for, as well as some basic rules, or axioms that they would use to build practically all other theorems. Arithmancy wasn't just a way to create spells or enchantments. It's not using numbers to predict people's characters, although that's typically what other schools learn in their first year. No, arithmancy is a language. A language to interpret the world. To be more specific, a language to interpret magic. It wasn't complete, not by a long shot, but with every new discovery, the magical world steps 1 foot closer to having a complete understanding of the arcane. It was a language based on Muggle mathematics, which is used to interpret the physical universe. And since spells already affected the physical world, it would have been foolish not to use an already interesting foundation. However, interpreting the metaphysical world was just one step further. It required something more, like a new dimension of necessary calculations to achieve the same result, which meant that even the simplest spell could be very difficult to interpret. There was a reason why spellcraft was very difficult. Harry could tell that the pace she chose for the class was far higher than that of the other classes. The frankly insane assignment that Vector assigned was proof of that. Arithmancy, in general, was challenging. The learning curve was very steep and Not could follow that. This was evident by an outburst from Michael Corner the moment he left the classroom. "I'm done with this. I didn't sign up for this bullshit." It was a testament to how difficult the class was when no one refuted that statement. It wasn't that hard, to be honest, but Vector really was going too fast for the average teenager to follow. Daphne was holding her head, probably having a headache from the information overflow, and murmured discreetly to him. "It's a sad day when I'm agreeing to Michael Corner of all people, but this was insane." He simply shrugged in return. "Not that much." She was a bit quick, but that's understandable considering how behind we are. It's pretty fun when you start experimenting with it, but I don't think Vector would waste time with parlor tricks just to get people interested. Yeah, we're not all insane like you. My parents even got me an arithmancy tutor during the summer, and I could barely understand our lesson. I can't help but wonder how the others who are experiencing this for the first time are doing. Harry watched as the rest of the students left with dejected expressions on their faces. I think Corner was the only one without any prior tutoring. Bones' aunt wouldn't let her flounder like this. Not and Malfoy's parents must know how difficult this class was, and they're not hurting for gold. I don't know much about Patil, Lee, and McDougal, but they were still following along. They weren't comfortable, that's for sure, but they understood a bit of the basic principles, enough to make do, for now. "And there's you. What about me?" She glared at him. "You're joking, right? You spent half the time working with the equations that she had on the board around the room." "What?" he asked with a confused expression. "They're very interesting, and I haven't seen work that complex except for some really arcane stuff. Some were kinda simple, but a lot were really elegant. One of them was incomplete, but it's very interesting. I think that it was what she's currently working on. It's a shield charm that allows you to envelop it with another spell, or another shield entirely, like a variably layered shielding. I think it can even activate spells in the shields to cast them if they break, but that's a bit out there." Daphne snorted. "See, you already know most of the material. Out of curiosity, how much ahead are you?" "I don't really know," he said. "It's not that I'm being difficult. It's that it's hard to put a label on what you're studying in post-newt stuff. You just choose specialties that interest you. You're so tutoring me in this." "I'm always happy to help, Daph," he answered with a smile, making her blush slightly. The blonde quickly changed the subject. "So, what do we have next?" Harry took out his schedule. "Double defense sessions with Gryffindors," she groaned. Why do we always have them in defense? It's like whoever made those schedules want to start as many fights as possible. Although, I am curious about Lupin as a professor, and wasn't that an understatement? Harry had complicated feelings about their new defense professor, who definitely had too much interest in Harry. The last Potter never really cared about researching his parents for obvious reasons. They died when he was a child. He already had his family legacy in terms of his cloak, his crest, and his gold. And while he was curious about what happened in Godric's Hollows, it was purely from an academic standpoint. After all, Harry loved puzzles. He never researched the Marauders. He never researched his mother. He honestly didn't care. Only one member was still alive, and he was supposed to be this cowardly werewolf who never tried to contact Harry in any way. And that was all fine with him. Remus Lupin's presence in the castle, the evidence that he was so different, made him throw everything he assumed happened out of the window. The truth was that Harry assumed that the divergence from the stories was Voldemort choosing to mark Neville as his equal. But now, he wasn't so sure. He didn't like being uncertain. It was a puzzle, which was something he loved solving, but it was too personal for comfort. He decided to just wait and see. "Sure," Harry responded briskly. "All right, that's enough." Daphne exclaimed, "What is your problem with him? I could tell that you don't like him from the feast, but I don't know why." "You mean like you're hiding your sister from me?" She glared at him. "I'm not hiding Astoria from you." "And stop deflecting. What's with Lupin?" "He's a werewolf," he returned. "As worrying as this is, I know you enough to know that's not it."
Fine.
"I think he was friends with my parents, all right? And I just feel uncomfortable around him. The way he's looking at me just gives me the creeps and I don't like it." Daphne stayed silent for a moment. Thankfully, she didn't say anything because Blaise and Tracy literally just walked towards them. She glared at him and muttered, "We'll talk about this later." After exchanging a few greetings, Tracy asked, "So, how was arithmancy?" Daphne groaned in misery. "It was hell. I don't know whose idea it was to remove arithmancy classes from the first-year curriculum, but I will find them, summon them from the grave if I have to, just to kill them again." The previously tense atmosphere lightened after that statement, with Blaise and Tracy bursting into laughter. The conversation flowed from there, but ended immediately after they finally arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Every defense professor liked to change their classroom to suit them, and Remus Lupin was obviously not any different. But Harry never expected the man to change things so drastically. It was hard to call the result a classroom. The floor was replaced by a ground of dirt and grass. Hell, there was some moss in the corner. There were no desks, no chairs, no boards, nothing. If it wasn't for the walls and ceiling, Harry would have thought that they were outside the castle. One by one, the rest of the students arrived, each with a bewildered look on their faces. Malfoy and Parkinson were sneering in disgust at being outside, and a few Gryffindors looked slightly uncomfortable. Neville barely batted an eyelash though, and well, considering the situation he ended up in, it made too much sense for comfort. Lupin was under an invisibility spell of some sort, probably an enhanced version of the disillusionment charm. It wasn't bad, but not as good as Dumbledore's one. Harry never really cared to enhance personal invisibility spells since he already had his cloak, but he was skilled enough in illusions to know that this wasn't one. It was close, a mixture of a disillusionment charm, enhanced with slight illusions around the edges, where it's normally noticeable, and a notice me, not charm on top. It would have probably worked if it wasn't for Harry's arcane hearing, which made it the opposite of subtle, and Lupin's song was too distinct to ignore. With a wave of his wand, Lupin dispelled the charms and spelled the door to close. "Good morning, everyone. As you probably know, my name is Remus Lupin, and I will be your defense against the dark arts professor this year. As you probably noticed, we will probably focus on the practical applications of defense, which I'm told you're very lacking in. Now before we get started, let's discuss your curriculum. Like your previous year, your semesters will be divided into a wand aspect and dark creatures. My predecessor's notes say that you have finished studying common pests found in the magical world and simple creatures. This year you will learn how to handle more dangerous creatures, like boggots, grindylows, and others like it. This will be, for many of you, your first encounter with anything that can be called a dark creature. So, who here knows what a dark creature is?" Malfoy answered while rolling his eyes. It's a creature that attacks with dark magic. 5 points from Slytherin for speaking out of turn, Mr. Malfoy. With a wrong answer too. The truth is that dark creatures and dark magic have nothing in common apart from the name. A creature is labeled as dark by the Ministry, which they deem to be dangerous. But there is at least one requirement. The wounds inflicted by a dark creature must leave a sign, even if they're healed. It's the same with dark curses. There's always something they left behind. A trace of magic that is there more than just physically. There is a reason why vampire bites and werewolf attacks leave scars that don't heal. You can heal a doxy bite, but I haven't seen anyone fully heal scars from a werewolf, even just a claw. He really looked like he was speaking of experience when it came to dark creatures. He was right, of course, but that didn't make his speech any less disturbing. And why are we standing on dirt and not in a classroom like civilized witches? Parkinson questioned. I am very glad you asked. You see, there is a dark creature in this classroom, and I'm testing you a bit to see how you react to a surprise attack, the werewolf replied. Before any of them could digest the man's response, the wall shifted slightly, letting a big figure leap out of the shadows with claws raised towards a student. It looked like a vampire thrall. It was more like the inferi version of vampires that acted like servants. They were muggles that drank the blood of a vampire, and they heavily needed blood to survive, or they just went mad, like the one in front of them. Just by reflex, Harry waved his wand and pulled the students back behind him before the claws could reach them. It wasn't a particularly dangerous creature. It was barely faster than the average wizard, slightly stronger. Their biggest danger was the fact that they attacked in packs. The rest of the students were running for the door, screaming, only for it to stay locked since it was probably warded. A few brave students tried to send hexes at the thing, but they just seemed to bounce off the vampire. There was something wrong. This wasn't how spells rebounded off magical creatures with a magical resistance. It was too structured. The rebounds were too perfect. The directions of the return spells were exactly the same as the incoming spells. There was none of the randomness and unpredictability that came with living, breathing beings. Now that he thought about it, the movements of the creature were too structured. It didn't attack on a feeding frenzy like Harry assumed. Deciding to investigate further, he analyzed the creature with his arcane magic and discovered that it was nothing more than an animated structure. It was a bit impressive. The transfiguration was spot on, and the whole structure was very well warded. But the whole thing was under Lupin's control, who had a disturbing grin on his face. Growling to himself, Harry waved his wand again and canceled the animation. Lupin gave Harry a surprised look as the spell wormed its way through the enchanted protections that the werewolf put on his construct as if they weren't there, and removed the connection between it and its controller. The vampire thrall fell face first mid-lunge, and Seamus Finnegan poked it with his wand. Is it dead? Everyone turned to Harry with odd looks on their faces, but he didn't care. He was looking at Lupin's face, who looked surprised at first, then started to grow a disturbing smile on his face. He tried not to flinch when he heard the caged beast inside him release a deafening howl.